It's time once again for this year's Halloween special. That means 10 allegedly true scary stories centered around the month of horror itself, October. There will be chills, there will be thrills, and there will be more people to add to your list to stay far, far away from. Plus, it's my birthday today, so to wish me a happy birthday, like this video and share it somewhere to spread the fear. Thank you. Enjoy these stories, and don't forget that you can always submit yours at darknessprevails.org. Garden Gargoyle by your typical 5th grader. I used to live near this really creepy old lady. I believe someone else lived there with her, but I never saw them around. I've actually never seen them. I was in the 5th grade around this time as well, and I always walked home from school those days. One day I was walking home from a long day of school, and keep in mind I walked past this lady's home. I took a quick glance at the woman's lawn. There had always been this old rusty fence around their yard. It couldn't really keep anything out, and I'm not sure why it was there, but it added to the eerie appearance. Anyway, when I looked over, a man, probably 30 to 40 years old, was walking around the yard, fixing all the little knickknacks that had been spread across it recently. Things like those trashy fake flamingos and such. I can't really remember exactly what was there. When I saw him, he was cleaning off this creepy gargoyle they had on the porch. I always hated that thing. It had been there when I moved in, and still there to that day. I searched for gargoyles on random shopping websites and found the one they owned on Wayfair. I'm not even sure if it's still for sale there anymore. I was also 90% sure that thing was cursed. I don't know a lot about gargoyles, neither what exactly their purpose is, but I do know one thing. Their gargoyle was evil. I remember some details of it. It had eyes that seemed to follow you no matter where you go. The stone it was carved in was dark, almost black. It had small wings, disproportionate to its body. It also had little horns and small legs with large claws. No arms. It basically looked like the type of crappy Halloween decoration you could buy at the mall or at Walmart. It was that time of year, after all. This memory brings me to the real story. After a few days, as we stepped closer to Halloween that year, I had forgotten about the man and the gargoyle. It was late one night. I hadn't been able to sleep, so I had taken some medicine to help. I was waiting for it to kick in while watching YouTube videos. Around midnight, I heard something that sounded like a rock hitting my window. At first, I gave no thought to it, not even trying to explain it away, just ignoring it. Then came another rock, clanging against the window. This time, I got up, then walked over to the window, peeking through the blinds. I swear to God, I can't explain this. That little gargoyle was now sitting on our lawn, looking directly into my eyes. I couldn't even gather the courage to scream. I always thought of myself as a brave person. Most stories and movies didn't scare me, hardly anything did. But at that moment, it felt way too real. The thing crawled towards the window in an instant, and I hadn't even moved yet. I was sure that I was having a horrible nightmare, a really, really vivid one. I took a few clumsy steps backward, not wanting to see the thing crawling towards me anymore. I knew it could break my window with its leg, or with a wing, or even its head, like a kid throwing a rock. But as I fell back onto my bed, staring at the blinds, waiting for something to happen, it never did. I waited for hours, ready for something to crash through my window, but nothing happened. As I waited and waited in suspense, I eventually fell asleep, staring at the blinds. I woke up in the morning and quickly ran over to the window and peeked through the blinds to see the gargoyle was in its original position in their yard. It was as if it never happened, but it felt so real. To this day, I walk past that statue on the way home, constantly wondering if it was a dream or if it really happened, constantly watching, waiting for that gargoyle to look back at me and confirm to me my worst fear. A Ghostly Predator by Sherilyn T. I have had a few paranormal experiences, some interesting, others quite frightening, but this one really stands out as the most disturbing thing to have ever happened to me. It was on Halloween night in 2004, and it was a really long and stressful year. I had ended a long-time abusive marriage that took a long, grueling 2 years to finalize. I was transitioning into the role of being a single parent, as well as experiencing life again as a single woman. I had been invited to my good friend's Halloween party across town. I called one of my best girlfriends and asked if she wanted to go with me. I was excited when she agreed, and we set about the fun task of planning our costumes. I wanted to go as a hippie, and my friend Jane went as a pirate. I was excited at the prospect of doing something special that night, as my daughter was with her father, and it would be the first time that I didn't go trick-or-treating with her. Jane and I arrived at the Halloween party fashionably late. It was a fun party with the house decorated brilliantly and plenty of savory eats and drinks. As we made our way around the room, I noticed that everyone attending the party were a couple, except for Jane and myself. I began to feel very out of place because I was single. I'd never enjoyed dating and much preferred to have one special someone in my life. I left the party feeling depressed and a bit hopeless. Most of the single men I had met so far were not interested in someone who had a child. When I arrived home around midnight, I went straight to bed, hoping sleep would block out my bad feelings and that I would feel better in the morning. But that wasn't to be. That night, I woke up drenched in sweat from a nightmare where an evil man was out to get me. But when I woke up, I felt every millimeter of a man's hand on my right hip. I tried to move, but my arms had been pinned down, and the weight of someone else on me was too heavy. I could see the outline of a man above me, but not the details. It was similar to the way the Predator was invisible in the original movie. I struggled to get the words out of my mouth for him to get off of me. After a couple of tries, I finally was able to yell out. He climbed off the bed and proceeded to walk over to the doorway and into the hallway. He leaned against the doorframe and lingered there for a moment. Terrified, I kept saying to him, Please go away, please." I had never been so scared. He eventually walked further away, but this time stayed leaning on the stair railing. Then at some point, he simply faded away, like a strange wind had collected him. The next morning, I called a woman who was a psychic. I filled her in on all the details of what happened the evening before. She told me that when we are feeling negative and depressed feelings, we leave ourselves open to events like the one I experienced, open and vulnerable to demons and spirits. After a banishing ceremony, she left on her way, and ever since I haven't experienced another thing like it. But every time I go to bed anymore, I want to cry at the thought that I might wake up and that figure will be back. Look at Them Run by Jess O'Hara. If you're from the Peru Converse area of Indiana, you probably know about Okefenokee. If you don't, here's a brief rundown. Okefenokee is the local name for part of the Francis Slocum State Park, where County Road 510 East abruptly ends in Peru, Indiana. The road merely makes a circle and doubles back into itself, and it's only a stone's throw from the Mississauga River. Many who have visited it claim it's haunted, but if you try to look it up online, you'll get a lot of inconclusive results. Supposedly, at the turn of the last century, a 7-year-old girl named Stephanie was found brutalized in the woods in the 1960s, along with 4 bodies without their heads found in the circle formed in the road. More recently, a man was beaten to his demise in a robbery gone bad in May of 2018. You can see scratches on one of the trees. They look like they're made of a deer scraping its antlers on bark, but they're horizontal and have space for an opposable thumb. There's said to be a small shack in the forest somewhere, and people have reported shadow people and voices on the paths. Stephanie herself is said to scream if you get too far away from your group, so you don't get led away and brutalized like she was. So for your own sake, don't go visit around Halloween. This story will show you why. One of my best friends, Kay, lives in Amboy, which is like 20 minutes away. She grew up in a Wiccan family, and she always said she was sensitive to the presence of spirits. In mid-August a few years ago, she, her young brother and sister, and a collection of her cousins decided they would go out and walk around. They were mostly teenagers after all, and they wanted to hunt some ghosts, but they ended up getting much more than they bargained for. About mid-afternoon, they reached the circle, parked, and got out. There was still enough light to see, and they planned to walk through the woods and leave before nightfall. 3 yards or so from the edge of the circle, the path split in two and branched out. Therefore, half the party went one way and the other half went the other. Kay's cousin Alex was impatient to get going. He was walking faster, getting himself 50 or 60 feet ahead of his group. The path sloped at one side, and there was a wet spot there that he jumped over. As soon as he did, they all heard a loud scream that sounded like it belonged to a little girl. Needless to say, that put an end to their exploration very quickly. They went back the day before Halloween with a group of 11 people, but this also proved to be a mistake. The group included Kay, her parents and siblings, Alex and his 2 brothers, and 2 of her brother's friends. They started out at mid-afternoon again, but nothing really happened until after nightfall. By then, everyone was ready to go home, and they were walking toward the edge of the woods, where they had parked their cars, when Kay froze. Something like a cold hand felt like it had reached onto her chest and gripped her diaphragm. She could not breathe. "We need to get out of here," Kay said to Alex and Daniel. "Right now." Seeing and hearing her in that state, they all ran back to the circle. As the family piled into the cars to leave, Kay and Alex waited near the tailgate of her father's truck to avoid the commotion and watched the forest. In the shadows, Kay could make out the shape of a man nearly 7 feet tall, just watching them. Alex's eyes were trained the same way, and he leaned toward Kay. "You see it too, don't you?" Kay nodded, and she and Alex booked it into the truck. On their way out of that forest, the same black shape followed them through the trees from the circle to the cornfield out on the main road. Kay says she was sure that if there hadn't been 10 yards between the woods and the cornfield, that thing would have followed them further. As soon as Kay got home, she placed down lines of salt in her room at the window frame and inside the door. It is said that it keeps spirits at bay, as any fan of Supernatural will tell you. But there was one last thing to terrify the family that night. Turns out, Kay's mother had a digital recorder recording the entire thing, and based solely on the EVP it caught. I urge you, if you're ever thinking of visiting Okefenokee, don't do it during October or the first week of November, because that's when the separation between the living and the not living is at its thinnest. That's when evil things are stronger than any other time of year. You might go home with more than you came with. Their EVP said. Look at them run. They're scared. It Followed Us Home by Chase C. It was October of 2016 in Michigan. Me and my cousin experienced something that we will never forget. It was a cool October Friday, and I had just gotten out of school. It was the weekend, and I was going to spend it at my cousin's house. When I arrived, we immediately went to the basement, where we played Xbox. After a while of playing, I decided to get something to eat from upstairs. I returned with a Hot Pocket and some dill pickled chips. I also noticed my friend was on the phone with his friend from school. He asked if we wanted to hang out with him. I agreed. We then walked about 3 miles to his friend's place, where we stayed for a couple more hours playing Xbox and talking to girls on social media until it got dark. But before we left, we decided to amp up the fear factor and told each other some scary stories. After all, it was Halloween, or close enough to it. As we were leaving, my cousin told me of a spot near his house in the woods that he had seen when he went hunting. He told me he wanted to explore it some more, but not by himself, so I said I would join him. When we got home, we suited up, then headed outside. It was probably 38 degrees out, and especially windy. We traversed through the woods to the spot my cousin had mentioned. As we arrived, I felt very uneasy, like I was being watched. But this feeling wasn't a normal feeling of being watched. It literally felt like I was being stalked by someone. I didn't mention it because we had just gotten there, and I didn't want my cousin to be scared and ruin the excitement and fun, so I kept it to myself. We walked for another 30 yards, where we both stopped for a moment to scan the surroundings. We both had family that were in the military, so we were taught to always scan and be aware of our surroundings. We looked around for a little while when my cousin tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a huge oak tree to the left. I looked at it and saw that there was a dark silhouette next to the tree. We both kneeled quickly and quietly and waited for any signs of movement coming from it, but after a good 5 minutes, without it moving at all or making any noise, we decided it was nothing, probably just a big rock or a bush. We both laughed and taunted each other, saying we were scared of nothing, but I truly was because of the feeling I had earlier. We stood in the darkness after exploring this entire area of the woods. I had to admit, it was nice to get out of the house for a while. We were talking about a girl that he had a crush on at school, when we were suddenly interrupted by coyote chatter. Very, very loud and obnoxious coyote chatter. We could tell they were close. We were startled by the sudden outbreak of noise. We began to walk back toward the house when the noise suddenly grew louder and louder. I would say they were probably 350 feet away from where we were. Now, I'm no animal expert, but I'm not sure any animal will run straight towards a human twice their size, unless they're cornered, hungry, or rabid. But these coyotes, there were 3 of them, and they ran straight for us. We screamed, thinking they were going to attack us, so I picked up a fallen branch nearby, ready to defend myself until the end. But they ran right past us. One even ran in between me and my cousin, like they didn't even know we were there. Extremely shaken up and confused, we turned back to see that they were still running in the same direction. We looked at each other in amazement, then looked ahead to see a massive thing standing near the edge of the tree line, something taller than we were, even though it was standing on all fours. It didn't look like anything I'd ever seen before, TV or otherwise. We both froze as we had a staring contest with this unknown thing. We stood there for a good 2.5 minutes when it turned around and ran. It was probably just as surprised as we were to see each other. It was a fight or flight situation, and we definitely were not going to win that fight. We turned around and ran back as fast as we could run. When we arrived back at the house, we were out of breath. We got back inside and told everyone still awake what we'd experienced. It was late. We were amazed and terrified. We didn't go to sleep that night, fueling our bodies with 5-hour energies and Monster energy drinks. The next night is when I decided to go home early, because as I was looking out the window toward the woods, I saw 2 familiar yellow eyes gazing back. The Costume Ball Creeper by Wonderblocks. I had recently turned 21, and this happened last year. I had been invited to a Halloween ball at a high-class venue. My friends and I all dressed up as angels, and about 7:45 that night, we arrived at the venue. As we were walking in, we noticed a rather beat-up black pickup truck pull into the parking lot. It gave my friends and I pause for a moment before we continued on with our night. After all, maybe that was part of their costume. Over the next hour, I danced and had some food with friends. But the entire time I noticed a creepy-looking man staring at me. I thought to myself, why is this old man here? Why is he looking at me like that? At one point, I left to go to the bathroom. The room was completely deserted. Usually, the bathrooms are packed with smokers and drinkers. Being alone in there made me a little bit nervous. I hurried into the stall and began to do my business. Just as I was exiting the stall, I heard the door to the bathroom open ever so slowly, as if the person entering was trying their best not to raise suspicion. I took a peek through the crack in the stall door. As soon as I saw who it was, my jaw fell to the floor. It was the same dirty old man who had been staring at me earlier. The man was opening each stall door and saying out loud, "I know you're in here," in the creepiest voice I've ever heard. I covered my mouth to hide my heavy breathing and climbed on top of the toilet, hoping that he wouldn't see me. When he stopped at my stall door, he opened it. I began to scream, but the man covered my mouth with his hand as he rushed inside. He said to me, "You're coming with me. Make one sound, and it's over." Just then, as if by some miracle, one of the staff from the kitchen came into the bathroom. She saw the man pulling a knife from his back from his jeans. She immediately ran out of the bathroom screaming. Someone called the police, and they showed up rather quickly. The moment the woman had seen him, the man let go of me and ran out of the bathroom, trying to flee the scene. But the cops had shown up so fast that they were able to find the man and arrest him. I couldn't be more thankful that that kitchen worker had come into the bathroom at just the right time. Any later, and I definitely wouldn't be here to share this story. It may be best if you're going to a bathroom in a public place and you've been getting crazy eyes from someone across the room. Take a friend with you. Back Roads by D. Phillips. It was Halloween night, and I was staying over at a friend's place. Let's call her H. H and I had nothing to do that night, as we had finished our trick-or-treating only a few hours ago. We decided to call her friend P and have him come pick us up. It was around 11:30 when P came by, and though H and P were friends, I wasn't very fond of him. Once we picked up H's boyfriend, we decided it would be fun to go to somewhere that was supposedly haunted. You know, because of the Halloween spirit. I suggested one place that was a back road of this abandoned car dealership. Behind the dealership, there was a dirt road that took you far back into the woods, and supposedly, there used to be a small church there that was rumored to be the home of a satanic cult, one that supposedly sacrificed people. It eventually got burned down due to angry people who believed that they had been brainwashing and kidnapping children. H and me were excited, but P had to stop at a Walmart real quick to get some flashlights. After that, we put the location into the GPS and headed on our way. Once we got close, the GPS began to glitch, telling us to make a U-turn. It was like the GPS, which was an offline dashboard GPS, didn't know the road even existed anymore, even though it had led us all the way here. The road took longer to get down than we had expected, about 10 to 15 minutes. Once we arrived, it was 2 a.m. We got to the end of the road, where the church used to be. It was eerie. You could still see the foundation of where the building used to be. Behind the foundation was a railroad track, and in the middle of the foundation, it looked as if people came back here and had made a fireplace using old bricks. It had a very creepy vibe, but I'm into that kind of stuff, so I loved it. 20 minutes go by, and me and H are on the railroad with flashlights, talking and looking around. The boys were down near the fireplace, and that's when H said she heard something, like rustling in the nearby woods, so she freaked out, and the boys came to her rescue. I figured it was just animals. As they were calming her down, I started to walk further up the tracks. After a few minutes of nothing, I rejoined the group. As I'm walking towards them, I begin to hear something like someone walking over leaves, but I assumed once again that it was just animals. But then came a female voice screaming, echoing right out of the woods. I freaked out, and so did the rest of us. Instantly, we dashed to the car waiting for P to get in, so we could get the heck out of there. After a couple of minutes, P finally got in the car and was refusing to leave. I was getting mad and started arguing with them. He told me that if whoever that was in trouble, that we can't just leave them. I mean, I get it, but H seemed seconds away from having a panic attack, and I prioritized my friend over a stranger. I eventually got him to take us back to H's house. I don't know what we heard that night. I always try to reassure myself that maybe it was just some kids pranking us or something, but the church was deep in the woods, off an abandoned road, and we hadn't seen any other cars or bikes near the place, and the closest town was over 8 miles away. Nobody ever believed us either, but still, we never went back. Pre-Slumber Party Horror by Ika Pika. It was Halloween week. I was about 8 years old, living in the middle at the end of a road, 2 houses away from a set of railroad tracks. My best friend lived across the street from us, and 1 house closer to the tracks. Her name was Laura. My street being at the end of the road, the only people who came down to it were those of us who lived here, mostly old folks, the mailman and our occasional visitors. It was the first night ever I was going to have a friend spend the night with me, one that wasn't my cousin or my mom's friends' kids. As you could guess, I was incredibly excited. I had stayed over at her place before, but I'd never had her over before for the night. Laura lived with her grandparents, and off and on her mother would live there as well. I wanted her over as early as possible, that way we could play longer, but I had daily chores that needed to be done. Once I was finished, I could barely contain my excitement anymore, so my mom agreed to let me go get Laura. Without hesitation, I said thank you and ran out the door, crossing the street. On my way over, I noticed a strange van parked in front of Laura's neighbor's house directly across the street from mine. It was what you could describe as a creeper van. It was a dark burgundy color, with only windows in the front, the type that would be made into an ice cream van. I slowed as I passed it to see if there was anyone inside. I had to walk behind it to get to Laura's place, so I couldn't see, but I could hear people arguing from within. When I made it to Laura's place, her grandma was on the porch smoking a cigarette. She knew I was there to get Laura, so she just told me to go on in. I helped Laura pack a few things such as clothes and a few things to play store, a little game we made to get rid of things we didn't want anymore and let our friends have what they wanted. We anxiously ran back upstairs and out the door. Less than halfway down her walkway across the front yard, we heard a woman say, "Towel! Towel! Get me a towel!" Laura and I both turned and were paralyzed to see a woman with a shredded face staring back at us. Her skin was torn to pieces, and there were parts hanging off of her. She continued begging for a towel, stepping closer with each word. Laura's grandmother, who was still on the porch, threw a towel over her face. The moment we couldn't see her anymore, we ran as fast as we could to my house. In a split second, we were locked in my room with the window shades cracked slightly so we could see what was going on. A few minutes go by and an ambulance and several police cars show up. They get a statement from Laura's grandma and her mom. We found out a few days later that the woman was a dealer who was trying to make a deal with Laura's mom. When she refused, the woman tried to get her dog to attack Laura's mom, but in turn the dog attacked her instead. That was who I had heard arguing in the van just before seeing Laura. It was only a week or so before Halloween. So, with our terrible sense of humor, we joked that the woman had the perfect Halloween face, and to this day we don't know what became of the woman. The dog had to be put down because the woman had abused it so badly that it was vicious towards anyone, no matter what they tried to do to calm it. It was altogether a horrifying and terrible situation. Alone in the Aisle by Beth R. It was my best friend Lily's birthday. She had been my best friend since 7th grade. I went to Kmart to find her a gift. I was 16 at the time, and still couldn't watch a scary movie without crying. I knew exactly what to get her, so I went to the makeup aisle, which was at the back of the store. It was October and the store was almost empty, and no one was there. I walked past the Halloween decorations, and out of the corner of my eye, I see this man who was staring right at me. I ignored it, and I wondered how long he had been staring. I got this eerie feeling of being watched, but did my best to try to ignore it. I was practically the only one in the store. I turned my head just in time to see someone walking into the other side of the aisle. I move on to the lipstick, and there's a man standing there. He looked homely, like he was living on the streets. I was very uncomfortable around him and nervous. He turned and looked at me and smiled. I was so nervous I moved to another aisle, but he just followed me, and then he grabbed me by my arm. When his hand touched me, it was cold and dry and terrible. I felt empty inside and screamed. An employee ran over and shoved him off of me. I ran to the front desk and the lady working there called the cops. I explained to him how he looked. Homely, gray hair, brown eyes, with a beard. They searched around the store, but they could not find him after he took off. They checked the security footage in the back, and here's where it gets weird. When they came back out, the lady was giving me suspicious eyes. "Ma'am," she said, "we just checked the cameras. There was no man in the store like that." "What? That's impossible," I said. I even told them that one of the employees had helped me. I even explained what the employee looked like and what aisle I was in when it happened. But they didn't have an employee that matched that description, and they said that the tape showed no one when I was over there, just me in the makeup aisle. I quickly went home, more confused and terrified than I had ever been. October Creeper by Ruby. This happened several years ago. My best friend Will and I were working on a souvenir booth with my aunt at the local haunted house. which opened every Friday and Saturday night in October, plus Halloween. At the time, Will wasn't old enough to be an actor in the actual haunt. I'm a couple of years older than him, but I decided to work the souvenir booth with him so that he'd have someone to talk to. Anyway, it was really cold one night, and I wanted to get some hot chocolate. There was a small convenience store that was about a 5-minute walk from the haunted house, and I knew that they sold hot chocolate. So Will and I walked to the store, and when we got there, the parking lot was mostly empty, except for a red truck at the gas pumps. As we started toward the store, the guy in the truck called us over. Stupidly, we went over to see what he wanted. I wish to God we had just ignored him. He started to ask us all these questions. Then he takes out a pocket knife and asks us to cut his face. We were speechless. He then goes on to explain that he got in a fight with his wife or girlfriend or whatever, and she smashed a beer bottle over her head and was going to tell the cops he did it. So he wanted to cut his face so he could tell the cops that she attacked him. Will was actually considering it, and I was standing off to the side, freezing cold and shaking, trying to get Will to walk away from this freak. Then Will lets it slip that we're just friends, and that Will is gay, and of course the guy had assumed we were together until Will said that. And that's when things went from bad to worse. He asks Will, "How much do you want for me to have a night with her?" I swear to God, my heart stopped beating when he said that. He was talking about me. I've dealt with creeps before, but none of them have ever said anything like that. Will, bless his heart, said, "No, she's off limits." But the guy wasn't easily dissuaded. He kept pushing for me to come with them and offered to drive us both to town. We could find a nice tree somewhere, he said. At this point, I wanted to run, but Will was still standing there, and I wasn't about to leave him alone. Then the creep, as he begins to scratch his face, then he asked if we had anything on us, substance-wise. We told him we didn't do that kind of stuff. He also offered to give us a ride back to the haunted house, and I said no. It's just a 5-minute walk away. Finally, after asking us one last time if we wanted a ride, he got in his truck and sped off, peeling out and going well over the speed limit. I was shaking. Once he was gone, we went inside the store and told the woman working there what happened. I think she said she would check the security cams to see if she could get the license plate number. We stayed in the store a little while longer, then headed back to the haunted house. Halfway there, a cop car pulled up behind us. I'd never been so relieved to see a police officer in my life. We figured he was going to stop us because we were smoking and wanted to see if we were underage, but whatever reason, he never got around to telling us. We walked right up to him and told him everything that happened, and he drove off to find the guy. When we got back to the haunted house, we told security and the people working in the ticket booth what happened, in case the creep decided to show up there. We didn't leave the haunted house for the rest of the night, and I never got my hot chocolate. Ceiling Vent by Hannah. I've had a lot of weird experiences in middle school, but nothing matches up to this one. There were rumors all around my school that it was haunted. I didn't put a lot of weight into ghosts and stuff. I never believed anything until I saw it. It was around Halloween. When I was younger, I loved Halloween. I still do to this day, but this story kind of ruined it for me. It was a Friday and everyone was so pumped for the weekend. It was 7th period math, so just a few more hours to go in the school day. This class was a few classes after lunch, so of course I asked to go to the bathroom after the teacher was done doing his thing, and he gave us our assignment. He said yes. I took the pass and walked to the closest bathroom. I've had weird vibes in this bathroom before, but I've always brushed them off as nothing. Well, I was doing my thing when I heard the bathroom door open. This didn't bother me, like, okay, cool, someone else was coming in here to do their business. But I didn't hear or see any footsteps, so I thought someone was messing with me or something. But then the sink turned on. It was motion activated, so it wouldn't turn on unless someone moved in front of it. I was beginning to panic a little bit. I felt someone watching me, and I began to hear little scratches on my stall like someone's nails going down it, but there was no feet at all in the bathroom when I looked down. The scratching suddenly stopped when another student came into the bathroom to check on me because I was taking so long. She could tell I was scared by something and immediately asked me, "So, do you believe it now?" I just wanted out of that bathroom. I don't think I'd have ever been that creeped out. Halloween is my favorite time of year. It's scary, it's fun, and it goes by way too fast. So I hope everyone has a great Halloween, and I hope you enjoyed these stories. Please make sure to stay safe, and if you're out trick-or-treating, stay with a friend. And please, try not to sacrifice any goats this year. Thank you. Good night. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Don't forget, you can send me your stories at darknessprevails.org. Just be sure to make an account first. If you want to support my channel further, you can click the link in the description to sign up on Patreon. Donating any amount will get your name in the credits for as long as you donate, and you'll be able to download ad-free MP3s of each episode. Or you can click that shop button below, or go to teespring.com/stores/darknessprevails to check out my merchandise. Thank you. Now, as usual, here are my 5 favorite early comments from the previous episode on 10 real Wendigo sightings. The Weirdo Project says, "I'm gonna have so many nightmares tonight. So worth it. You know, sometimes I have these nightmares where it's not about me. It's more like I'm watching a movie that's scary. Those I can enjoy. But if the focus is actually on me, that's when it gets scary." Kyle Sweeney says, "Oh boy, those cold frosty boys are back. Yeah, when your flesh isn't alive anymore, it's kinda hard to work up a good heat." Thorn says, "I want a Wendigo boyfriend. I'm a lonely girl." Well, they say people are thirsty, but these bad boys are ravenous. So I hope you have a good life together. Ulfer Gaming says, "Wendigo, dogmen, werewolves, and skinwalkers are my favorite monsters." Same here. You were spot on with that one. And Pinhead Larry says, "I got off of prawn for this. Thanks." You're welcome, Larry. But it doesn't mean you had to stop going at it. Surely my voice is sultry enough for you. Anyways, guys, thanks so much for tuning in to another Darkness Prevails episode. More scary stories are coming soon, so stay tuned. Until next time, here are the credits to my patrons who continue to donate like awesome people. Remember, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. Happy Halloween.
Welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Dang, I've gotta say, the new Tales from the Break Room coffee, Morning Brew, is my favorite coffee right now. Yes, this is a shameless self-promo, but it's genuinely good. Get yours before we run out at eeriecast.store. Join me, Morning Brew drinkers, as I have a very fun and scary episode today, full of state trooper horror, Japanese demons, and more. These are Tales from the Break Room. And don't forget to leave us a rating on Spotify and Apple Podcasts if you haven't done so yet. Thanks. Mile Marker 22. From Motto Man. I work as a state trooper in a rural portion of a mountainous state. The job is generally quite boring. In rural areas, we get a lot of calls for service, for farm animals blocking roadways, crashes, and occasional lost children or senior citizens. Every once in a while, the boredom is halted by a moment of sheer terror. I work as an interdiction trooper, which really means that my primary responsibility is to intercept vehicles suspected to be of human or drug trafficking origin. A special set of tools I was equipped with consisted of night vision goggles and a drug dog, a yellow lab named Hutch. Hutch is not intimidating whatsoever, and is quite friendly. His job was only to sniff for narcotics. A lot of the job of an interdiction officer is spent in the median, just looking for unusual circumstances, namely out-of-state license plates, rental vehicles, stuff that is not normally seen in rural parts of the state. I was also issued a large Ford Expedition, which is a different patrol vehicle than most. It has more space for Hutch, and allows me to have access to extra gear and power tools needed to search vehicles. It was a particularly frigid winter evening, though snow had not yet fallen anywhere other than the mountains. As such, the skies were clear, and the roadways were dry. I was sitting in the median of the highway when I noticed a set of headlights that appeared to be traveling at a high rate of speed. My radar gave off a reading of over 100 miles per hour on a 70-mile-per-hour highway. I turned on my overhead emergency lights, and the vehicle immediately began to slow. I caught up to the vehicle, a red Volkswagen, and it pulled over onto the shoulder of the highway. I turned on my takedown lights and my spotlight. I could see that the vehicle had 3 occupants. They appeared to all be college-aged females. I walked up, shining my flashlight into the mirror so that I couldn't be easily spotted. I spoke to the driver, who I noticed had just pulled her shirt down to be a little more revealing, a trick that some women attempt to get out of tickets. But in this case, it was not successful. All 3 women were friendly, overly friendly, something I found to be consistent with manipulative behavior. They were trying to be friendly to get me to let my guard down. I soon noticed the smell of alcohol coming from the vehicle, and I noticed that the driver's license of the driver indicated she was under the age of 21. I said, "Any reason you're driving so fast?" She answered, "We're out of school for the holiday. We're just trying to get home by a reasonable hour to be with our families." She did sound genuine. When I was about to respond by asking if she'd been drinking, I heard dispatch in my ear. "Any units in the area of mile marker 22 in the canyon? I have numerous 911 reports of a low-flying aircraft that may be crashing. I need units to respond code 3. I knew I was the only one working, and I would have been the only one in close proximity otherwise. I informed dispatch I'm clearing my stop and will be responding to the area. The girl was smiling, knowing she was about to get away with whatever illicit activity she was committing. "Thank you for your service," she said as I walked away. The girls laughed. I ran to my car and started the siren. Then I headed towards the canyon, leaving the red Volkswagen behind me. I was still 20 minutes away from this call for service, even with my sirens on. As I entered the canyon, I remembered that I don't always have radio signal out here, due to these cliffs. It was guaranteed that I wouldn't have cell service, but the radio should work in most places away from cliff edges. I continued to run as quickly as I could in my school bus of a police car. At approximately mile marker 20, I attempted to pick up my radio to inform dispatch that I was in the area of the emergency, but I noticed that the radio didn't give any tones when I attempted to key up. I looked down and saw the screen fizzle out. I took out my handheld radio and found I couldn't even switch it on or off. It wasn't functioning at all. Hutch began to whimper and whine, which was not like him. He's used to lights and sirens and engine sounds. I could hear him shaking in his cage, which concerned me. At this point, I noticed that my stereo was only playing static. This was unusual, as I had downloaded this country playlist on my phone, so I wouldn't have needed cellular to listen to my music. I passed mile marker 22, and I slowed down. If this plane did crash, it should be in this area where the 911 calls stated they last had seen it. I summited a large hill, pine trees on either side of the roadway, making visibility a nightmare. Snow had begun to fall lightly as my elevation increased. As I crested the hill, I noticed the trees opened up to a large meadow. I turned on my spotlight and began using it to search the meadow for unusual activity. With my spotlight, I was able to locate the aircraft. It rested in the meadow with a large debris field surrounding it, and a clear path of destruction leading to it, as it had crashed into the trees and foliage and dug up the dirt as it went. My radio was still dead. At this point, my car engine died entirely. I pulled out my phone, trying to call dispatch directly. As I tried to dial, the keypad went haywire. It acted like someone was touching every button on the screen at the same time, which kept me from making the call. Then the screen went rainbow striped, and it shut down entirely. My traffic radar made strange noises I'd never heard before. Then there was a snap sound, and I noticed a little puff of smoke coming from the radar antenna. It was toast. I had no time for that. I ran back to my expedition and grabbed my medical bag. Then I began to run to the aircraft, which was about 300 feet off the roadway. As I was running to the craft, I noticed it didn't have any wings. Well, it had crashed after all, so maybe it lost its wings when it hit the trees. The craft was about twice as long as my expedition, but only about half as tall. I couldn't locate any engines. The thing was cigar-shaped. I ran up to it and began trying to find the occupants. Thing is, I couldn't find any windows or doors anywhere. I stood against the side of the craft, and I felt a slight warmth coming from it, but it made no noise. I found this strange writing on the side of the craft. Reminded me of hieroglyphics. I also noticed an insignia on the side that did not appear to be consistent with American military. Just then, the field was illuminated completely, and I was overwhelmed by the sound of a dual-rotor helicopter. I looked up, and I saw a Chinook helicopter orbiting the field, keeping the spotlight on the craft and myself. I was very concerned then. I'd responded to an airplane crash before, and it was nothing like this. I could hear Hutch barking from my vehicle. I noticed a lot of activity on the roadway. Several military trucks had just pulled up and surrounded my vehicle, and about 24 soldiers climbed out of those trucks. They had rifles slung, and 4 of them ran towards me, telling me to keep my hands away from my sidearm. The first one that reached me immediately took my sidearm out of my holster. The next grabbed my arm, telling me I needed to sit in my vehicle until I was told I could leave. I got a good look at the 4 men that were escorting me to my car. They wore military camo and had plate carrier vests with extra magazines. They had helmets on that also had night vision goggles equipped. Slung over the shoulder was an H&K MP7 submachine gun. They had no patches or insignia, aside from American flags on the front of their plate carriers. These definitely weren't some National Guard nerds. They opened my car door and made sure I sat down in the car. One stayed by the door of my car to make sure I didn't leave. I noticed the other soldiers were clearing the field and woodline around the craft. Then, a military semi-truck pulled up, which was pulling a large flatbed trailer with a crane. A second semi pulled up, and this one had a large military-style fifth-wheel camper trailer. It had what appeared to be a satellite relay on the top, and a large generator running in the back to power it. I assumed this was some sort of mobile command post. Hutch was going absolutely hysterical in the back. Behind me, I noticed the soldiers had set up a blockade on the highway. I then saw red and blue police lights near the blockade. How long had my radio not been functioning? If I had missed dispatch trying to check in on me, they likely sent other units looking for me to make sure I was alive, but I'd missed it. I attempted to use my radio then, but it still wasn't functioning. I watched in my mirror as a silhouette approached me, unmistakably a state trooper, campaign hat and all. It was my sergeant. For this guy to come out was unusual. You hardly ever saw him on the road. He said to me, "You okay, trooper?" I said, "Yeah, I'm good. Who are these guys?" He responded, "I was called about the downed craft, and I was told I needed to come and speak to you. Be here in case any media show up." "Speak to me about what?" Did I do something wrong? I don't think so, son. But I don't know who these guys are. It's best we just do what they say for now. This unsettled me. I'm not trying to get involved in anything. I just needed to check for casualties. That's why I was here. They took my gun, I told him. Sarge told me. We'll get it back, but don't do anything hasty. This is all very strange. I've never seen any airplane like that before. It's shaped like a tic-tac. Where are the engines? Just then, 2 men in suits approached us. They did not introduce themselves. I noticed they both were about a whole head taller than my Sarge, who was 6 feet. They both had Sig Sauer P226s holstered on their belts, with no visible badges. Their shoes looked neatly shined, and they made very uncomfortable eye contact with me. What did you see? I got the strong impression I wasn't supposed to have seen anything, so I replied, Nothing, sir. One of them responded, Good. All you saw here was a small passenger aircraft that had a malfunction. They turned to my sergeant, who looked unsettled. Can you take his dash camera footage? We're gonna need it. Do not download it for your records. My dash camera had a storage device in the dash of my truck. You can only access it with a special key. He pulled out the key and inserted it into my dash, then pulled out the large storage component entirely, handing it over. One of the suited men opened the passenger door of my truck and took my body cam out. Then they both walked away. What the hell is all this? My Sarge asked. After about an hour, the craft was loaded onto the flatbed, covered by tarps. The helicopter was still orbiting. We were told to leave the canyon and to not follow the convoy, so we did as we were instructed. We drove back to the office in town where my LT stood waiting for us. The hell happened? Why weren't you responding to the radio? I explained. It stopped working. No idea what happened to it. By then, my phone and stereo began to work again, and my handheld began working too. My radar, though, was absolutely fried. What did you see? He asked. My Sarge said, Just a downed aircraft. We had bad radio signal up there. No casualties, though. Everyone went home safely. The LT asked the Sarge, They just went home? I mean, don't we at least need to make a public statement? The Sarge simply said, No, that won't be necessary. The LT scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? I went home at the end of my shift, and I had a lot of trouble sleeping. The next morning I was sitting in the kitchen, still ruminating on the night before. There was a knock on my door then. I opened the door, and there stood the 2 suited men from the night before. But I didn't see a car parked in my driveway, nor anywhere on the road. One of them handed me my sidearm, saying, Thank you for your service. Remember what we told you. They then walked off my porch and down the sidewalk. I got the feeling that I shouldn't continue to watch them. When I got to work later that day, my dash camera storage unit was in my locker, along with my body cam. I plugged them both in. They'd been wiped clean. No records of anything that happened that evening after the traffic stop I made with that car full of drunk girls. The LT is back to pretending I don't exist. The worst part is I'm too afraid to tell anyone, because I just can't place it, but there's something unnerving about those suited men. I don't want to encounter them again. Banks of Matoyo, from Salty Snowman. My name is irrelevant, but I'm 32 years old this year. I've been a travel vlogger for the better part of 12 years, so I go out, looking into haunted or abandoned places, often just doing what's called urban exploration. I've moved overseas since last year, and I made my way to what is now my home, in Kagawa, Japan. It had been a lifelong ambition to live in Japan, as I got lured in with their temples, rich history, and ancient ways of life. So I settled in the city of Mitoyo, which wasn't the largest city in Kagawa Prefecture, but honestly was quite beautiful and had its own way of life. It is a city rich in culture, legends, and lore. I was doing a vlog with a friend of mine. I'll call him T. T and I had been friends since I started doing my vlogs, and he stumbled across them all those years ago. He had emailed me with his excitement of seeing what the rest of the world had to offer, and we became fast friends. Honestly, as sweet as it is, we hadn't met up until last year, and that year was a whirlwind, perhaps the best year of my life. T and I planned a tour around Kagawa, of all its haunted and spooky locations. We'd already been to a few locations where nothing happened, but it was still pretty spooky. I enjoyed walking around the riverside, camping, looking for anything to vlog about, other than just walking and showing off the beauty of Kagawa. This day we were going to explore Yashima, which is a battlefield in Kagawa. It is also a lava field where people have lived for centuries. It seemed like a great place for ghost hunting, and honestly I'd been excitedly waiting all week for this. T and I made our way there, and we got set up within our claimed spot for the evening in the campground. It was still a ways till evening, but setting up meant we would be prepared for when it was time to set out and hunt. It was midday by the time we were done, so we took a rest for a few hours, until around 7. We got the camera, and we set up. It was a long process because somehow I had packed the batteries in the wrong bag, and it took forever to find the spare we needed. We had permission to go up to the temple, and I was thrilled to get started. So I figured, with that thrill, I'd mispacked some things. No big deal, but it was a massive time killer. T and I found the battery, and we were off on the trek to the temple. It wasn't too far, and we got there about 8 after we found a place to park and walked up the stairs. The hike was a lot of fun. We chatted about the history in front of the camera, explaining the temple's purpose and how it was still used pretty often during the day. We went on about how people reported seeing soldiers, priests, and other creatures, and how we hoped we would see something this night. The walk itself was gorgeous. They had the pathway lit up for the residents to show the fall leaves and the beauty of the shrine. It was open for everyone, even after the sun went down, due to the viewing season, but we had a section that was usually off limits for safety purposes. The power of waivers truly will never fail to impress me. T was getting a bit nervous. I couldn't tell if it was the excitement or the fear, but he was rambling about the history of the shrine itself, and how, when he was a child, he used to go here on his holiday breaks with his family. I was more so focused on the darkened spot that we were headed towards. It was a stark contrast to the well-lit areas. It seemed like the darkness was swallowing everything, even our own shadows, that were cast into the gloom. Things seemed to swirl, twirl, and melt into the void. The only thing I could see by was my camera's light. We were near an unused part of the shrine, and it was obvious it wasn't as tended to, since there were leaves littering the ground and decaying holy rope around the tree. Granted, we were behind the shrine complex, but it was still a bit eerie, especially when I looked over my shoulder, seeing just how different the lit area was from where we stood. I heard rustling and turned my attention back towards the tree. In the branches I spotted a tanuki, which by itself really wasn't unusual. It was just a bigger version of a raccoon, really. It startled me, sure, but it was something pretty common in the area, so nothing unusual about it. And that moment had T chuckling, tossing acorns up at the raccoon to drive it away. Lovely, I thought. Just what I needed. Cursed by a temple raccoon. I rolled my eyes at T before chuckling under my breath. My friend was a child at heart, and I loved him for it. He could turn any scary situation into something to laugh at. I kept walking with T behind me until we reached a flat area out of sight of the temple lights, and we set up an extra camera, which was shooting in infrared, to see what our eyes couldn't. We began to ask questions into the air, waiting a few moments and playing the questions back on a recorder which we'd brought. And aside from what small sounds could be heard, we hadn't heard any words, just things that sounded like sighs or maybe small gasps, which could easily be dismissed as us exhaling or small gusts of wind that we couldn't feel at the time. I broke out our snacks and looked at the time. It was barely 10 at this point, so we had consumed quite a bit of time in that area. We moved on from the location, heading towards the battlefield instead, which was quite overgrown and took a long time to actually reach. It was midnight by the time we set up again. We then sat down for a break. We ran the recorder, seeing if we could get anything by just being quiet for a while. The cameras were running for the vlog, and I kept tossing a few jokes to T, who was getting a bit tired, if his yawning was anything to go by. We were a ways away from anyone at this point, even though we had seen a few teenagers doing a trial of courage on our way here. They were by this old building that they claimed was far more haunted by spirits than the old battlefield. I added that to our list of places to check out. But anyway, T and I were alone at this point. That's when we began to see shadows moving. It was out of the range of our lights, but I swore I'd seen shadows moving about in the dark. I was horrified seeing it. I didn't know what I expected, but shadow figures was definitely not it. They were flickering quite quickly. It was like I was seeing them through the snow of a TV. They were distorted, and everything about them seemed blurred, no longer of our world. They appeared more like projections onto our area. I wasn't even sure what I was seeing, but I heard T react with silent prayers as he pointed his own camera at the sight. He was trembling by now as he aimed the camera. I was standing on shaky legs, trying to get closer with the recorder in my hand. I heard nothing though. The figure simply rushed by, but replaying the recorder later, I heard screams, running, and what I guessed was bodies colliding. Honestly, the playback was far scarier than seeing the silent shadows. T followed me reluctantly, spewing forth prayers and noises of discomfort whenever a shadow got too close. I stopped when we reached a point of the field where we could no longer walk due to brambles. I had foolishly decided to wear shorts. But past the brambles, into the slightly overgrown part bordering a construction site, we saw more figures rushing towards us. These were tall, hulking figures that dashed out of the shadows. We ran then. We were absolutely booking it back to the car. When we reached it, the figures slammed into it, dispersing against the metal. But as they made their way through it, there was a rush of air and what sounded like angry, horrifying screams. We made our way back to the camp we set up. We went through our findings, and T refused to ever come back to that area again. And for once, I agreed. That Old Theater, from Indestructible. This happened when I was 17 years old. I'd been looking for a job, any job, but I didn't want to do the usual stuff. You know, fry cook, burger flipper, stuck in a loud kitchen with half your high school. A lot of my friends worked those places, but it just wasn't my style. I don't know, fluorescent lights and greasy floors and yelling managers. It all felt wrong for me. So I tried looking online. I found a bunch of postings that went absolutely nowhere. I even showed up to one place, and the address wasn't even a business. It was an empty unit with paper on the windows. After a couple of weeks of that nonsense, I was about to surrender and put on a fast food hat when my neighbor told me he knew a guy who was hiring. He said it was hard labor, but the pay was good. And honestly, at that point, good money sounded like heaven. So I met up with the guy. I'll call him Mr. Danner. Mr. Danner told me he'd bought our town's old theater, the one that had been shut down for like 30 years. Everyone in town knew about it. Faded posters still stuck behind dusty glass, marquee lights long dead, that kind of thing. But apparently he had big plans. He'd bought the two businesses on either side of the theater and wanted to knock the walls down, adding extra screening rooms, making the old main theater the centerpiece, a huge one with a balcony and everything. He said nobody made theaters with balconies anymore, and he wanted something classic. So that summer, I started working for him. He stuck me on simple stuff at first, unbolting old seats, moving them out on these little dollies he had. We stripped out the whole place, molding, trim, dusty curtains, everything. The crown molding looked older than anybody working there. Crews were up on lifts, tearing down the big stuff, while I was just doing my thing on the ground. And truthfully, I didn't mind. I had my little tool bag he gave me, and it felt good just having a job where I didn't have to smell like fryer oil when I got home. After a couple of weeks, the main theater was completely gutted. They'd already cut a hallway and were building those new rooms on the sides. 4 new theaters in total. The heavy construction stuff was almost ready for the next team to come in. The carpet people and screen installers and the fancy seat company. That's when Mr. Danner moved me into the lobby. That place looked like a time capsule. There was an old popcorn machine with that greasy yellow glass and faded movie signs. There was some kind of metal roaster thing on the counter. I had to ask him what that was. He said they used to steam roast nuts in it, or candy or something. He said he wasn't even sure. Anyway, that's when things started to get weird. It started small. Some of the old glass cases were still on the walls back then, the ones that used to hold play posters. They had little bulbs lining the frames, like they were meant to light the posters up from all sides. Old school stuff. One afternoon, not even nighttime, just late in the day, they cut the power to the lobby. They were running new electrical lines, pulling out all the old wiring. Knob and tube, they called it. That was the day I learned what that even was. An electrician handed me one of those porcelain insulators and said, "Keep it, kid. You can sharpen a knife with it. They don't make these anymore." Not sure if he was serious, but I did keep it. Since the lobby power was cut, they had run extension cords everywhere. Lights strung across the stage and hanging off ladders, just enough to see what you're doing. I'd unbolted that old nut roasting machine a day or two before, and it was still sitting in the middle of the lobby. At the time, I thought it was just going to end up in the junk pile. But apparently, someone bought it. Whoever wanted that thing must have been really into the nostalgia. I was taking my break, sitting on what was left of the concession counter. They'd torn it out, dragging it into the middle of the room to haul later. I had my old sliding keyboard phone, playing some simple game on it. I didn't have a smartphone back then, just something to pass the time. And then, I heard this little hum, like a soft vroom. I looked up, and one of the display cases, the one still on the wall, was buzzing. A low, vibrating sound, and the bulbs were flickering. I remember thinking how weird that was, because there wasn't supposed to be any power in that whole section. Then, out of nowhere, it lit up. Bright. Too bright. Suddenly, a couple of the bulbs blew out with these sharp little pops. Glass specks pattered inside the case. It made me jump. It didn't make sense to me. How could that happen? A minute later, a few guys from another crew came in, asking if the machine in the lobby was the one that needed to be boxed up and sold. I told them yeah, that was the one. So they had me help move the counter and everything else out of their way. As we shoved the counter toward that same wall, I got a close look at the case that had lit up. The bulbs were pitch black inside, like smoke had filled them. They had definitely burnt out. After they wheeled the roaster out, I swept up the area. The old carpet had been glued to the concrete, and when they ripped it out, it left these little ridges everywhere, thousands of them. The owner told me they were going to diamond polish the concrete and buff it shiny later. But first, I had to get all this glue off. He gave me orange-scented glue remover. I mixed it up like the jug said, then I spread it across the floor, letting it sit for a while. But that while took forever. By the time I got to the last patch, the whole room smelled like those orange mechanic hand cleaners. I was kneeling there, looking at the floor, thinking it actually smelled kinda good. And that's when I heard it. A popping sound, just one at first, then another. Soft little cracks, almost cheerful. It took me a second, but when I realized what it reminded me of, I froze. Because it sounded like popcorn. But that couldn't be. The popcorn machine had been tossed in the dumpster 2 days ago. In fact, I unhooked the whole thing myself. Nobody had even touched that area since. I turned around, thinking maybe one of those poster case bulbs had blown again. But everything was still. Dead quiet. Except somewhere in that lobby, faint pop, 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 like a popcorn maker was warming up. That was enough for me. It was close to the end of my shift anyway, and I didn't want to be in there anymore. The orange cleaner said it was friendly and citrus fresh, but I treated it like it had a chemical smell, and I grabbed my stuff and got out. The next day, things were back to normal. Or as normal as they got in that place. A cleaning crew had come in earlier and scraped up all the glue I'd soaked. The concrete looked a little better, still rough, but cleaner. I came in halfway through their shift to help haul out some trash and move boxes. Easy stuff. The kind of work where your brain starts to drift because all you're doing is lifting and sweeping. At one point, I walked through the lobby to toss some debris, and I caught a smell. I hadn't smelled this since the roaster had been pulled out, but I knew what it was. Roasted nuts. Warm, sweet, like I was right next to an old-timey festival booth or a mall kiosk. Cinnamon mixed with something else I couldn't place. Thing was, that roaster was long gone, sold, and the air in the lobby should have smelled like dust, wet concrete, that orange chemical stuff. But it didn't. Not then. It smelled like someone had just cracked open a fresh batch. I didn't say a word. I kept working, figuring maybe one of the guys had brought snacks or something. Later on, when we were pulling out another section of the old concession counter, the smell changed. It went from roasted nuts to something richer and thicker, reminding me of melted chocolate. Almost like those old theater treats dipped in chocolate. Things they hadn't sold here in decades. I remember stopping and sniffing the air, thinking one of the crew might have spilled something. But nobody had any food. It was all tools and dust masks, even warm Gatorade bottles. But no chocolate. A little while after that, the foreman asked me to go sweep the far corner again, the one near the old poster cases. That was my least favorite spot. I don't know why, I just didn't like being there. Anyway, I headed over, broom dragging behind me, and as I got close, I noticed something odd. The glass inside one of the cases was fogged over, just the inside, like someone had breathed on it, and there was a little smear on the lower corner. Maybe it was a handprint, except it was too smudged to be sure. I hoped one of the guys had brushed by it earlier, but again, no one ever went near those things unless they were taking one down. I turned away and kept sweeping. Dust, concrete grit, little shreds of glue, nothing special. But then, quietly, just on the edge of my hearing, I heard something. It wasn't a pop or a hum. It sounded more like people. They weren't talking. It was more like a crowd settling in before a show starts. The soft shifting of people's bodies, an occasional whisper, the low murmur of an audience waiting. It drifted through the lobby, like it was coming from the old theater hall itself, like the seats we'd torn out were still full. I stood there with my broom, holding my breath, listening. The murmur faded, then came back, but then faded again. There were no clear words or footsteps, just strange, quiet sounds of a crowd that should not have been and was not there. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the empty hallway. and when I finally stepped outside into the daylight, it was like someone turned the silence back on. Nothing followed me out. Nothing echoed after I closed the door. But I swear, it felt like I'd walked out of a room full of people. After that day, a few more strange things happened. Nothing dramatic. Nothing you could really point to, just little things. An occasional smell that shouldn't be there, a flicker of light even with the power off, the sound of shuffling in a room that was completely vacant. But the odd thing was, the more we tore out, the quieter everything got. Like every strip of carpet, every row of seats, every chunk of old molding we pried loose took something with it. By the time we pulled down the balcony railings and scraped the last of the glue off the concrete, the theater wasn't doing anything anymore. I stopped hearing hums and whispers, and I stopped smelling things. It was like we'd gutted whatever life it had left, like we'd torn its very soul out. When the renovation was finished and the place finally reopened, none of the new crew ever mentioned anything weird. The place was all bright lights and new carpet and fresh paint. It was just another movie theater now. But for me, that summer will always stick with me. I'll never forget those eerie little things. It felt like the old theater was trying to hold on, trying to put up a fight, trying to save itself from being torn apart. I'm not sure if you believe in that sort of thing, but I was there, and I'll never forget it. The Plaster Man, from Billy Towers. I'm a construction worker, or rather, a deconstruction worker. I work in demolitions, and despite what many people think, it's not just slamming a wrecking ball into a building or blowing it up from the base. Demolition requires planning, including learning the integral structure of a building, identifying potential hazardous materials, determining the most suitable technique for the job, and of course, ensuring that absolutely no one is in the building. Clearing out vagrants is the most challenging part of this job, at least for me. Living in the Midwest, most of them are just homeless people trying to get out of the cold, with the occasional user trying to snort, smoke, or shoot up in peace. Whatever the case, it doesn't feel great telling someone who was once peacefully asleep that they now have to clear out, or risk getting blown sky high or buried under rubble. That's how I used to feel, until I got the plaster factory job. This happened bright and early at 6 in the morning. Well, bright is an overstatement, because the sun wouldn't rise for another hour and a half, but it happened in the morning. My work crew and I gathered around the plaster factory, a rundown construction material plant that hadn't been used in over 40 years. It was anyone's guess how it was still standing, but it was. And now it was our job to tear it down that day. Initial sweeps of the building showed no signs of anyone staying there. But despite this, I could not shake the feeling that every time I entered the place, I felt like I wasn't alone, like I was being watched. I also swore I heard breathing, short, raspy breaths that barely registered above a whisper. My coworkers explained it away. Sometimes the foundation shifts, and when the foundation shifts, it makes noises, they said. I guess that just comes with old creepy buildings, which is why I was glad to see it being torn down. Our site manager gave us our assignments, and I, of course, and 3 other poor souls, were chosen to do one last sweep before the charges were finally set. When we walked into the building, the feeling of being watched immediately came over me again, like the walls themselves had eyes. I was ready to leave before we even started. 2 of the 3 went off to the east, and the last and I went off to the west to perform a full sweep. My coworker, whom I learned is named Josh, went up a narrow staircase and found ourselves in the old office area of the plant. We looked under desks, in cabinets, and in closets, and came up empty. Nothing but old files and cans of plaster. Just as we were about to leave, Josh turned to a nearby wall and stared at it. When I asked him what was wrong, He said that he felt the wall was looking at him. That alone had me ready to walk out, to get everyone in here and have the place stripped down to the studs. Quick narrator's note, I had to switch microphones because that one was giving me problems, so it might sound a little different here on out. He slowly inched closer to the wall, watching for the debris on the floor until he was right next to it. His radio buzzed. Then it spoke with the voice of our site manager, asking for our location. I turned to the wall, only to see two eyes open from the wall, staring at Josh. Josh looked up and screamed as a mouth formed from the wall, and it screamed in response. Soon 2 legs loosened themselves from the wall, along with a torso and 2 arms, one of the hands holding a hammer. He was completely naked, which is how I knew they were a he. Every part of his body had been covered in plaster. I stood in stunned silence as the man covered in plaster raised his hammer at Josh, who was now screaming and backing away frantically. This plaster man swung his hammer down on Josh's head, cracking his skull and dropping Josh to the floor limp. The plaster man turned to me with a plaster-covered face and yelled for me to get out. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned around and immediately went for the hallway. Just as I'd made it to the top of the stairs, I heard the sound of something shaking, maybe something cracking. I turned around quickly to see the plaster man crash through the drywall of the office rooms into the hallway. I stared, frozen in fear, as I watched blood trickle down the plaster man's face. His right shoulder was limp, dangling loosely. I think he dislocated it when he rammed through the wall. He grabbed his arm with his left hand and popped his shoulder back in with a growl. He screamed again, this time at both a high pitch and a low tone, for me to get out. I stumbled backward and found myself falling down the stairs. I tumbled and tossed on each step before I hit the landing. I groaned before I picked myself up to see the plaster man dashing down the stairs after me. I turned and ran back to the main entrance, the plaster man close on my heels. I opened the main door and ran out, stopping to catch my breath when I thought I was far enough away. I turned, and there was the plaster man at the threshold of the door, panting as he glared at me. It didn't take much convincing to get the site manager to call the proper authorities. After a violent but brief encounter, they were able to apprehend the plaster man and get Josh to safety. Josh suffered a concussion and had to get 37 stitches. Plaster man was also sent to the hospital, but I'm not really sure what happened to him after that. What I do know is that the next time I check for people in a building, I'm not taking just one person, and I'll definitely be taking closer looks at the walls. Uber Legend from B.W. Newman. Some time ago, I was listening to another of the podcasts on this network about skinwalkers and how they seem to be adapting, manipulating technology. It slotted a lot of pieces into place for me about an incident that occurred a few years ago when I was driving for Uber. This isn't one of those tales of a lonely stretch of road and something nefarious keeping pace with my car, but it might be something just as embedded in our collective paranormal experiences. A phantom hitchhiker. Only she wasn't a hitchhiker. A phantom, maybe. Likely, but not a hitchhiker. Not really. Like I said, I'd been driving for Uber. I accepted this ride. There were account details and everything. Both locations were real. Granted, the pickup location was a bit strange, but nothing hair-raising. The spot had been recently raised for a box store bonanza. You know the type, like a strip mall only on Texan-sized steroids. The area used to be one of those post-war neighborhoods, small family homes built for returning GIs and their future progeny. I mean, all that PTSD concentrated into one geographic area. Who knows? Maybe something took root, frayed the edges of that liminal veil. More likely, the economy took a dip, the rich ditched, and just as the place was about to slip into official urban decay, a developer came in to save the day. Poetic, no? Anyway, when the call came in, those houses had been rubble for a long while, and you could just make out the shadowy shapes of heavy machinery on the outskirts of the property. In short, this was not an ideal place for adolescent antics, but given that it wasn't far from a commercial/residential area, it wasn't the oddest place to request a ride from either. It was quiet and secluded, but also very well lit. It had been a Goldilocks kind of night. Not too slow, not too harried. A balanced smattering of talkers and window gazers. But now I was ready to go home. So when the app offered me one more ride, I nearly declined. But I noticed her destination was in the same direction as my place. So I figured one more ride couldn't hurt. I envisioned a quick drop-off at one of the fancy condos I assumed she lived at, then heading home to close the night off with a much-deserved nightcap. When I pulled up, she opened the door and closed it again. There was no walking through walls nonsense, or 1 second she's outside and the next she's sitting in the back seat, staring creepily at me through the rearview mirror. There were no overt red flags. At least, nothing I could clock at the time. Looking back, one could argue there were a few key moments, seasoned with a little spooky spice, but nothing that a dose of rationale couldn't clear up. For example, this had been a cool but dry spring night. The weather had not been calling for rain, and yet this girl was soggy. Not like fell into a pool kind of wet, more like she took a few sprints through the community sprinkler system. I didn't really think too much about it. We were all young once. We've gotten up to all manner of ridiculous mischief once or twice. Frankly, I was more concerned about my back seat than this girl's watery escapades. I could tell right away. She was gonna be a window gazer, which suited me just fine. I just wanted to get us both home as quickly as the laws allowed. She was profoundly quiet. I kept peeking into the rearview mirror to make sure she was still alive, which in hindsight was grossly unnecessary. I thought about making small talk or turning the radio on, but there was something sanctified about this silence. It was the sort of quiet that envelops a gravesite. For her part, she just kept looking out the window. Then I noticed she wasn't holding her cell phone. I haven't seen many teens without a Heston vice grip on their devices. Maybe the battery was dead, or it got waterlogged after her misadventures. Who knows? At the time, it was one of those passing observations that did not warrant much thought. But when you zoomed out the picture, things got a bit more perplexing. One thing I forgot to mention was her outfit. Aside from being damp, it was outdated. When I was pulling up, I was taken back a couple of decades by the faded jean combo she was rocking. A jean jacket over a garish t-shirt, sporting some long-forgotten 80s pop icon, tapered acid-washed jeans, leg warmers, and Reeboks. Her hair seemed to be coming down a bit after having been teased to within an inch of its life. She had most of it tied up with a neon green scrunchie. Everything had a plausible explanation. I'd picked up a Stranger Things superfan making her way back home from some cosplay pool party gone awry, and now all she wanted was to go home and sleep it off. I didn't pull up to any condos like I thought I might. Instead, I drove down a dark cul-de-sac and up what I assumed was her driveway. That's when it all sort of fell apart. I didn't hear the door open, and the interior lights had been acting up, so they didn't come on. But by the time I stopped and looked back, she was gone. The only indication that she had been there at all was my damp back seat and the wide-open car door. At first, I was annoyed. No thanks or sorry for the upholstery, but now you can't even close my door. I looked around, but I couldn't see her. So then I got worried. Did she fall out at some point? Was she sick and splayed out on the driveway? I came around to her side of the car, but she wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. The house I'd pulled up to was dark, and it stayed dark. The street remained deserted. I mean, it's possible she ducked and rolled before I pulled into the driveway, but then what? She sprinted into someone's backyard and jumped the fence to avoid detection? The fare was prepaid, so it's not like she was skipping out on the bill. It was weird, uncanny. And before y'all ask, no, I didn't talk to anybody at the house. There was no grieving mother smiling sadly at me with a framed photo of the daughter she lost 20 years ago. There was just me, looking increasingly more and more suspicious, prowling around some random person's driveway. I shut the door and I made my way back behind the wheel. I was super tired by this point, and more than a little weirded out. So I didn't even check my Uber app. I just clocked out and went home. It wasn't until the next day, when I was going through my rides, I noticed hers was missing. Like it had never taken place, it had never been there. But I know it had been. I drove to 2 separate locations, I had a passenger, and the wet seats proved it. Of course, I inquired with Uber, but they came back with nothing. They had me signing out of the app right before I confirmed the last ride. I've never been quite able to get my head around this. I have no idea who that girl was. I had no reason to remember her name. Sure, I confirmed it at the time. It was something like Cassie or Chloe, but nothing to build an internet sleuthing ring around. I was just going to file this one under stories for the bar when I heard that Skinwalker episode, and my worldview imploded a little. Somewhere out there, I think there's a ghost in the machine, just trying to make her way home. The Mad Ill Lot. From Anonymous. People have this romantic idea about the starving artist, the tortured genius in his garret, suffering beautifully for his craft. Nobody tells you the garret is actually a 2003 Honda Civic with a cracked windshield and a passenger seat full of everything you own. I ended up in Oklahoma by accident, more or less. I'd been heading to Austin. I had a friend there who said I could crash on his couch while I figured things out, but the Civic had other plans. The transmission started to slip somewhere around Ardmore, and by the time I limped into this nothing town called Madill, the mechanic told me I'd be lucky to get another 50 miles before it gave out completely. I could still drive it around town if I babied it, but the highway to Austin might as well have been the moon. $2,200 to fix, I was told. I had about $400 to my name, so that was that. My car was a ticking disaster. Madill, Oklahoma. Population maybe 4,000. 1 Walmart, 1 McDonald's, a Mexican restaurant that was actually pretty good. I ate there once before I started rationing what was left in my bank account. After that, it was gas station food and whatever I could find at the food bank at the Baptist church on Wednesdays. I parked behind the Walmart at first, which was stupid. They ran me off the second night. After that, I found this spot, a dirt lot behind a farm store that closed at 5. The owner was this older guy named Dean, who saw me pulling in one evening and came out to see what I was doing. I told him the truth, that my car broke down and I was waiting on money to come in. I just needed somewhere to sleep. He said I could stay as long as I wasn't doing drugs or causing trouble. I wasn't, so yeah. 3 weeks I lived in that lot. As for the writing thing, I should explain that. I'd sold exactly 1 short story in my entire life. $800 to a literary magazine no one's ever heard of. But in my head, I was a writer. I was going to write the great American novel. I was going to be somebody. Instead, I was 34 years old, sleeping in my car in Oklahoma, applying to gas station jobs on my phone, and getting rejected by most of them. And then, the thing started to show up. It was around the end of my 2nd week there. The first encounter, I thought it was a dog. A big one, maybe some stray. The lot backed up against this empty field, and beyond that was woods. Decent-sized patch of timber that ran along some creek. I'd see deer sometimes in the early mornings, coming out to graze in the field. Dogs weren't unusual either in a rural area like this. People just let their dogs run about. But this wasn't moving like a dog. I was trying to sleep. It was maybe 2 in the morning, hot as heck, even with the windows cracked. And I kept hearing this sound, a sniffing sound like a pig rummaging around, a grunt and a huff. I sat up and looked out the back window. There was this shape out in the field. It was about 50 feet from the car. It was down on all fours, nose to the ground, working its way across the grass in strange little circles. The moon was bright enough that I could see it pretty well, and my first thought was, that's a big freaking pig. My second thought was, oh, that's not a pig. The back legs were longer than the front, so it moved with this weird rocking motion, hindquarters higher than the shoulders. The snout was long, more like an anteater than a pig, and it swept left and right as it probed the ground in front of it. I don't know how long I watched it, but eventually it moved off toward the tree line and disappeared into the woods. That was a rough night for sleep, I'll tell you that. The night after, it was closer. Around the same time, the same sounds. But this time, when I looked out, it was only about 20 feet from the car. It was still snuffling around in those strange circles. But I could see more details now. The skin was hairless, or mostly hairless. Patches of bristle here and there like a diseased hog. The color was disgusting. Like gray pale with a sheen to it. I mean, wet looking. It stopped what it was doing and raised its head. The snout came up and waved in my direction, like it was tasting or smelling the air. I could see its nostrils flare up, 2 dark slits at the end of that long tube. It didn't have eyes, or I couldn't see them. If it did have eyes, they were small enough to disappear in the moonlight. We stayed like that for 10 seconds. I was in the car trying not to breathe, and that thing was in the field, snout pointed at me like some sort of dreadful antenna. Thank God it went back to rooting around rather than taking notice of me. I got out of there, started the car, transmission grinding and engine whining. The whole vehicle shook like it was going to fall apart, and I drove carefully to the Walmart parking lot. Security or whatever be darned. I sat in that lit parking space until dawn, and I didn't close my eyes once. Dean asked me the next day why I'd moved. I told him there was some animal out there that was freaking me out, some sort of wild pig thing. He gave me this look, and he didn't look surprised. Did you see which way it went? Into the woods, towards the creek. Yeah, folks have seen that before, or something like it. He didn't elaborate. Fine by me, I guess. I went back to that lot that night, because I didn't have anywhere else to go. The Walmart security guy had already warned me twice, and at least Dean's lot was safe from cops. That thing came back around 2:30. I was awake, because I was waiting for it, watching. This time it came right up to the car. I could hear it breathing through my cracked window. There was this scraping sound, too, against the driver's side door. I saw it standing on its back legs now. Its front legs looked more like arms, and they were braced against the window frame. The thing's snout was pressed against the glass, leaving a smear of something thick and yellowish. I didn't see a mouth, though. Again, just a long snout and 2 nostril slits, opening and closing only inches from my face. It huffed against the glass, fogging it up, and made this sound in its throat, like a gurgling noise. Imagine holding your head underwater and trying to make a growling sound. I'm not sure why I didn't scream. God knows I wanted to. But I was in this frozen state. Reminded me of those nightmares I've had, where you can't scream or move even though you so desperately want to. but it was real life. I sat there watching this thing investigate my window like it was trying to figure out how to get in. After a couple of minutes, it dropped back down to all fours and moved off. I watched it cross the field until it vanished into the trees. My transmission money came through 3 days later. A tax return that I wasn't sure if I was even going to get. It was direct deposited into my account, and I felt like a miracle had happened. I was at the mechanic shop before they opened, and I was luckily out of Madill by noon. I didn't even say goodbye to Dean, which I still feel guilty about because he had been so good to me. That was about 8 months back. I'm in Austin now on my friend's couch like I planned, and I still haven't found a real job. I'm doing DoorDash now, and it's enough to keep me off the streets. I haven't tried to write anything since I left Oklahoma. One time I tried to Google Madill, Oklahoma, strange animal sightings, or Oklahoma pig creature, or variations of that, but I still haven't found anything like what I saw. Halloween Visitors, from Anonymous. We don't get trick-or-treaters because our house is 3 miles off the main road, down a gravel drive that doesn't even show up on most GPS apps. Our nearest neighbor, the Perezes, they're a solid mile through the woods. Their kids are grown anyway, both moved off years ago. So, when I heard knocks on Halloween night, my first thought wasn't, oh, trick-or-treaters. My first thought was something is wrong. My mama's been bedridden going on 2 years. A stroke took most of her left side, and what it didn't take, the diabetes has been working on since. I moved back home to help when it became clear she could not manage on her own anymore. I'd been living in Shreveport. I had a decent job at a dental office there. That was right after my 28th birthday. I'm 30 now. 2 years of feeding tubes and bedpans and physical therapy, and yet all of it hasn't really done much of anything. I've cooked her meals for 2 years now, but she can barely swallow, and we're both just pretending that we don't know how this ends. The house is my grandmother's originally. She left it to my mama when she passed. It's pretty old and sits on about 40 acres of East Texas pine woods. My granddad bought it cheap back in the 70s, and nobody ever did anything with it. There's no cell service unless you walk up to the ridge behind the old barn. The internet comes through a hotspot that I pay too much for. We get water from a well and power from lines, which go down every time the wind picks up. Halloween isn't a thing out here. Never has been. When I was little, we would drive into town for trick-or-treating, hit the neighborhoods by the school. Out here, there's nothing but trees and dark. So when I heard that knock, 3 raps, polite sounding, spaced out like someone had been taught proper manners, I got up from the couch really slow. Mama was asleep in her hospital bed in the back room, oxygen machine humming like it always does. I didn't turn on the porch light right away. I just went to the window by the door and looked out. There were 3 children on my porch, 2 boys and a girl. They looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. They were wearing costumes. One of the boys had a vampire cape, the other was dressed like a cowboy, and the girl was a witch with a pointy hat. They had plastic pumpkin buckets for candy. I just stood there, trying to figure out how they even got here. No car in the driveway, no headlights on the road. The closest neighbor is a mile away through thick woods, and it was already full dark. Maybe 7:30. No kid is walking 3 miles down an unlit gravel road on Halloween night, even if their parents allowed it. Nobody even knows this house is out here. They knocked again. The same 3 polite raps. I should have just not answered. That's what I tell myself now. I should have turned off the lights and gone back to checking on Mama, and let them knock until they gave up. But they were kids, or they looked like kids, and it was a cold night, getting down near 40 degrees. I couldn't just leave children standing on my porch in the cold. I turned on the porch light, and I opened the door. "Trick or treat," they said, all three of them at the same time. Not like kids do it, all jumbled up and out of sync. They said it together, almost rehearsed sounding, even in the same tone. The vampire boy was closest to me. He smiled, and the smile was normal, but his face didn't move the way faces move when people smile. The mouth went up at the corners, the teeth showed, but nothing else lifted. His eyes stayed exactly the same, like watching someone do a smile that they'd only seen in pictures. I looked past them, scanning the driveway, the tree line. "Where are your parents?" "They're waiting," the girl said. She pointed back toward the road. But there was nothing out there, just darkened trees. "I don't have any candy for you," I said, which was true. Why would I buy Halloween candy? "I'm sorry, we don't really get visitors out here. I wasn't expecting anyone." "That's okay," said the cowboy. His voice was like the others, with the same cadence. "Can we come inside and wait? It's so cold." "Wait for what?" "For our parents." The porch light was right above them, and I could see them clearly now, and I was starting to notice things. Their costumes didn't look cheap or homemade, but very, very old. The vampire cape had stiff, shiny fabric, which I don't think they made anymore. The cowboy's hat was shaped like something from a western that I'd watched with my granddad. The witch outfit had a collar I remembered from a costume catalog we used to get when I was little, back in the 90s. And their faces, the more I looked, the less they looked like anything. I know that doesn't make much sense. It's like when you stare at a word too long and it stops being a word. Their features were all there, I could see that. Their eyes and noses and mouths, everything in the right place. But there was no life behind any of it. It was like I was looking at and talking to cardboard cutouts. "I'm sorry, I can't let you inside. My mama's sick. She's sleeping." "We'll be quiet," the vampire said. "We just need to come inside and wait." They still hadn't blinked, not one of them. I'd been standing there at least 2 minutes by then, and not one of them had blinked a single time. "You need to go back to your parents." I began to close the door. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." The girl tilted her head, much too far, like her neck had a hinge on it, and she held it there at that angle. "We can hear her breathing," she said. "The sick one. Her lungs sound wet." I slammed that freaking door, locked it, and deadbolted it too. I stood there with my back against it, and my heart going crazy. I listened. I didn't hear anything, no footsteps down the porch and no little voices. After maybe 30 seconds, I made myself look out the window again, but the porch was empty. No kids, no pumpkin buckets. I looked out at the driveway and the yard and the tree line too, to be sure, but there was no movement anywhere. I sat up in Mama's room until morning with every light in the house on. I was watching her breathe. Her lungs did sound wet though. They sounded wet for months. The hospice nurse had said we needed to talk about options soon. But I'd been putting off that conversation. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. The window in that room faces the backyard, towards the tree line, and I don't know why, but I looked out. 3 shapes at the edge of the woods, kid-sized, standing perfectly still in a row. They were facing the house. I didn't look out another window until the sun came up. By then, the yard was empty. Again, no footprints or marks on the porch, no proof that I'd had any visitors at all. I called the Perez's the next afternoon when I could get signal. I asked Maria if she'd seen any kids around, anyone new in the area. She laughed and said, "Honey, there hasn't been a child on this road since our youngest graduated high school in 2013. I told her about the 3 kids on my porch, and she went quiet for a second, then said I must have been dreaming, that stress will do that to you. She told me taking care of your mama all alone out there must be hard. Whatever. Well, my mama passed 3 weeks later. Pneumonia finally took her. I was holding her hand when it happened. The house is mine now legally, 40 acres of that East Texas pine. I've been thinking about selling. A developer came by last spring asking about the land, and he left his card on the porch. I keep picking it up, telling myself to call. But every time I get close to doing it, I think about those 3 kids standing at the tree line, waiting. And I think about whoever buys this place, moving in, not knowing what happened here. So the card stays on the counter, and I stay in this house. Job Shadow Day. From The One They Call Lewis. My school does Career Shadow Day every year, and if you don't know what that is, you're supposed to follow someone around at their job for a morning. Most kids shadow their parents, but my mom works from home doing medical billing, and my dad drives trucks long haul. So neither of those were options for me. However, my best friend Cody said I could shadow his dad. He's a pastor at a Baptist church over on the west side of town. I figured that would be easy points. Just sit in an office, maybe help set up some chairs. Done by lunch. Cody warned me it would be boring. He was right about that part, at least. Pastor William picked me up from school around 8 and drove us over to the church. It was a big brick building, probably built in the 60s or 70s. It had a tall white steeple and those windows with the colored glass that aren't quite stained glass but want to be. The parking lot was almost empty except for 2 other cars. Wednesday mornings aren't exactly prime church time. Inside, the place was dim and cold. They keep the heat low during the week to save money. This was something that Pastor William explained. He introduced me to Mrs. Hannigan, the church secretary, and Miss Darlene, who runs the Sunday school program. Both of them were nice enough, but clearly had their own stuff to do. So after the introductions, Pastor William took me on a tour of the building. The main sanctuary was huge and completely dark, except for some light coming through those colored windows. All the pews were empty. The pulpit up front had a big wooden cross on the wall behind it. Our footsteps echoed off the ceiling. Pastor William was telling me about how many people they get on Sundays, and what his sermon prep process looks like. But I was mostly just looking around at how different a church feels when nobody's in it. All that empty space meant for people, but no people inside, except for a few. It was all silence and dust floating about in colored light. We went through some classrooms, a kitchen, a fellowship hall with folding tables stacked against the wall. Then Pastor Williams said he needed to check on something in the storage area downstairs, and I could wait in his office or come with him. So I said I'd come with him, because sitting in an office sounded even more boring than just following him around. The stairs to the basement were behind a door near the back of the sanctuary. The stairwell had a light switch at the top, but when Pastor William flipped it, nothing happened. He said the bulb must have burned out again, and pulled out his phone to use as a flashlight. I did the same with mine. The stairs were concrete, narrow, and cold. The basement was this long hallway with doors on either side, most of them open to dark rooms full of old furniture and boxes. Christmas decorations, folding chairs, that kind of stuff. Pastor William went into one of the rooms at the far end of the hall to look for something, told me to wait in the hallway, and I stood there with my phone light pointed at the floor. I don't know how long he was in there. A few minutes, I guess, but I was already starting to get bored, and wandered a bit down the hall, looking into the other rooms. One of them had old choir robes hanging on a rack. Another had a bunch of those felt boards they use for kids' Bible lessons. the kind with little felt cutouts of Jesus and sheep and stuff. When I turned around to walk back, I couldn't see Pastor William's phone light in the room anymore. So I called out to him. My voice sounded so weird in that basement, kind of flat and echoey at the same time. There was no answer, so I walked down to the room he'd gone into and shone my light inside. But in there it was just boxes and an old piano covered with a sheet. He wasn't in there. I figured he must have gone back upstairs when I wasn't paying attention. Maybe he said something and I hadn't heard him. So I walked back down the hallway towards the stairs. That's when I saw him standing at the other end. He was at the very end of the basement hallway, where I hadn't yet walked. There was another door down there that I hadn't noticed yet, and he was standing in front of it, with his back to me. He wasn't using his phone light anymore. He was just standing there in the shadows. I called his name again. He didn't turn around. But he did raise one hand, gesturing for me to come towards him. Like a little wave, very slow. Come here. Something about it made me not want to move at all. The way he was standing, that could have been it. Very still, like he was waiting for something. And his arm, when he waved, it moved kinda strange. Smooth, like it was dangling upside down, not like a man with muscles and bones in his arm. And he still had not turned around. I called again, asking if everything was okay, but he didn't answer. He simply waved again. I took a couple steps back instead. But when I moved, Pastor Williams moved. He turned his head to look at me over his shoulder. He only turned it part way, just enough that I could see the side of his face in my phone light. Pastor William has a beard. A short one that's mostly gray. But the face I was looking at had no beard. It did have a chin that was too long and too flat. I ran. I was going up the stairs 2 at a time. I slammed through the door at the top and came out into the sanctuary, where there was Pastor William standing by the pulpit, talking to Miss Darlene. He looked over at me when I came crashing through the door. Both of them did. He asked if I was okay and where I'd been. He said I looked pale. I told him I got turned around in the basement, and it freaked me out. He laughed, then straightened up, telling me not to go anywhere in the church without being accompanied. And I looked at him, confused. What was he talking about? He was the one that led me to the basement, after all. Before I could utter a word, he went back to talking to Miss Darlene. So I decided not to say anything about what I saw. I told Cody later that night, but Cody just said I was messing with him, and got annoyed with me when I said it really happened. So I just stopped bringing it up after that. The Career Shadow Day report I turned in said I learned about sermon preparation and church administration. I got a B+. I haven't gone back to that church. Cody still goes every Sunday with his family like he always does. I asked him from time to time if he ever saw anything weird, and he would look at me like I was crazy, and said, "Dude, it's just a church. Nothing happens there." Minnesota Madness, from Just Jerry. Last year we had a pretty hardcore winter where I live. I'll say it's somewhere in Minnesota. We're pretty used to driving on icy roads when we have to. But I'll just say if someone says they're comfortable doing it or even good at it, they're probably exaggerating a bit. I'm in my last year of high school, 18 years old, and I was and still am currently employed at a Jersey Mike's. Best sandwiches if you ask me. This happened during last winter on my drive to work. So it was about 4:30 p.m., and the sun was already basically useless. Technically still up, but giving off zero warmth and making everything look gray. My shift started at 5, and I'd left a little early because the roads were garbage. I'm talking that black ice situation where everything looks fine, but your car has other plans. I was driving my mom's old Subaru, which honestly handles pretty well in the snow, but I was still going about 35 on the highway because I'm not trying to die for a part-time job. The radio was playing some generic pop station, and I had long since zoned out because I drive this same route so many times. That's when I noticed a man standing on the side of the road. He wasn't walking or thumbing for a ride, he was completely still, facing the tree line. He was maybe 20 feet from the shoulder. He was so still I nearly mistook him for a statue. But as I approached, I could see the faint haze of breath coming from him in clouds. I decided to slow down, not stop, because I was curious as to what this guy was doing or what he might have been staring at. I slowed down enough to see, but not enough to make it too obvious, because then I would look like the creep. As I did, I noticed just how absolutely still he was. It was so bizarre. A person has slight sways or subtle corrections to their balance, and obviously their chest and shoulders will rise and fall as they breathe. But this guy, he was motionless. In fact, I was so bewildered by this, I didn't notice I'd completely stopped a few yards away from him. And I swear his shoulders, chest, nothing was moving. But his breath was still coming. That was the part that made my stomach sink. His breath was still coming out in those visible puffs, but his body wasn't doing anything to produce it. I sat there with my foot on the brake, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. My brain kept cycling through explanations. Perhaps he was wearing really thick layers and I couldn't see the movement. Maybe it was a prank and someone had set up a dummy with a kind of fog machine. Yeah, I know, that second one is really stupid, but I was desperate to know. The thing is, he was wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, normal clothes, not bulky at all. And then my car chugged outside. I'm not even sure why. Did it backfire all of a sudden? Whatever it was, it caused the man to turn his head. But he didn't turn his body. His head rotated towards me, smooth and slow, while the rest of him stayed completely in place. Think that scene from The Exorcism. Something you'd hope to never see in real life. His face was very pale, and he was smiling. I don't mean a friendly smile or even a creepy grin. Just wide and weird. I hit the gas, and my tires spun on the ice before catching. I drove so quickly to work, I'm surprised I didn't slide off the road or ram into someone. Honestly, horrible of me, but I was freaked out, horrified. My mind was racing with excuses for what I just saw. The man just turned to look at me. Nothing wrong with that. The rest of what I thought I saw was an illusion. Yeah, white surroundings and his dark hoodie made me think otherwise. Right? At work, I told my coworkers about the event. They seemed very into the story. I mean, not a lot happens in this town, and we are a close-knit bunch, so they weren't going to disbelieve me if I was serious. In fact, after the shift ended, one of them asked if I could drop him off along the way. This particular coworker lived along the same road as me. We did this often, actually. I'll call this coworker Jacob. Jacob had brought his car in that day, but didn't mind riding with me if I didn't, as he wanted to see if this guy would still be there. I told him he was insane, but honestly, I wanted to know too. The not knowing was eating at me. We clocked out around 9:30, and by then it was pitch black out. Minnesota winters mean the sun clocks out way before you do. We got in my mom's Subaru, and Jacob was already making jokes about it, saying stuff about how we're going to find Slender Man or whatever. I laughed, hoping quietly that it wasn't actually Slender Man. After that, he got an idea, and he scrolled through Reddit, finding Skinwalker stories to share with me. I laughed and told him to shut up, because he was actually creeping me out. As we got closer to the spot, I began to feel this heavy dread settle into my chest. Though I wanted to know what I'd seen before, I suddenly started to feel like I didn't want to see that guy again. I really didn't, but I also couldn't stop myself from slowing down as we approached for some reason. Jacob put his phone down and leaned forward, scanning the trees. "Man, there's no one here," he said. and he was right. The spot was empty. I felt relief wash over me, and I was about to speed back up when Jacob grabbed me by the arm, startling me. "Wait, stop the car." I hit the brakes. "What?" He pointed toward the trees, about 40 feet into the woods, barely visible in my headlights. But someone was standing there, watching. Same guy, same hoodie, same posture. But now he was deeper in the woods, and somehow that made it worse. Jacob whispered, "Dude, is that him?" I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. We both sat there staring, and the figure stared back. At least I think it did. It was hard to tell. But knowing what his head could do, maybe I was wrong about that. Jacob reached for the door handle, but I grabbed his wrist so fast I probably left a bruise. "What are you doing?" I asked. He looked at me with weird excitement in his eyes. "Dude, I gotta get a closer look. See what this guy's about." I told him absolutely not, that was not the deal. He argued with me, but I began to pull away, so he didn't really have a choice. The next time we both glanced at the man, he was running straight at us. Jacob yelled, "Just go, 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 go!" I floored it, my tires spinning on some ice for a few seconds, and I thought we weren't going to make it. But thankfully, the tires took, and we finally took off. About 5 minutes later, after we were done freaking out, we started laughing. I dropped Jacob off at his house, and he made me promise to text him when I got home, and I did. Later on, we talked about it for a few hours that night, trying to figure out what we saw. He was convinced it was some local weirdo messing with people. I wanted to believe that. I really did. The next morning, I woke up to a text from Jacob. It was a photo. He had gone back alone in the middle of the night. The picture was dark and grainy, clearly taken with his phone's flash. It showed the tree line from the road. No one was there. But in the bottom corner of the image, almost out of frame, there was a hand, pale, fingers slightly curled. It was right next to his car door. I called him immediately. He didn't pick up. I drove to his house and his car was in the driveway. His parents said he was still asleep. So I went up to his room, and there he was, just fine. He gave me a good scare. He was groggy and confused, but fine. But here's where it gets really creepy. I showed him the photo on my phone, telling him that he was a psycho going out there alone to see this man again. He looked at the photo on my phone, and he said that he had no memory of taking it. He checked his camera roll, and I looked too. It wasn't there. I had no idea what was going on, and I still don't. Unemployed and nearly destroyed. From Not 3333. I know you want to hear scary work stories, but I'm in the business of unemployed, and this happened when I was actually looking for work, so I hope it counts. For context, I'm 24. I got laid off from a warehouse job about 3 months before this happened. They were downsizing, and I was one of the newer hires. It sucked, but whatever. Unemployment was covering me for a bit, and I was applying to stuff online every day. Indeed, LinkedIn, even Craigslist when I got desperate. But the place I actually found the most leads was Facebook. There are these local job groups where people post openings of sorts, and sometimes you can message business owners directly. It feels more personal than blasting your resume into the void. That's where I found this listing. Some guy named Travis posted that he needed help clearing out a storage unit. 1 day of work, $200 cash, and he would provide lunch. The post had like 15 comments from people asking if it was still available, so it seemed legit, and I thought I would be late to the party. I messaged him anyway, shooting my shot. He got back to me within an hour, and he was super friendly.
He said most of the other people had flaked, and he was glad someone serious had reached out. We set it up for that Saturday. He gave me an address out near the edge of town. I live in Ohio, and there's this stretch of industrial area that's half abandoned. There are old factories and storage facilities, among other things. I didn't think anything about it. Storage units aren't usually in the nice part of town. I told my roommate where I was going, mostly because I wanted someone to know in case this guy turned out to be strange. My roommate made a joke about me getting murdered. I laughed. He laughed. It was a laughing good time. I pulled up to the address around 10 a.m. It was one of those storage places with the orange garage doors all in a row. But it looked like it hadn't been operational in years. Half the doors were rusted shut, and there was graffiti on the office building, but no cars in the lot. I checked my phone to make sure it was the right place, and it seemed to be. I texted Travis that I was there, and he replied, saying he was running 5 minutes late, and to wait for him by Unit 14. I found Unit 14 near the back of the lot. The door was already rolled up about a foot, and I could see cardboard boxes stacked up inside. That made me feel a bit better. There was actually stuff to move, so the job was real. I leaned against my car and waited. About 10 minutes later, a truck pulled in. Some beat-up old Chevy, dark blue with mud on the tires. A guy got out, and I assumed it was Travis. He looked to be in his mid-30s with an average build, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. The most normal-looking guy you could imagine. He smiled and waved at me as he walked over. "You must be Danny," he said. I told him yeah, and we shook hands. I noticed his grip was very firm, almost painfully so, but I didn't read more into it at the time. He walked over to the unit and rolled the door up the rest of the way. Inside, there were boxes, an old couch, some furniture, and a bunch of garbage bags. He told me most of it was going to the dump, but a few things needed to go to his buddy's place across town. Easy enough. We started to load up boxes into his truck. About 20 minutes in, he said he needed to grab something from the back of the unit. He walked inside and disappeared behind a stack of boxes. I kept loading until I heard him say, "Hey, can you help me with this? It's stuck." I walked into the unit. It was darker than I thought it would be. The overhead light was out, and the only light was coming from the open door behind me. I couldn't see him. "Where are you?" I asked. There was no response. I took a few more steps, but then I heard the door rolling down behind me. Surprised, I spun around and saw him standing by the entrance, pulling the door shut. I ran toward it, but he was faster. The door slammed down, and I heard a padlock click into place. Complete darkness. I couldn't see a thing. I began to bang on the door, yelling for him to let me out, but nothing happened. I then heard his voice, muffled through the metal. "Toss your wallet and your keys under the door and I'll let you out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This guy had set this whole thing up to rob me. Or worse. The job listing, the friendly messages, all of it. I told him to go screw himself. Probably not the smartest thing to say in my position, but I was panicking. He didn't respond for a while, and then I heard him walk away. I stood there in the dark, trying to figure out what to do. My phone. I still had my phone. I pulled it out, and the screen lit up the space around me. I had 1 bar of signal. I called 911 and whispered the situation as best I could. The operator said they were sending someone, but I had no idea how long that was going to take. Soon after, I heard the footsteps coming back. And I heard something else. A sloshing sound. Liquid. He began to pour something along the base of the door, and I could smell it almost immediately. Gasoline. I completely lost it. I started screaming, kicking the door, throwing my body against it, and I could hear him laughing on the other side. He said if I didn't slide my stuff under the door in the next 30 seconds, he was going to light everything up. I believed him. I got down on my knees and shoved my wallet and keys through the gap, I heard him pick them up. Then I heard his truck start. He left. He actually left. I stayed in that unit, trembling, until the cops showed up about 15 minutes later. They cut the lock and got me out. The gasoline was real. It was pulled along the front of the unit. If he had actually lit it, I wouldn't be here, and I would have died a very painful death. They luckily caught him 2 days later trying to sell my car. I wasn't his first victim, but I was the first who had called the cops in time. The others had been too embarrassed or scared to report it. Likely sketchier folk who were more desperate, or people who were on drugs, afraid to call the authorities. But one of them had told the police he had actually set a small fire before leaving, and that person got burned pretty bad. I don't look for job openings on Facebook anymore. I don't care how desperate things get. And every time I see one of those posts now, I screenshot it, and I send it to the local police tip line. Probably nothing ever comes of it, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something. I've never been more scared. From Linda. This happened a couple of years ago during a holiday rush. I was 26 in between real jobs, and I signed up to do deliveries for one of those courier companies that contracts out during peak season. The pay was more than decent, and I figured it would hold me over until January, when I had a receptionist gig lined up. I wasn't thrilled about it, but bills don't care about your career plans. The company was desperate, and I mean really desperate. They were short on drivers and even shorter on vehicles. Most of their regular fleet was already assigned, and the rentals they'd secured were going fast. By the time I got through orientation, the only thing left for me was a white minivan, a Chrysler Pacifica. Not exactly what you picture when you think of a delivery vehicle, but it had cargo space and it ran fine. The guy who handed me the keys apologized about 3 times, and I told him it was no big deal. A van is a van, and I had no idea that thing would end up saving my life. I should mention here that I live in rural Pennsylvania. There are parts of this state that feel like they have not been touched since the 1970s. My route took me through one of those areas. Long stretches of nothing and old farmhouses with long driveways, and patches of old woods all over the place that go on for miles. I can't say I loved it, but the deliveries out there paid a little extra per package. It was December 19th. I remember trying to calculate if I'd have enough saved up by Christmas to get my nephew a gaming console that he wanted. The sun sets early that time of year, and around 4:50 p.m., it was almost dark. I had 3 more stops on my list, all of them on this one road that cut through a wooded area. There wouldn't be houses for a good 5 miles. There were trees on the left, telephone poles on the right, and cracked asphalt in between. It felt like my headlights were the only lights left in the world out there. I was going maybe 40 miles per hour when I heard the pop. It was so loud and sudden, I jumped, and the van immediately started pulling hard to the right. I knew what it was before I even stopped, a flat tire. I pulled over onto the shoulder, which was mostly gravel and dead grass, and I put it in park. I sat there for a second, annoyed, before getting out to look. It was on the front passenger side, and it was completely shredded. I must have hit something on the road, but I hadn't seen a thing. I walked back a ways to see if I could find what it was, but there was nothing there. No glass or debris or anything. The tire had blown out for apparently no reason, or I just missed it. I'm not helpless, though. I know how to change a tire. My dad made sure of that before I got my license. I found the spare and the jack in the back, underneath all the packages, and I started setting up. The air was very cold, around the low 20s, I think, and my breath was visible in front of me. It was quiet out here, quiet enough that I was aware of my own heartbeat. No cars had passed by since I'd pulled over. I hadn't seen another vehicle in about 15 minutes. I had the van jacked up and was loosening the lug nuts when I heard a voice. It was coming from the tree line. At first, I thought I was imagining things. It was faint, and I couldn't make out words. I stopped what I was doing and just listened. But I didn't hear anything else just then, so I went back to work on the tire. Then I heard movement, branches cracking. It wasn't deep in the woods either. It was close, maybe a couple dozen feet away. I looked up again, and this time I saw something. A shape standing between two trees. Something very gray, too pale to be a person in normal clothes. And it wasn't standing on the ground. It was higher up, about 4 feet off the forest floor. There was nothing beneath it, not a stump or rock or fallen log. Whatever it was floating there, motionless, facing me. I froze. I couldn't bring myself to move or breathe. The shape didn't move either. We were both still. But then I heard the voice again. This time I understood the words. "Have you seen my daughter?" I don't know how I got my body to move, but I did. I turned back to the tire and started working faster than I've ever worked in my life. My hands were shaking violently. I kept dropping the wrench. The metal was freezing against my fingers. I could hear the voice repeating the question, and each time it sounded closer. I didn't look up. I couldn't. "Have you seen my daughter?" The lug nuts were off. I pulled the flat tire free and grabbed the spare. It felt heavier than it should have. Everything felt harder. I could hear footsteps now, not in the woods anymore, on the road, on the asphalt behind me, slow steps, not coming from whatever was making the whispers, but something that was answering. Each one made a soft scraping sound against the pavement. "Have you seen my daughter?" I shoved the spare onto the bolts and started tightening. My fingers were numb from the cold, and I kept on fumbling. One of the lug nuts slipped from my hand and rolled under the van. I left it. I didn't have time to go get it. The footsteps stopped then. I could feel something next to me. I could feel it the way you feel someone standing far too close to you in a line. The air got very, very cold. I could see frost forming on the side mirror. She was in the road. She was in the road, and then she wasn't. I tightened the last lug nut and yanked the jack out from under the van. The vehicle dropped hard, and I threw everything into the back, without caring where it landed. I ran to the driver's door and got in and locked it. My hands were shaking as I turned the key, and the engine started on the first try. Thank God for that rental. Before I pulled away, I looked in the rearview mirror. She was standing in the middle of the road, right where I'd been working. I could see her clearly now, under the dim glow of the van's taillights. She was wearing a nightgown, old-fashioned. It had lace around the collar. Her hair was long and tangled and looked soaked. Her face was pale and gaunt, and her eyes were completely black. No whites, no pupils. Her mouth hung open, and she was still saying it over and over. But I couldn't hear her anymore through the glass. I watched her lips move in the mirror as I drove away. I was flooring it. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway 20 minutes later. I never delivered those last 3 packages. I called the company and told them I'd gotten suddenly very sick. I never had to do that route again. Nobody questioned me. Here's the part that still haunts me. About 6 months later, I was telling this story to my aunt, and she looked stunned. She asked me exactly which road it happened on. I did my best to describe the spot. She explained that back in the 80s, a woman and her daughter were driving on that road late at night. The woman fell asleep at the wheel. The car went off the road and hit a tree. The mother survived, but her daughter didn't. They found the mother wandering the road the next morning, asking everyone she came into contact with if they'd seen her daughter. She died in a psychiatric facility 3 years later. She never accepted that her daughter was gone, and never stopped asking. My aunt lives out that way now. I go visit her with the kids a couple times a month. Every single time I drive past that stretch of road, I press the gas a little harder. My kids have asked why I speed up there. I tell them the road is bumpy, and I want to get past that spot quick. I'm not sure they believe that, but I'm not going to tell them the real reason yet. Maybe when they're older and won't get too scared to sleep. For now, it's just a bumpy road. The voice in the PA system. From Shockin' Jones. I worked overnight stock at a grocery store for about 8 months. This was a few years ago when I was saving up for a trade school. The shift ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most nights it was me and 2 other guys. We rotated through aisles with pallet jacks. During that time, the store was closed to customers. It was quiet except for whatever was playing through the PA system. This PA system was old. It was connected to a phone in the manager's office, but no one used it overnight. The music ran on a loop from some corporate playlist, the same 40 songs or so every night. After a while of working there, you kind of just tune it out. 3 months in, I started to notice the music would cut out around 3 a.m. Not every night, but it was often. There would be a click, followed by dead air for about 10 seconds. Then the music would come back. I thought it was some sort of glitch, or some interference. Old system, old building, and all that. But one night, the click happened, and instead of just dead air, I heard a voice. It sounded feminine, mid-sentence, like I'd tuned into a conversation already happening. And I swear what I heard was something like, "Told him it wasn't ready yet." Then silence. Then the music came back. I asked the other guys about it the next night. They hadn't heard anything like I had, so I let it go. But this happened again about 2 weeks later. A click, but then a man's voice. Calm and conversational sounding. He said, "She's not going to find it there." And that was that. The music came back right after. I started paying attention to the clock. It was always somewhere between 3:10 and 3:20 a.m. Never outside that window. I told my manager, and he said the PA had been weird for years. Probably picking up radio interference, like I first thought. And he didn't seem too concerned. The last time it happened, I was alone in aisle 12, stocking canned vegetables. The click came, and this time there was dead air for a while, about 30 seconds. I stopped what I was doing and listened. Then that woman's voice came back. This time she said, "He's listening again." I didn't move. Was she talking about... A man's voice responded, "I know." Then the music came back on. I was like, what the heck? I finished my shift, clocked out, and put in my 2 weeks' notice. But during those 2 weeks, I never did hear it again. I have no explanation for this. I mean, if it was interference, it shouldn't have had conversations about me listening. Or maybe that was all a coincidence. Then again, the woman's voice didn't say someone's listening. She said, "He's listening." Like they knew exactly who I was, and had been aware the whole time, and that night, they just decided to let me know. I work in HVAC now. Normal hours and no PA system ghosts. Lots of ghosties tonight, boys and gals. A gentle reminder that sometimes the scariest things we might see out there are the ones that look human, but only just enough that its subtle wrongness is pure nightmare fuel. Good night. Thank you all for tuning in to this episode of Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can find me on X at Dark Prevails and on YouTube at Darkness Prevails. Send me your scariest work-related stories at eeriecast.com/submit so I can narrate them on this show. And be sure to follow and leave a review of Tales from the Break Room on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Don't forget to order a delicious bag of dead and roasted coffee over at eeriecast.store before we run out. Till next time, everyone, I've got to clock out, but I'll be back again real soon. Creepypasta is the reason I'm really here. Darkness Prevails or EerieCast would not be here without the good and the bad creepypasta from the old days. The Rake, Mr. Widemouth, even Jeff the Killer. My love for horror and writing blossomed like a corpse flower back in those days, and one of my most popular videos is actually a collection of my own writings. So today, I'm excited to share with you a terrifying new creepypasta from my depraved mind. It's a change from the typical allegedly true stuff, so I do hope you are at least entertained. This is titled Doghead, and it is not for the faint of heart. The smell still clung to me. That was the worst part. The stench of burning fur and rotted wood followed me down the dark corridors of my dreams, where Doghead floats in a haze of embers. Even now, with the memory spread out like an oil slick across my brain, I can't sleep without tasting ash in the back of my throat. This thing that latched onto me, onto us, has a breath all its own. Every time I close my eyes, I see the plaque's warped edges smoldering in the barrel, and in those half-dream states, I feel something behind me, pressing close, its breath a wet rasp. We'd been on the road for days. I was the one who needed it, the spontaneous cross-country exorcism of heartbreak. Bryce liked to pretend he was along for the ride, just to keep me sane. But I caught the occasional flicker in his eyes that said he was having fun. He was the only one who could coax a real laugh out of me after my ex-husband's betrayal. And then there was his smile. God, that smile. It had a warmth to it that always eased the knot in my chest, even if I pretended otherwise. He wasn't classically handsome, not in a magazine cover way. But there was an easy charm in the way his brown hair curled around his ears, and the freckles just beneath his eyes made him look perpetually amused with the world. Sometimes I'd catch myself noticing how broad his shoulders were, or how he carried himself like he was ready to shield me from anything. Then I'd push those thoughts away, refusing to label them attraction. We took turns driving, splitting gas and cheap motel fees. The miles blurred, stretches of farmland, the occasional billboard proclaiming something about the Lord's righteous vengeance, the ever-present hum of rubber on asphalt. Bryce tried to keep my spirits high with a running commentary on every bizarre roadside attraction we passed. "There," he said, tapping the window as we rumbled down a lonely Nebraska highway. "See that sign with the woman in the clown wig? Or maybe it's just a sun-bleached scarecrow." "Could be a haunted scarecrow," I said. "Maybe we should turn back and pick it up for you. Another treasure to hoard." He grinned, that warming smile of his, and my own lips twitched upward despite my mood. I only collect the best oddities, remember? It was our joke. Bryce had a weird menagerie in his apartment. Souvenirs from yard sales and secondhand shops. A porcelain doll missing half its face, a plaster Virgin Mary turned into a lamp, a goat skull someone had fashioned into a coffee mug. Disturbing stuff. but he found them charming. He was one of the few people who could use a term like sun-bleached scarecrow and somehow have it come out sounding charming. You'd fill your trunk with any piece of trash that calls your name. My elbow found his side. Be grateful I'm here to keep you from going bankrupt. He just gave me a wry smile. You only pretend to be my keeper, Alice. I rolled my eyes. The truth was, I liked that he let me have control sometimes. It gave me a sense of peace, something I hadn't had in a long while. My ex, Brandon, had mastered the art of false democracy, nodding along to my ideas before doing whatever the hell he wanted anyway. The day I found our savings account gutted felt like swallowing broken glass. All those careful years of saving gone in a series of secret withdrawals that read like a receipt of betrayal. A receipt with the gall to ask for a tip. My stomach twisted at the memory, so I pressed my forehead against the cool window, letting the endless cornfields blur into nothing. A battered billboard caught our attention. The words, "Wolf's Curiosities," had nearly peeled off with age, and the sign pointed down a narrow, muddy track that disappeared into tall grass. Some local version of a curiosity shop, probably. Bryce's eyes lit up at once. "Come on," he said. "Let's see if they've got something truly strange for me to lug around." I exhaled. I guess we could stretch our legs. An attempt at a grumble was quickly supplanted with a grin. The highway's center line had started to blur. He turned the car onto the track, which led to a rickety shack balanced precariously on a slight rise. The sign outside was an exact match to the billboard's sun-bleached letters. Wolf's Curiosities. The building looked ready to collapse. Rotting beams, a sagging porch. A large bell hung above the door, caked in rust. "Are we sure it's open?" I peered through the darkened windows. Bryce shrugged, still wearing that grin. "Only one way to find out." The way his mouth curved upward. Sometimes I wondered if he knew how much it disarmed me. We got out of the car, and immediately the wind whipped up dust and something vaguely chemical smelling, like cheap perfume gone rancid. As we stepped onto the porch, one of the boards creaked so loudly I thought it would snap. Bryce tested the door. To my surprise, it opened with a dull clang of a bell, still functional despite the rust. Watching him enter was the equivalent of a child stepping into an amusement park. He lived for the hunt of oddities, for the quest to find that next eerie conversation piece. I suppose it was one of the things I found appealing about him, even if I didn't experience the same joy he did over the items he collected. Inside, the smell changed, a swirl of perfume, dust, and a faint whiff of decay. The cramped space was cluttered with old dolls and chipped porcelain statues, worn knickknacks and battered furniture. Bits of everything and nothing. A mirror near the entrance had a gold frame, peeling in large flakes. I caught my own reflection. There were dark circles under my eyes that were once bright. My hair needed a trim, and I seemed leaner than last I looked. I turned away. Bryce was already poking through the shelves. "Oh, look at this!" He lifted a tarnished wind-up monkey with symbols for hands. One of its glass eyes was missing. "I'm in love." "You have a warped definition of love, you know that?" I nudged the broken monkey with a finger. "Let's see if there's a proprietor around before you steal that thing." That was when I saw the dog's head. It hung on the far wall, a taxidermy mount on a shield-shaped wooden plaque. The fur was the color of old rust, mottled in places with bare patches of darker hide. The muzzle was slightly parted, as if panting. At first, I thought the eyes were made of cheap glass, but when I stepped closer, I realized they looked wet, reflective in a way that made my stomach clench. An odd static skittered up the base of my neck. I let my gaze wander over the details. Those stiff whiskers, the tip of one ear chipped away to reveal something pale beneath. Had the ear been broken, or was it just worn out with time? The longer I looked, the more my stomach soured. "Alice!" I jumped at Bryce's sudden near whisper. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? He stepped beside me. I noticed his shoulders were tense. It's wrong, I said quietly. Something about it. For a heartbeat, I almost expected it to blink. A moment later, we heard shuffling footsteps from the back, and an older man emerged. He wore suspenders and a stained shirt, carrying a box of dusty trinkets. His narrow face was deeply lined, hair slicked to one side in a stringy mass. He paused when he saw us, then gave a small, stiff nod. Afternoon, Bryce said politely, though it was probably creeping into late evening by now. The man said nothing, setting his box down on a warped desk, then slowly made his way to us. The thick smell of aged cologne followed. You folks tourists? He said in a raspy voice. Something like that, Bryce replied. We saw your sign off the highway. You've got quite a collection. Really interesting pieces. His voice was warm again. It suddenly felt easier to breathe. The man's gaze flicked to me, lingered for an uncomfortable moment, then settled on the dog's head behind us. He cleared his throat. That's the proudest piece in here. I shivered. Why a dog's head? He shrugged. Sometimes you get hold of an artifact that chooses you, not the other way around. His lips twitched, almost a smile but not quite. Came into my possession under unusual circumstances. Bryce peered up at the plaque. What kind of dog was it? The man exhaled, fiddling with a loose thread on his sleeve. Hard to say. A stray, maybe a crossbreed. Then he leaned forward. You know, I could part with it. Been meaning to let it go. How much? Bryce asked, half joking. He often haggled for his bizarre finds, but I could tell something about this made him genuinely curious. $30, said the man, almost too quickly. That's a bargain, Bryce joked, glancing my way. Should we? No, I said, the word abrupt. It slipped out before I realized how curt I sounded. I mean, that's not exactly a decoration I want to stare at in the back seat for hours. But Bryce was intrigued. I could see the gears turning, the collector in him practically salivating. It's definitely weird, he said, and possibly haunted. Hush, the shopkeeper muttered, then more quietly. Careful who you bring into your home. Not everything's friendly. He refused to elaborate when Bryce pressed him for details. I wanted to know why he said who you bring into your home. But I stepped away. Bryce followed me with that sheepish, warming smile that usually made me forget whatever I was mad about. Come on, it's $30. Worst case, we regret it and throw it away. But I know that you know you'd regret not snagging it for me more. That's a straw man argument, I said, almost smiling despite a deep unease in my belly. The eyes on that dog looked too aware. Bryce, I just don't like it. His expression softened. I won't force it, but if it's okay, maybe we just keep it for a while. See if it's worth anything. You know I love messed up conversation pieces. If it's too creepy, I'll handle it, I promise. I caved. Why? Part of me wondered if it was just to avoid a fight, or maybe because I sensed how important it was for him to keep me distracted. And maybe, deep down, I wanted to take something equally broken out of that shop. Something that mirrored how I felt. That anger, betrayal, dread. It was nonsense, but that's where my head was. So, Bryce paid the man. We carried the plaque off the wall and placed it carefully into the trunk, wrapping it in some old towels to keep it from rolling around. When I glanced at the mount one last time before shutting the lid, I noticed that the dog's eyes almost seemed to reflect my face, as if they wanted me to see myself in them. I closed the trunk quickly. The shopkeeper, pockets stuffed with the crumpled bills Bryce had handed him, mumbled something like, "Don't say I didn't warn you." He turned on his heel and went to the back. By the time we reached the door, he was gone, leaving us to find our way out. The musty shop felt colder than when we first arrived. Outside, the wind was picking up, blowing in dark clouds. The sun was shrinking as well, turning the horizon into a bruise of purple and orange. We climbed into the car and shut the doors in silence. Bryce started the engine, offered me a small, uncertain grin. "A score?" I didn't reply, just stared at the shack in the side mirror until it vanished behind a bend in the track. We drove on, dusk creeping across the sky. I sensed Bryce was holding back questions, so I broke the tension. "Hey, do you remember that time, what was it, sophomore year, when you showed up at my door in the middle of the night because you'd fought with your parents?" He glanced over, then returned his eyes to the road. "Yeah, I was so mad I thought I was going to run away forever. But I ended up walking 6 blocks and realized I didn't have enough money for a bus. Or a plan." I smirked, though my heart squeezed a little at the memory. "You told me you were fleeing tyranny or something dramatic like that." He grinned, his entire face brightening in that familiar way. "It felt that way at the time. And you in your pajamas let me crash on your couch, remember? I remember my mom freaking out because there was a random teenage boy in the living room the next morning." Bryce laughed softly, the tension in the car loosening a bit. She was pretty pissed, but she never told my parents. I appreciated that. That's because she always thought of you as a weirdly responsible teenage boy. Joke's on her, I guess. "Hey," he said, mock offended. "I'm still fairly responsible." I flicked my gaze to the back seats, which, if nearly folded down, would reveal Doghead's plaque, wrapped in towels. "Sure you are." He shook his head and snorted. "You're one to talk, Miss Cross-Country Trip to escape my crap life." Despite myself, I laughed. It was a small moment, a reminder that we had years of shared memories. Some silly, some heartfelt. For a few precious seconds, I forgot about the dog's head in the trunk and the unsettled anger that gnawed at me. Bryce tried to lighten the mood further as we approached the nearest motel. He cracked jokes about how we were the dumb teens in a horror movie, the ones who pick up a cursed artifact and die first. I forced a laugh, my voice tight. I think he sensed it. He changed the subject to my ex, though he didn't say his name, then asked, "You sure you're holding up okay? You've been quieter than usual." I drummed my fingers on the armrest. "I'm just tired. It's been a lot these past few months. Moving out, getting lawyers, dividing up stuff, and now, apparently, babysitting a severed dog's head." He grimaced at that. "Hey, look, if it makes you feel weird, we can toss it. I mean it." I shook my head. "No, it's fine." I paused, then admitted, "I don't want to ruin your fun." The confession sounded more fragile than I intended. He glanced at me, concern etched into his face. I quickly turned away, changing the subject. "How far to the motel?" "Just a few minutes. Don't worry, I saw a sign for a place. Hilltop Motor Lodge. Probably as classy as it sounds." He tried to return to that easy banter. "Bet they'll have bed bugs, or maybe a stolen painting in every room. You never know with these side-of-the-highway specials." I pressed my lips together. "So your idea is to gather cursed objects and bed bugs in one epic road trip. Great." He chuckled. "A road trip to remember. Can't deny that." We soon pulled into the lot of Hilltop Motor Lodge. The neon sign flickered, the letters partly burned out. The parking lot was pitted with potholes. An office near the entrance sported a crooked metal door and drawn blinds. We stepped inside to check in. The receptionist, a bored-looking woman in her 60s, barely glanced up. She gave us a single key with a chipped plastic fob. We grabbed our overnight bags from the trunk. We left the dog's head where it was, though I felt like those dead, glossy eyes were somehow staring at me through its covering. The room had 2 beds, separated by a warped nightstand. The curtains smelled like old cigarette smoke. There were dark stains on the carpet that I dared not identify. I plopped my bag down and tested the bed with my hand. It sank about 6 inches, accompanied by an unsettling squeak. Bryce clicked on a lamp that buzzed, flickering with an anemic glow. Our road trips always included lodgings like this, but tonight it felt particularly suffocating. Bryce was rummaging in the mini fridge. "Nice! We've got half a can of beer and an ancient burrito. No brand name either, just a greasy wrapper with a clown face on it. Yum." I scrunched my nose. "Hard pass. I'm actually going to get a shower. Try to rinse off the day." He pointed at the door to our bathroom. "Don't let the ghosts in the drain get you." I mustered a small snort of amusement and headed in. The overhead light in the bathroom was harsh and flickered once before stabilizing. The mirror reflected a woman I barely recognized. Tired, hollow around the eyes. The hush of the water was strangely soothing at first, but within minutes, the bathroom's ventilation kicked on with a sputtering drone, rattling as if it were about to break. Part of me was afraid to open the shower curtain, for reasons I couldn't define. The dog's eyes were in my mind. That same intangible presence. "Don't be stupid," I muttered. I took my shower, then forced myself to shut off the water, step out, and face my reflection again. I dried off and changed into loose sweatpants and a t-shirt, steeling myself. Opening the bathroom door, I kind of expected to see the dog's mount perched on the bed, but there was only Bryce, lying back on his mattress, eyes on his phone. He glanced up. "All yours," I said. He nodded and got up, passing me to use the bathroom next. I watched him close the door, then exhaled. My heart was racing for no good reason. I slipped under the covers and stared at the swirling pattern of the old wallpaper. Eventually, Bryce turned off the light. The darkness settled in, broken by a sickly glow from the neon sign outside. The shadows danced across the walls. I tried to let my mind drift, but sleep came only in tenuous increments, each dream laced with flickers of panic. I'd see a corridor with peeling wallpaper, hear panting echoing through the emptiness, feel something's breath at my ear. I snapped awake at one point, heart pounding. The room felt colder than before. My gaze darted to the dresser in the corner, on which I'd left my phone to charge. I saw the silhouette of Doghead's plaque. Then I realized that wasn't possible. Doghead was in the car, not in the room. My eyes adjusted, and I saw it was just the lamp, and a distorted shadow from a coat we'd thrown on a chair. I pressed a hand to my thudding chest. In the quiet, I could have sworn I heard the sound of someone breathing near the dresser. Slow, pained. I rubbed my eyes. Then I glanced over at Bryce. He was a big lump under the blankets, unmoving. That breathing continued, soft as a whisper, but too steady to be my imagination. The neon sign outside flickered, lighting up the corner just enough to see there was nothing there. That didn't stop me from inching out of bed and shuffling toward Bryce's side. I reached out, about to wake him, but I hesitated. Was I really about to say I heard a ghost dog panting? He'd laugh gently, but still. Or he'd give me that concerned look, that one that said he worried I was unraveling. I didn't want that pity. I was strong, or at least I wanted to be. I returned to my bed, got under the covers, and stared at the ceiling. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because I don't remember the rest of the night. Morning found me exhausted, my eyes gritty and my mind frazzled. When Bryce woke, He gave me a cautious smile. Rough night? You could say that. I scrubbed my face with my hands. Did you hear anything weird? He cocked his head. Define weird. I opened my mouth to tell him, but it didn't come out. Never mind, I said. Just nightmares. He nodded sympathetically, and we didn't discuss it further. Maybe we should have. Late afternoon found us on an empty stretch of farmland, golden fields and scrubby patches of cornstalks, half dead over a glowering sky. The old Toyota started acting up, sputtering and jerking. Bryce cursed under his breath, pulling over to the dusty shoulder. He cut the engine. The car refused to start again. This can't be happening, I said, fiddling anxiously with my phone. No signal either. Bryce tried calling for roadside assistance anyway. To our relief, the call went through, though it sounded staticky. A mechanic from the next town over said he'd come as soon as he could. So we waited in the lingering afternoon heat. The wind stirred the cornstalks, making them rattle like old bones. I stared out at the horizon, feeling smaller by the minute. Something about the fields rolling away into the distance unsettled me. Once or twice I found myself glancing to the trunk, where the dog's head was half covered with towels still. Why had we bought that thing? We might be here a while, Bryce said. He tilted his seat back. Want to, poke around? That farmhouse? He pointed down the road, where a battered mailbox stood listing to one side, and behind it rose the silhouette of a farmhouse that had clearly seen better days. Could be something interesting. You want to explore a random abandoned farm? He shrugged, tried a grin. Gotta pass the time somehow. It's a sign, really. The universe decided we needed a horror movie adventure. I glared at him, but a tiny part of me appreciated the attempt to lighten the situation. Fine, but if we get chased off by some shotgun-wielding farmer, I'm blaming you. He popped the trunk to grab flashlights. Before we left, I faced him and said, Bryce? Yeah? I studied his expression, the genuine concern in his eyes, the reassuring set of his mouth. You always used to talk about traveling around the country, seeing it all. Back in high school, we'd dream of that, remember? His smile broadened, that same warm curve that made my heart do a little twist. We did, although I never thought it would be under these circumstances. Never pictured you having to, run from my past. I stared at the fields. It's not exactly how I envisioned it either. He touched my shoulder gently. We'll figure it out, Alice. Maybe in a weird way, this trip, cursed dog's head notwithstanding, will help you see that there's more to life than Brandon's screw-ups. My throat tightened. I wasn't sure if I was grateful or embarrassed. Yeah, I whispered. He paused, then patted my arm. Now, let's go not get murdered in a creepy farmhouse. I exhaled a shaky laugh, and we left the car where it was. The farmhouse was in worse condition up close. The front porch sagged in the middle, and the windows were boarded up. The paint had peeled so thoroughly, the wood looked flayed. An old, twisted tree stood in the yard, its limbs bare of leaves. Wind rustled through the grass, and the evening light made everything seem slightly surreal. Creepy enough? Bryce asked, flashing me that signature smile again, as if that alone could banish any lurking shadows. He was wearing that same look I'd seen on him yesterday when we stepped into that shop, right before he purchased Dog's Head for $30. I gave him a mock salute. Lead the way, Captain Curiosity. He gingerly tested the steps. They groaned but held. The door was partially ajar, so we slipped inside. The stench of mold hit like a slap. Something else too, a faint odor of animal musk. Light filtered through cracks in the boarded windows, illuminating swirls of dust motes. The remains of furniture, an overturned couch, a battered table, were all scattered in the front room. Sections of the wallpaper had rotted off the walls. "You happy, you maniac?" I whispered, although there was no real need to whisper. "This place could collapse on us." Bryce just walked slowly, shining his flashlight even though there was enough weak daylight to see. I always wanted to explore a haunted house. "You and your taste in weird," I muttered. We reached a narrow hallway. The floor felt spongy in places. At the end was a door that gaped open to reveal rickety stairs leading down. A dank odor rose from the darkness, intensifying the smell of mold. My nose wrinkled. "You're not going to..." I began. "Yep," he said, stepping onto the top stair. The board squeaked ominously. I sighed, following close behind, not wanting to wait alone. The steps descended into a small basement with a low ceiling. Wet patches stained the walls. It was even colder down here, the chill sinking into my bones. Bryce's flashlight cut a narrow beam through the dark. In one corner, I saw a broken cabinet, its contents spilled onto the floor. In another, a dusty workbench. But what dominated the far wall was this rusted metal bracket, shaped like a shield or crest, bolted to the concrete. A ring of dark stains, was it mold? Spread around it. Bryce stepped closer, shining the beam at it. I felt my skin crawl. The shape of that bracket, the curve of its top and edges, it looked exactly like the back of that dog's plaque, as if it had once been mounted here. "That's weird," he said softly, crouching to examine it. "It's like a cradle for something. It fits the dog's head plaque, doesn't it?" A cold wave washed over me. There was no question, no guesswork. It was a perfect match. I took an involuntary step back. My flashlight flickered, and that damp dog breath smell intensified, as if the basement was breathing. "Do you smell that?" I whispered. Bryce's brow furrowed. He opened his mouth to reply, but the flashlight in his hand blinked out. We both froze. My chest tightened. All at once, I heard a faint scraping from somewhere behind us, like claws on concrete. I swung my flashlight wildly, illuminating only drab walls and lumps of debris. "Let's go," I hissed. "Yeah," Bryce agreed, voice taut. He fiddled with his flashlight, and it came back on with a flicker. We hurried back up the stairs. On the main floor, the wind outside rattled the broken windows, making me jump. We marched straight to the door and out onto the porch, my heart raking against my ribcage. I didn't look back. When we made it to the yard, Bryce's phone buzzed, startling us both. The mechanic. He'd be there soon. I shot the house one final glance. The porch seemed to slump, as though it was releasing a long-held breath. For a moment, I was worried we'd left footprints in the dust, some evidence that might provoke something. Then I shook the thought out of my head. We made our way back to the car. When we got there, Bryce unlocked the trunk and peeked in at his newest purchase, as if to make sure it was still there. I couldn't resist a peek too. I saw the dog's head had shifted beneath the towels, exposing half its muzzle. I could see the curve of its lips, parted as if ready to snarl or pant. Something about it felt smug, like it had known all along what we'd find in that basement. We ended up in a tiny rental house next to a cornfield while the mechanic worked on the car. Apparently, he needed a few days to get the right parts. His cousin offered the place for cheap. Less than the motel, the man promised. And we were in no position to argue. The house was small, only a few rooms. It had electricity, running water, the basics. Old scuffs on the walls and floors hinted it had seen better times. Not the sort of place I'd choose for a vacation, but it would do. We put our bags in the living room, setting up makeshift sleeping arrangements. Bryce took the couch. I took a fold-out cot we'd found in a closet. My knee still ached. For a moment, I had stumbled in the farmhouse basement, and I could still feel it. The tension coiled inside me like a knot. Bryce got beers from a gas station down the road, trying to raise our morale. But as evening set in, I could see he was distracted, his gaze drifting toward the car outside. We had left Doghead in the trunk. Because he was having the car being worked on, he wanted to bring the Doghead inside. But one look at my face after that suggestion, well, let's just say he changed his mind and didn't argue. But I noticed him scratching at his neck periodically, as though something irritated him. Around 9, I looked up from my phone to see him staring out the window. The last streaks of purple twilight were fading. I caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass, wide-eyed, lips parted. "Bryce?" I said quietly. "You okay?" He turned, blinking as if he'd forgotten I was there. "Yeah, sure. Just thinking." "About the plaque?" He gave a wry chuckle. "A bit, and other stuff, like what the bracket in that basement meant. Why did it look so familiar? You can't tell me we managed to break down right where Doghead had been mounted before?" I finished for him. We shared a chill. "I don't know. Maybe it's in our heads. The creepiness factor of your new favorite oddity is making us paranoid." He frowned. "Maybe I should go back, just to be sure." "Feel free, but I'll probably be the one taking you for a rabies shot if you get mauled by a ghost dog." He half smiled. I mirrored him, but the gesture was empty. The dog breath smell at that farmhouse still lingered in my nostrils. Night fell, thick and silent. Even the crickets were subdued. I tossed and turned on the cot, never fully dozing. Sometime after midnight, I heard faint, creaking floorboards outside the living room. My first thought was, did Bryce go to the bathroom? But the footsteps sounded heavier, dragging in a way. My pulse fluttered. I sat up. The hallway light was off, but the moonlight cast a dull glow through a small window. I could just make out that the couch was empty. Bryce wasn't there. I got up and carefully slipped out to the corridor. The boards were cold beneath my feet. At the far end, I noticed a door. It stood slightly open, though I hadn't explored that part of the house yet. I heard scraping noises. The stench of dog breath, wet, musky, with an undertone of something rancid, clung to the air. I covered my mouth to avoid gagging. I called Bryce's name quietly. No reply. Tremors crawled through my arms and legs as I pushed open the door. It led down into a small cellar, not unlike the farmhouse, but less decrepit. The stairs were wooden, the air thick and stale. I flicked on my phone's flashlight and descended slowly, each step groaning. My heart banged in my chest as a nauseating smell hit me full force. At the bottom, the floor was just packed dirt. Rusted shelves lined the walls, holding old cans of paints or boxes of nails. My light swept across the space until it landed on Bryce, crouched in the far corner. He was holding the dog's head plaque. I had no idea how it had gotten there. He must have gone outside to retrieve it, but why? A soft moan slipped from my mouth as I crept closer. Dark fluid seeped around Bryce's fingers where they gripped the wood, as if the plaque were bleeding. Or maybe it was just some thick, viscous residue. Either way, the sight made my stomach lurch. His eyes were half closed, rolling back. His lips moved in silent murmurs, almost a chant. "Bryce," I whispered, stepping into the muddy floor. My shoes squelched. He didn't respond. I reached for him, felt a sticky warmth coat my fingers as I grabbed the plaque. The stench was unbearable, rot and dog fur, pungent enough to make me gag. I yanked the plaque from his hands, and it came free with a repulsive slurp. He gasped, eyes snapping open. A ragged breath tore from his throat. Alice? What? He clutched his temples as if in pain. I dropped the plaque, letting it clatter to the floor. My flashlight showed a slick smear across its back, too dark to be anything but fresh gore. I tried not to think about it. Are you okay? I knelt, pressing a hand to his cheek. It felt cold. He shook his head, disoriented. I don't remember. I just woke up here. We need to get you out, I said, forcing calm into my voice. Can you stand? He let me help him up. He swayed but managed to stay on his feet. I grabbed the plaque off the floor, though part of me wanted to leave it there. But dread told me that leaving it was a terrible idea for reasons I couldn't define. We staggered up the steps. I slammed the cellar door behind us, fumbled in the dark for the lock, and twisted it. In the hallway, we both leaned against the wall, panting. I flicked on the overhead light. Bryce was pale, sweat beading along his hairline. What the hell just happened? He said in a hoarse whisper. I swallowed. I have no clue. He pressed a shaky hand to his face. I felt like it was calling me, somehow. I was dreaming, maybe I was sleepwalking, I don't know. The next thing I knew, you were there, pulling me out of this fog. That's it, I said, voice trembling. We're burning it. Tonight, right now. He nodded, eyes dark. Yes. We hobbled outside, adrenaline fueling us. The yard was dimly lit by a half moon. The cornfield rustled in the breeze, whispering like 1,000 hushed voices. I felt dizzy, but I refused to slow. We searched for something to start a fire, finally finding a rusty metal barrel behind the shed. It smelled of old oil, but it would serve. We set the plaque inside, Doghead staring up at us with that awful parted muzzle. At that moment, I almost pictured it twisting into a grin that mocked Bryce's usual warm smile, a corruption of everything about him that had made me feel safe. Then we poured lighter fluid over it. Bryce's hands shook as he flicked the lighter. The moment the flame caught, the inside of the barrel lit up with a whoosh. A foul stench rose in a thick plume, burning hair and old rot. I gagged and stepped back. But we stayed there, shoulder to shoulder, until the flames reduced fur to char, the wood cracking and curling under the heat. The dog's features blackened, collapsing in on themselves. At one point, I swore I heard a low whine, but maybe that was just the wind through the barrel's open side. We endured it for as long as it took for the plaque to be consumed, leaving only ashes and some twisted remnants of nails. When it was done, I slumped to the ground. Bryce leaned against the side of the barrel, tears glistening in his eyes from the smoke, or maybe not. We both stared into the embers, breath coming in ragged pools. Eventually, he placed a lid over the barrel, smothering the last of the flames. I made sure the coals were doused with water from a rusted spigot. We stumbled back into the house, locked the doors, and sat there in the dim living room, not speaking for a long time. When the exhaustion finally overtook me, I fell asleep on the couch, cradled by the fear that maybe it wasn't truly over. Weeks slipped by in a haze. The mechanic fixed our car, we continued the trip, cutting it short and heading home faster than planned. I didn't argue about it. I wanted to get away from Nebraska, away from all of it. Bryce was quieter than usual, but we both pretended things were fine. We'd burned it. It was over. Back home in my cramped apartment, I tried to resume a normal routine. I looked for temp jobs, tried to get my finances in order after the divorce fiasco, even half-heartedly browsed online dating, though the thought made me sick. Sleep came and went in fragments. I'd go to bed exhausted but wake up even more drained. The nightmares persisted, each one bringing me back to that farmhouse basement. I'd see the bracket, the flaking concrete stained with some dark substance. Then the panting would start. My phone rang one night around midnight. I jolted awake, heart thudding. The caller ID read, Bryce. "Hey, Bryce?" I answered groggily, relief washing through me that maybe he couldn't sleep either and just wanted to talk. All I heard was breathing. At first, I thought it was just static on the line, but then I heard the faint wetness of each exhale, like some animal was on the other side. It gave me goosebumps. "Bryce?" I repeated. The breathing didn't stop. Then, abruptly, the call ended. I tried calling him back, but it went straight to voicemail. A swirl of dread took root in my stomach. It had been weeks since we'd burned Doghead, and he'd seemed to be doing better, though we hadn't talked much besides the occasional text. Why would he call me so late, just to breathe into the phone? The same thing happened the next night, and the next, always the same. I'd pick up, hear that rasping breath, then click, the call ended. By the fourth time, my nerves were shredded. I was having trouble functioning during the day. My temper spiked at small inconveniences, like I was carrying this internal blaze of anger. It wasn't just at my ex anymore. Now it was at everything. A barista messed up my coffee order, and I snarled under my breath until the poor woman apologized twice. I even snapped at my neighbor for leaving the hallway door ajar. I could not quell that fury, and beneath it lay anxiety, a helpless terror that something was looming. Finally, I reached out to Bryce's sister, but even she had not heard from him. After that, I called his local police, asking for a wellness check. The officer on the phone was polite but curt. They'd go to see if he was home. An hour later, the officer called back. Bryce's door had been found open, but the place was empty. There was, the officer said, in a carefully neutral tone, a strange odor in the living room. He said it smelled like dead animal. But there was no sign of Bryce. They advised I contact them if I learned anything about his whereabouts. I was too rattled to even cry. My guilt pressed on me like a physical weight. Why hadn't I insisted we'd get rid of that plaque earlier? Or talked to him into seeking help after that night in the cellar? The next day, I called a friend of ours, Quinn, who actually lived near Bryce. He said Bryce had not shown up to work for nearly a week. Something was very wrong. Despite every warning bell in my head, I packed a bag and drove back to that farmhouse. I think some part of me believed if I went there, I'd find a clue, or maybe I just needed to know. The drive stretched out before me like purgatory. My thoughts cycled between dread, anger, and a faint flicker of hope that maybe I'd find him safe. But I remembered the calls and the panting breath, those abrupt cutoffs, and that tiny hope shriveled. I arrived in the early afternoon. The sky was overcast, threatening rain. The farmhouse looked even more dilapidated, as if it had aged years since we'd last stepped through. The boards on the windows flapped in the wind. The porch sagged lower, the front door hanging off a single hinge. Inside, the floors were caked in dust and old mud. My footsteps stirred clouds. I found my way back to the basement stairs, thinking that some supernatural force would appear and stop me. Instead, I moved through heavy silence, my breathing harsh. When I shone my flashlight down, I saw the bracket still attached to the far wall. The dark patches around it looked bigger, like mold had grown in creeping tendrils. I descended. The air was thick and cloying. That odor of decay intensified, turning my stomach. As my light hit the far wall, I froze. The bracket was no longer empty. There sat a plaque, and upon it was Bryce's head, where dog heads used to be. My mind could not process this at first. The shape was so hideous. I thought maybe it was just a joke, or a twisted mannequin. But then, I recognized the features, contorted in agony, eyes wide and glassy. The hair around his scalp was matted with dried blood. I let out a choked scream that echoed off the walls, staggering backward until I hit the opposite side of the basement. The flashlight flickered, revealing more details. The bracket had been adapted somehow, now fitting around the edges of Bryce's face, a ring of blood crusted where metal met flesh. And beneath his hairline, I saw patches of coarse, coppery fur, bristling in uneven clusters, like a dog's coat sprouting from human skin. My flashlight trembled as I forced it lower. The jaw. Dear God, the jaw looked elongated, teeth bared in a feral sneer. The entire lower half of his face, from the cheeks down, seemed to be in the process of stretching forward, as if it were mid-transformation. No matter how much I wanted to run, my legs felt anchored. Then, I heard a noise in the corner, a quiet shifting. My eyes flicked there. Something pale moved, large and hunched like a man, but with a muzzle. There was Doghead, fused to the neck of a body. Bryce's body. It was hairless in patches, fresh fur sprouting in others. A pale arm and a twisted paw-like limb. It was breathing in slow rasps, each exhale so reminiscent of those phone calls that my bones nearly turned to water. It raised its face. Or was it Bryce's face? Was it Doghead's face? Or both? And it smiled. God, that smile. That grin was a horrible echo of Bryce's warming smile, the corners of the mouth curling into a parody of comfort. I swear I saw recognition in its eyes, something faint in there that might have been Bryce. But I bolted, stumbling up the stairs, my screams lost in the furious pounding of my heart. If it was coming after me, I did not stick around to find out. I ran straight to my car, the swirling clouds overhead closing in. The seatbelt took 3 tries before I could click it. My hands were shaking just that much. I tore from the driveway, gravel spitting behind me. My mind was a chaos of shock and terror. Not sure if I was even seeing reality anymore, or some monstrous hallucination. I did what I thought was right. I called the police. They told me to wait at a gas station nearby while they checked. So I did. But an hour later, the officer claimed the basement was empty. No sign of a bracket. No sign of a body. Just dust and junk. "Ma'am?" the officer said gently. "Are you sure you saw?" He was just doing his job. Probably. but the doubt in his voice made me want to scream. I drove then. I didn't know where, I just left, thoughts reeling with dread, confusion, and guilt. I drove until I found a decent motel and locked myself in a room, and I lay awake all night, replaying what I'd seen. My friend's severed head on the wall. Or was he really severed? I recalled that half-formed muzzle, the slow shift of muscle and fur. Something alive, and yet not. Eventually, I made my way home, though nothing felt like home anymore. Sometimes I'd pass a reflective surface and catch a glimpse of something that wasn't quite my face, like a muzzle forming, bridging my nose. Of course, it's just the corner of my eye, playing tricks, or so I tell myself. I have no proof of that either, and I have the sense that one night, maybe soon, I'm gonna wake up to find it standing at the foot of my bed, panting softly, copper-brown fur glistening in the darkness. The transformation incomplete, but unstoppable. Maybe it wants a new occupant, a new host. Maybe it just wants me. I still smell burning fur when I switch off the lights. And sometimes in the silence I hear that sound again. The deep rasp of a dog's pant. It's close enough that I feel the exhalation on my neck. I flick on the lamp to reveal an empty room, but emptiness isn't comfort. Not anymore. Because what if it's found a deeper darkness to hide in until I sleep again? Every night, I wonder how long it'll take to find me. I smell it again. Wet breath just behind my shoulder. I need to turn the lights on now. Forgive me if I stop here. I have to keep it away. I have to try. Appalachia is the most mysterious region in the United States, and is easily one of the most unsettling places in the world. When you think about creepy woods, many Americans will conjure up an image similar to the Appalachian Mountains, and I'm here to tell you that their instincts are spot on. What I'm about to show you is the most disturbing Appalachian story I've ever read. This story is titled The Hanging Tree. It is from a user named Warm Cardigan. When I first read it, it gave me that feeling I got after watching The Grudge for the first time, that I wasn't alone, and that what was there with me was going to drag me away into the darkness. And after you hear this, you may feel that too, along with the sensation of profound loneliness. Some of the names of people and locations in this story have been changed to protect identities. This happened in the fall of 1998. I was 13, in 8th grade. I lived in a small town in eastern Kentucky called Harlan. The typical small town where everyone is acquainted, but also where the mountains are close and the hollers go back so deep that cell phones don't work even now, let alone back then. There were 4 of us that night. Myself, Tyler, Josh, and Kyle. Tyler was our planner, always had been. The kid who organized our D&D campaigns, who mapped out our bike routes and convinced his mom to let him have a BB gun by presenting a 3-page safety protocol he had typed up himself. His parents were the type who went to bed at 9 and trusted him completely, which made his house the obvious choice for what we were planning. Josh was the daredevil, stocky kid, played football, had already been suspended twice that year for fighting. But he wasn't mean. He really was just reckless, the kind of 13-year-old who would jump off the train trestle into the river on a dare, and would steal his dad's truck and drive it around the back pasture, Nothing scared Josh. That's what we used to think. Kyle was the quiet one, skinny and asthmatic. He had to carry an inhaler everywhere. His dad left when he was 8, and his mom worked double shifts at a diner in Middlesbrough. Kyle spent most of his time reading. Things like horror novels, survival guides, and anything he could get his hands on at the library. He knew more about local legends than anyone else in town, could tell you which hollers were supposed to be haunted, which old houses had stories attached to them. When Tyler first brought up the idea of camping in Barlow Hollow, it was Kyle who filled in the details we needed to know. The legend went like this. Back in 1952, a man named Vernon Barlow took his twin daughters camping in the hollow that bore his family name. The girls were 12 years old, identical, named Sarah and Mary. They went out one Friday afternoon, and by Sunday, only Vernon came back. He was covered in scratches, half out of his mind, rambling about how the girls had wandered off in the night and that he could not find them. The sheriff organized search parties. They combed those woods for 2 weeks and never found a trace of those girls. Not their sleeping bags, not their clothes, nothing. They were just gone. The town turned on Vernon fast. People started to say he had done something to them, that he had killed his own daughters and made up a story to get away with it. The whispering got louder and meaner. Someone had painted murderer on his house. His wife left and moved back to Virginia. 3 months after the camping trip, giant oak tree deep in the hollow. Allegedly, he had left a note that said, "I didn't hurt them, and I'm sorry I could not find them." After that, people avoided Barlow Hollow. Stories started circulating. Hikers would report hearing children singing in the woods at night. One hunter swore he saw 2 girls in old-fashioned dresses standing on a ridge, watching him. A couple camping there in the 70s packed up and left in the middle of the night, refusing to talk about what they'd seen, but warning people not to go out there. By the time we were teenagers, most people dismissed it as a local legend. But Kyle had done some research. He claimed to have found newspaper articles from 1952 at the library. The girls were real, he said. The disappearance was real. Vernon's suicide was very, very real. "So what do you think happened?" I asked him one day at lunch. Kyle shrugged and picked at his sandwich. "I think someone or something in those woods took them, and whatever it was is still out there." Then Tyler got the idea. "We should go," he said, grinning. "Overnight camping trip, Halloween weekend. See if anything weird happens." Josh immediately agreed. Of course he did. The chance to prove he wasn't scared of some ghost story, well, he was in. I hesitated. I wasn't scared, but I wasn't exactly thrilled about spending a night in supposedly haunted woods either. Still, I didn't want to be the one who chickened out. "What about you?" asked Kyle. "You're the expert on this. Are you coming?" Kyle had this look on his face. Reminded me of the face I would make if I was stumped on a math problem. Eventually, he nodded. "Yeah, I'll come. But we need to do it right. Bring actual camping gear and not just sleeping in bags on the ground. And we need lots of batteries for the flashlights. We don't want to chance them going out. And no splitting up, no matter what." "Deal," Tyler said. 2 days later, Kyle brought us to the Harlan Public Library after school. The building was old, built sometime in the 50s, I think. Had a musty smell that all old libraries seem to have. Mrs. Kemper, the librarian, knew Kyle by name. The kid was there at least twice a week. "Research project," Kyle told her when she asked what we needed. She directed us to the microfilm room in the back, a cramped space with 2 machines that looked like they belonged in a museum. Kyle had already marked the dates he wanted, dates from the year 1952. The way he threaded the film through the machine was actually impressive. We crowded around the screen as he scrolled. There it was, on the screen, on the front page of a newspaper. It said, "Local girls missing after camping trip." Below it was a photo of two girls, identical, just like the legend said, standing in front of a house. They wore matching dresses and had their dark hair in braids. They looked like any other 12-year-olds from that era. Normal and happy. Kyle scrolled down. We read the article in silence. Father returns from camping trip without daughters. Massive search underway. Sheriff requests volunteers. "Keep going," Tyler said. Kyle scrolled through the next weeks. More articles. Search continues. No sign of missing girls. Father claims they vanished from tent. Some in town skeptical of father's account. Then another. Father of missing girls questioned. This article was more pointed. Vernon Barlow had been taken in for questioning. Several townsfolk had come forward with concerns. No charges were actually filed, but the implication was clear. A month later, another newspaper. Search for Barlow girls called off. The official word was that the girls had likely died of exposure, and their bodies would be found sometime in spring. But the article included quotes from town residents. Half believed Vernon had done something. The other half thought he was being railroaded. About a month and a half after that, there was a small article, bottom of page 3. Local man found dead. Vernon Barlow, 41, hanging from tree in Barlow Hollow. Death rolled suicide. Note found at scene. Kyle zoomed in on the last line. The note, according to sheriff's deputies, contained an apology but no confession. "Jesus," Josh muttered. "There's more," Kyle said. He pulled out a folder from his backpack. Inside were photocopies of more articles. These from the 60s, 70s, 80s. Stories about Barlow Hollow. A hunter in 1967 reported hearing children crying. A couple camping there in 1973 left their campsite in the middle of the night and refused to go back for their gear. A teenage boy in 1981 was found walking on the highway at around 3 a.m., 5 miles from the hollow, barefoot and not making any sense. He was saying he'd seen two girls in old-fashioned dresses standing in his campsite and that they'd been singing. "Every few years," Kyle said, "something happens out there, always around Halloween, always involving kids or teenagers. Nobody's died as far as I can find, but people see things and they hear things." "Then why haven't they closed it off?" I asked. "It's not official land, just old Barlow family property that nobody claimed after Vernon died. The county doesn't maintain it, doesn't patrol it, and most people just avoid it." Tyler leaned back in his chair. "So what do you think really happened to those girls?" Kyle closed the folder. "I think something in those woods took them, like I said. Something is still out there, and I think it shows itself to people sometimes. Maybe it's looking for something. I don't know. Maybe..." He stopped. "Maybe what?" Josh asked. "Maybe it's looking for replacements." I felt a chill. "You know," I said slowly, "we don't have to go through with this. We could just forget about it." Tyler shook his head. "Oh, come on. It's just stories, like a fairy tale. People getting spooked in the dark, their imagination goes wild, and they reach for the closest possible explanation for it. An explanation like a local legend." "It could be that," Kyle agreed, but he didn't sound completely convinced. As we were leaving the library, Mrs. Kemper stopped us at the checkout desk. She had been reshelling old books nearby. Must have overheard some of our conversation. "You boys planning to go out to Barlow Hollow?" she asked. We exchanged glances, and Kyle nodded. "Just curious about the history." Mrs. Kemper set down her stack of books. She was maybe 50 years old at the time and had worked at the library for as long as I could remember. My brother went out there in 1977 himself, when he was 17. He went with 3 friends. Thought they were going to have an adventure. In fact, it was sometime in the fall, too. She paused. Then, they set up camp right where Vernon Barlow allegedly camped with his own daughters. My brother said they heard singing that night. Children's voices. They tried to ignore it, but then things started to happen. From what I heard, the tent unzipped itself, and they saw shapes moving in the trees. One of them swore he saw 2 little girls watching them from the woods. What happened? Josh asked. They ran. Left all their gear and ran. My brother wouldn't talk about it for weeks. When he finally did, he said something was wrong about those girls, like they hadn't been alive for a long time. She looked at each of us in turn. He made me promise never to go out there. Said there was something in those woods that wasn't right. Did your brother ever go back? Kyle asked. No, he joined the army right after high school. Then after that, he moved to Georgia. I did ask him about it once, years later. He said he still had nightmares about those girls, about what they might have done if his group hadn't run. Mrs. Kemper picked up her books again. I know you boys probably think it's just stories, that you're too smart to be scared by legends. But I'm telling you, you shouldn't go out there, especially not on Halloween. Whatever's in Barlow Hollow is not right. I trust my brother's word. We thanked her and left. Outside in the afternoon light, none of us spoke for a while, until Tyler said, "She was just trying to scare us. It's what old people do." I don't know about that, I said. Kyle kept quiet the walk home. I noticed he kept his hand in his jacket pocket, where he'd put that folder of newspaper clippings, like he was holding on to proof of something he wished wasn't real. Well, we're gonna find out, Tyler said. We spent the next couple of weeks planning. Tyler told his parents we were having a sleepover at his place to play video games all night, and they were fine with that. They would be heading to Lexington for the weekend to visit his grandmother anyway, so they'd be gone. His older sister, Melissa, would technically be in charge, but she was 19. She was mostly concerned with her boyfriend, so we knew she wouldn't check in on us. The plan was simple. Wait until Tyler's parents officially left around 3 p.m., gather our things, and hike into Barlow Hollow before dark. Then we'd set up camp and just hang out, see what happens. As I'm typing this, I can kind of feel the stupid feeling I get when I think back on this event. How absolutely foolish it was for some 13-year-old boys with no wilderness experience to go roughing it in the country at night, and hiding that fact from the family that could protect them or help them, all to chase some ghost story. If our parents had known about that, they would have killed us. But we felt like we were gonna live forever. We were all teenage boys once, unless you're a girl reading or listening to this, but you know what I mean. It was October 30th, 1998, on a Friday afternoon. Tyler's parents pulled out of the driveway at about 3:07 p.m. We watched eagerly, or perhaps nervously, from his bedroom window until their Taurus disappeared around the bend. Melissa was already in the living room with her boyfriend Brad, some 19-year-old guy who was a dropout and worked at the local AutoZone. They barely glanced at us as we hauled our backpacks through the kitchen. "We're gonna set up the tent in the backyard," Tyler called out to her. "Whatever," Melissa said. She didn't even look away from the TV. "Don't be too loud." Perfect. I had my dad's old camping backpack with a sleeping bag, a flashlight, some granola bars that I'd taken from the pantry. Tyler brought a tent, a 4-person Coleman that had seen better days, but still, that was basically luxury for us kids out there. Josh brought a rope, a knife, and a baseball bat, because of course he did. Kyle had the most practical gear: a real camping stove, water bottles, a first aid kit, and a trail map of the area he'd gotten from the ranger station. The trailhead to Barlow Hollow was about 2 miles from Tyler's house, down some old road and up a dirt path that most people had forgotten existed. We rode our bikes as far as we could, then hid them in the brush near the trail marker. By then it was 4:30 p.m. when we started to hike. We had maybe 2 hours of good daylight left. The trail was narrow and overgrown. It wasn't maintained at all. The old road had long been reclaimed by forest. The undergrowth was thick, making it hard to see in any direction. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Josh asked, about half an hour into our hike. Kyle checked his map. "Yeah, the hollow opens up about another mile ahead. There's a clearing near a creek. That's where Vernon took his daughters. That's where we should camp." Something about the way he said it made my skin feel weird. He didn't just say it's where Vernon camped. He said it was where Vernon took his daughters, like Kyle was being specific for a reason. The temperature dropped as we got deeper. Not unusual for October in these mountains, but noticeable. I zipped up my jacket. We passed an old foundation, just crumbling stones covered in moss. Kyle stopped to look at it. "I'm pretty sure that's the Barlow family homestead," he said. "It burned down in 1965 and nobody rebuilt it." "Great," Josh muttered. "Haunted woods with abandoned houses. This is like every horror movie ever." "It's not a movie," Kyle said quietly. "It's real." We kept walking. The woods changed as we went deeper into the hollow. The trees were older here, with massive trunks that had to be 100 years old or more. The underbrush thinned out, replaced by a carpet of dead leaves that crunched under our feet. It was quiet. Too quiet. We heard only 3 things out there: our footsteps, our breathing, and the wind. Tyler stopped abruptly. "You guys hear that?" We became statues and listened. At first I didn't hear a thing, but then I caught this distant sound. Almost like humming, or maybe singing, but so faint I couldn't be sure if it wasn't just the wind in the trees. "Gotta be the wind," I said, trying to sound confident for the sake of my friends. "Yeah," Josh agreed, but he'd gone quiet. Josh was never quiet. We found the clearing at about 6 p.m. It was exactly like Kyle had described, a flat area near a creek, sheltered by a ring of trees. There was even an old fire pit, just a circle of blackened stones. Someone had camped here before, maybe somewhat recently. "This is it," Kyle said. "This is where they camped." We got to work setting up. Tyler and I wrestled with the tent while Josh gathered firewood. Kyle got the camping stove working and started boiling water for instant ramen. By the time we had everything set up, the sun was below the ridgeline and the hollow was filling with shadows. We ate dinner sitting around the fire pit. Josh had gotten a fire going using some newspaper and matches. The ramen was terrible, but we were hungry enough not to care. For a while, it almost felt normal. Just 4 friends camping out, telling dumb jokes, trying to one-up each other with gross-out stories from school. But as it got darker, the mood shifted. The woods around us were completely black then. Our fire created a small bubble of light, maybe 15 feet across, and beyond that, there was nothing. Just pure darkness. You don't get that kind of pitch black in town, where there's always streetlights or porch lights or the glow from someone's TV in the window. Out here, when you looked past the fire, you couldn't see a thing. Just blackness. "So," Josh said, poking at the fire with a stick, But what actually happened to those girls? I mean, what do you think? Kyle looked up, his face somewhat lit by the fire. Nobody knows for sure. The search parties never found any bodies, and no evidence of an attack or a struggle. Nothing. What did Vernon say happened beyond just he lost them? I asked. He told the sheriff they were sleeping in the tent. He woke up at around 2 a.m. and both girls were simply gone. He searched all night, calling out their names. By the time the sun came up, he couldn't even figure out which direction to go. The woods had confused him. How do you get confused in woods like this? Tyler asked. They're not that big. You'd be surprised, Kyle said. People get disoriented in the forest all the time, especially at night. Your sense of direction breaks down, you think you're walking straight, but you're actually going in circles. So maybe he killed them, and he made up the story, Josh said. Kyle shook his head. I don't think so. Vernon's wife said he was devastated, lost 30 pounds after they disappeared. He couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep, and the note he left before he hanged himself. People who fake that kind of thing don't usually admit failure. They either claim innocence outright or don't leave a note at all. But Vernon apologized for not finding his kids. To me, that sounds like a man who tried and failed. Then who took them? I asked. Kyle stared into the fire. Probably someone that lives in these woods, or used to. Or something else. We sat there for a while after that. The fire crackled and the creek gurgled somewhere in the darkness. And behind all of it, underneath it, I kept thinking I heard that sound again. The humming or singing, whatever it was. You guys hear that? Tyler asked. So it wasn't just me. We all listened. This time it was clearer. A high-pitched sound, almost musical, like children's voices singing a song I almost recognized, but couldn't quite place. Wind, Josh said. That's not wind, Kyle said. The singing got a little louder, still distant but distinct now. Two voices harmonizing. Young voices. Screw this, Josh said and stood up. I'm calling it. This is too weird. Let's pack up and just go home. It's pitch black out there, Tyler said. We'd get lost trying to hike back. But you just said people don't get lost in woods like this. I was wrong. Kyle's right. If you go out there freaked out, without proper direction, acting all scared, you're gonna get lost. Then we'll wait till morning. What are we trying to get away from? Kyle asked. From singing? Maybe it's just other campers. Out here, on Halloween weekend? Josh shook his head. Nobody camps out here. We did, I pointed out. And the fire pit didn't look too old. Looked like someone had camped out here at least within the same week. That's when the singing stopped. The silence that followed matched the darkness around us, so utterly complete that it felt unreal. It has to be our imagination, Tyler said. We psyched ourselves out with ghost stories. We mistook the wind blowing through something in a weird way, and it made a sound. That's it. Nobody responded. We sat there and fed the fire and looked at each other on occasion. But damn, the woods felt different then. I need to go to the bathroom, Josh announced, standing up. He grabbed his flashlight. Don't go too far, Kyle said. Stay where we can see your light. It's just gonna be like 20 feet. Relax. We watched Josh's flashlight bob into the trees. He moved just beyond the edge of our firelight, and we could hear him unzipping his jeans and the sound of him going on leaves. But then his light went out. Josh? Tyler called. No reply. Josh, that's not funny. The flashlight came back on, jerking wildly. We heard crashing through the undergrowth, and Josh came sprinting back into the clearing, his jeans barely zipped. His face was white. "What happened?" I asked. Josh bent over, hands on his knees. He was panting. "I saw..." He stopped. Then he shook his head. "Nothing. It was nothing." "Bull crap," Tyler said. "What was it?" "I said nothing." Josh's voice was sharp. He wouldn't look at us. "My flashlight just flickered for a second. It freaked me out, okay? I think the batteries are loose or something." But Josh was shaking. His hands were trembling. Kyle saw it too. "Josh, tell us what you saw." Josh finally admitted it. "Look, I'll say it, but don't call me crazy. And you asked. I thought I felt someone standing behind me, like breath on my neck. And when my light just flickered out, I turned around, and I swear, there was something right there. Right freaking there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. But then I heard..." He stopped again. "Heard what?" "Like breathing. Someone with a really bad cold, though. It was wet and rattly. That's when my light came back on, and there was just nothing there. But I felt like someone was watching me." The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called. "We should go into the tent," I said. "Maybe being inside somewhere will help. Out here we're too exposed. We're just creeping each other out." "Yeah," Tyler agreed quickly. Too quickly for him. We doused most of the fire, leaving just enough to keep it smoldering, and crawled into the tent. It was cramped with all four of us, sleeping bags overlapping. Tyler had brought a battery-powered lantern, which he hung from the tent's ceiling hook. The light was weak, but better than nothing. "This is stupid," Josh muttered, zipping up his sleeping bag. "We're letting some weird sounds freak us out." "Better safe than sorry," Kyle said. He had his inhaler out and took a puff. His asthma always seemed to get worse whenever he was stressed out. I noticed Kyle hadn't taken off his shoes. We all had. Sleeping bags are warmer that way, and it's just more comfortable to not have shoes in your bag. But Kyle still had his boots on inside his sleeping bag. A small detail, by the way, something that just stuck with me, like he was ready to run. We lay there in our sleeping bags, not really sleeping, just listening. For a while, there was nothing. Normal forest sounds, sure, like the wind in the trees and the creek nearby, the occasional crack of a branch settling. I must have dozed off, because I jerked awake to Tyler grabbing my arm. "Don't move," he whispered. "Don't make a sound." My heart instantly lurched. "What?" "Just don't move." I stayed frozen. Tyler was next to me, rigid in his sleeping bag. He was staring straight up at the tent ceiling, and his eyes were huge. I followed what he was looking at. There was nothing there, just the dim lantern light and the tent fabric. "Tyler, what?" "She was just there," he whispered. "Right there. Inches from my face." I felt goosebumps on my skin. "Who was?" "One of the girls. Dead. She was hanging upside down from the tent ceiling, looking at me. Her face was right in front of mine. So close I could even smell her. Like dirt and something rotten." "You were dreaming." "I wasn't dreaming. I was awake. I've been awake this whole time, man. I can't sleep." His voice shook. "I opened my eyes and she was just there, hovering over me, and smiling. Half her face was normal and the other half was rotted off. I could see bone, and her eyes, they didn't reflect light at all. They were just black holes. Josh stirred on the other side of the tent. "What's going on?" "Nothing," Tyler said quickly. "Go back to sleep." But Josh was sitting up now. So was Kyle, both looking at Tyler. "What happened?" Kyle asked. Tyler took a shaky breath. I think I saw one of the girls. Maybe I dreamed it after all. I don't know." "What'd she do?" Kyle inquired. "Nothing. She just looked at me for a long time. Her head was tilted and her mouth was open wide. It looked like her jaw had been broken. She was making this wet clicking sound every time she breathed. I wanted to scream or move or something, but I couldn't. All I could do was lie there and let her look at me." He paused. "But then Josh moved in his sleep, and when I blinked, she was gone." We all looked at each other in the dim lantern light. We'd all heard the singing earlier. We'd all felt that something was wrong in these woods. Do you know how long she was there?" I asked. Tyler checked his watch. I don't know. It felt like forever, honestly. But maybe 20 minutes, half an hour? He was starting to look sick. The worst part was her smile. She looked so happy, so excited. "I was right, guys. We should have left. We should leave now," Josh said. "Right now. I don't care how dark it is." "And go where?" Kyle asked. "We're 2 miles from the trailhead and none of us know these woods at night. We're more likely to fall off a cliff or break an ankle than make it back safely. So we just sit here and wait?" "We stay together," Kyle said. "We keep the lantern on, and at first light we pack up and leave when it's safe." That made sense to me, but that also meant hours of sitting in this tent, waiting, knowing something was out there. "Let's do shifts," Tyler suggested. 2 awake, 2 asleep. That way, someone's always watching, and someone's always keeping an eye on the other person, in case they try to doze off. We agreed. Josh and I took the first shift while Tyler and Kyle tried to sleep. I checked my watch. It was 11:47 p.m., so we would switch at 1:30 a.m. The next hour and a half or so crawled by. Josh and I sat back to back in the center of that tent, watching in opposite directions. The lantern made our shadows look weird, stretched out and mutated. Every sound outside made us jump. I heard something small scurry through the leaves, and at another point, I heard a wet dragging sound, moving past the tent about 30 feet away. But it didn't come closer than that. Then 1:30 a.m. arrived. We woke up Tyler and Kyle. My turn to try to sleep. I honestly didn't think I could sleep. Not after being startled awake by Tyler's, visions, I guess. But exhaustion pulled me under. I had confused, fragmented dreams about running through the woods or looking for someone and someone calling my name. Sometime later, I woke up to Kyle shaking me. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "Tyler's gone." I basically jumped up. Kyle and Josh were both awake, and Tyler's sleeping bag was empty. The tent flap had been unzipped. "What do you mean, gone? The 2 of you were supposed to be awake." "I don't know, he was there 5 minutes ago," Kyle said. "I swear, I was watching the tent flap and Josh was watching the back. Neither of us saw him leave, but he's gone." "Tyler!" Josh called, not bothering to whisper anymore. "Tyler!" No response. We scrambled out of the tent. The fire had died down to just ashes. Our clearing was lit only by weak moonlight filtering through the trees. I grabbed a flashlight and looked over the area. "Tyler!" I shouted. Then we heard something I'll never forget. It was this strangled, choking sound from somewhere in the woods, up the slope maybe 50 yards away. We ran toward the sound, panic flooding my veins, I could hear Kyle wheezing behind me, struggling to keep up. There! Josh yelled. My flashlight found him. There was Tyler, hanging from a tree. A vine had been wrapped around his neck like a noose, and his feet were dangling 2 feet off the ground. His face was turning purple, eyes bulging out of his head. His hands clawed desperately at the vine, but it was too tight. Tyler! I screamed. Josh got there first. He was tall enough that he could grab Tyler's legs and lift him, creating some slack in the vine. I fumbled with my knife and started to saw at the thing. It was thick and tough, but the blade was just sharp enough. Kyle joined me, both of us cutting frantically. The vine snapped. Tyler and Josh crashed to the ground in a heap. Tyler gasped, sucking in air. His hands went to his throat, feeling the deep groove the vine left on him. "You're okay," Josh said. "You're okay, man, just breathe." We knelt around him while he coughed and gasped. It took maybe 2 minutes before he could talk. "What happened?" I asked. "How did you get out here?" Tyler shook his head. His voice was raspy. "I don't know. I don't remember leaving the tent. I was just sitting there, keeping watch. I heard someone call my name from outside. It sounded like Josh, but he was next to me. Looked like he had dozed off, and Kyle was looking in the opposite direction. I was half asleep. I just went outside, and the moment I did, I wasn't in the clearing anymore. I was just in the middle of the woods, and I felt something around my neck. The vine was already wrapped around my throat. I tried to pull it off, but it tightened, and it lifted me up." He looked at us, his eyes wide with terror. "It lifted me up on its own. There was no one there, no one I could see. The vine just pulled me up like a rope over a pulley." "That's impossible," Josh said. I know what I felt. That thing was alive or something." "You two were supposed to keep an eye on him, on us," I said. Josh looked angry and guilty at the same time, but didn't say anything. But Kyle did retort. "Look, we're all tired. It makes sense that we didn't see him slip out. There's nothing we can do now. It's over." I sighed. He was right. Even so, one of us was nearly killed. And by what? By who? You expect me to believe that one of my friends just sleepwalked outside in the middle of the woods, tied a perfect noose around his neck, and tried to hang himself? Kyle looked around nervously. "We need to go. Now. I don't care if it's dark anymore. We need to get out of here." "All right," I said. "Let's do it." We started back toward the clearing. Tyler leaned on Josh, one hand still on his throat. We moved slowly, flashlights scanning ahead. But immediately, something was terribly wrong. We had run uphill to find Tyler. I remember that so clearly. We should have been going downhill back to camp, but the ground stayed level. When we'd been running, it had taken about 2 minutes. But we walked for over 5 and still had not found the clearing. "Oh man, are we going the right way?" Josh asked. Kyle checked his compass, a gift from his grandfather. He stared at it, shook it, stared again. That's not right." "What?" The needle. It's bouncing all over the place. It won't settle on one direction." We all looked at it. Sure enough, the compass needle was bouncing from one side to the other, like it couldn't decide on true north. "Do compasses just break like that?" Tyler rasped. "It's not broken," Kyle said quietly. "It's like there's a big magnet nearby interfering with it." "Then which way do we go?" I asked. Nobody knew. We picked a direction and walked. After 10 minutes, we found ourselves in a small clearing. It looked familiar. It was our camp, our tent, our dead fire, our scattered gear. But the direction we had been going, that wasn't back to camp. How we got back here, I have no idea. "Nothing's making sense, guys," Josh said. "What if this Kyle began. "What if this is what happened to Vernon Barlow? He said the woods confused him, made him walk in circles. Maybe the woods didn't want him to find his daughters." "The woods don't just take people, Kyle," Tyler said. I know that, but I'm sure you all agree it feels like someone or something doesn't want us to leave." A sound cut through the darkness. That singing again. But this time it was much closer, right on the edge of our clearing. Two voices harmonizing, singing something that might have been a lullaby once, but not anymore. In a matter of moments, we saw them. Two small figures standing at the tree line, small enough to be children. They were swaying slightly, like they were dancing to their own music. "Oh God," Josh whispered. Then the singing stopped. "Let's just get in the tent," I said. "I know we want to leave, we all want to go back home, but we're just gonna get lost out here. That much is obvious." The others nodded. "I know we sounded wishy-washy, but you have to understand, by that point, we were too scared to do much of anything." We lay inside the tent, back in our sleeping bags, not sleeping. Nobody keeping watch. We just lay there, listening. My watch said 2:50 a.m. It would only be about 3 more hours until dawn. We just had to make it 3 more hours. Eventually, I did doze off, but I woke up suddenly once again with that disoriented feeling you get when you don't know what time it is or what woke you up. The lantern was still on, but dimmer now. The batteries were dying. I could see Tyler on my left, mouth open, snoring quietly. I was relieved to see him doing okay enough to sleep. Josh was on my right, facing away from me. But Kyle was sitting up. He was staring at the tent wall. "Kyle," I whispered. He didn't say anything, but he kept staring. I sat up, my sleeping bag rustling. "Kyle, you okay?" Slowly he turned to look at me, and when I saw his face, he looked sick, his eyes wide and skin glistening with sweat and pale. "Do you hear it?" he whispered. I listened. At first, there was nothing, but then I heard it. That wet, dragging sound I'd heard before. Closer now, like something being pulled through mud. It was moving around the outside of our tent, slowly. "What is that?" I breathed. Kyle held up a finger to his lips. I nodded. The dragging sound moved from the side of the tent to the front. Then it stopped. For a long moment, we heard nothing else, until breathing. Heavy, wet breathing, with a sort of rattling or clicking sound at the back of the throat. It was right outside the tent flap. Something pressed against the tent wall, making this indentation in the fabric. It looked like someone's hand, but emaciated, every single bit of fat and excess skin removed. Kyle grabbed my arm, gripping me tight. He held onto his inhaler in his other hand. Then we watched the tent zipper beginning to move. Not quickly. It was slow, one tooth at a time. Someone was unzipping our tent from the outside. I wanted to scream, to wake up Tyler and Josh, to run, but I couldn't move, and I could barely even breathe. I watched that zipper slide down, inch by inch, and then the tent flap opened. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. But then, 2 small hands reached through the opening. The hands of a child. But the skin was mottled and gray and black, like something that had been in water for too long. The fingernails were cracked and broken, and a smell came through. Rot and earth. like a blender filled with blended up earthworms and dirt, but left for weeks. Kyle made a small sound in his throat. The hand spread the tent flap wider. That was when I saw her face. A little girl, maybe 12 years old. She might have been pretty once, but she wasn't anymore. Half her face was normal, smooth skin and dark eyes. The other half was decayed, skin pulling back to show bone underneath. Her hair was matted and full of leaves, and she was smiling. Behind her, I saw the other one. An identical face, with almost identical rot, except that one's eyes had become black pits. Her head tilted sideways too far, vertebrae cracking. Her neck made a wet sliding sound, like flesh moving over exposed bone, and she kept smiling. Kyle's breathing was getting faster. He was slowly bringing the inhaler to his mouth, trying to use it, but he was shaking too hard. All at once, the first girl tried to crawl into the tent. I screamed. Tyler and Josh jumped awake. "What the hell?" Tyler started. Get out! Run! I screamed. I didn't go towards the tent opening. I scrambled backward, tripping over our things. Tyler saw the girl, and his eyes went huge. He froze up, and I heard him saying, "Holy crap, holy crap." We exploded out of that tent, ripping a hole through the back. Cold air hit my face, and I stumbled back into the clearing. Josh was right behind me. Tyler came out last, saying, "Where's Kyle?" I looked back at the tent. Kyle was still inside. The tent was shaking, thrashing like animals fighting in there. Kyle! Tyler screamed. The thrashing stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. But seconds later, Kyle came crawling out of the tent, breathing so hard, too hard, each breath a wheeze. "My inhaler," he gasped. "I can't find it." I looked at our tent, or what remained of it. It was now a flat pile of nylon and a mixed bundle of rods, but there were no shapes underneath anymore. The girls we had seen, the one that had crawled into the tent, they were gone. I swallowed hard and crawled under the fabric. I found the opening and began to dig around until I felt Kyle's inhaler. I came back out and handed it to him. "Here." "Thank you," he said, and he inhaled. "We need to go now," Josh demanded. "Which way do we go, Josh?" I asked. "We tried leaving once before. We tried coming back before. Nothing makes sense out here. No matter what we do, it's a gamble." It was still completely dark. I couldn't see the trail. There was no way we could tell what direction we'd come from to make it out of these woods. "The creek," Kyle wheezed. "Follow the creek downstream. It leads back to the road." That sounded like a good idea. So we ran. I don't remember much of the next few minutes. I was focused on not tripping under my own feet, trying to ignore my burning lungs, hoping that we weren't being followed, even though I was sure we were. That singing continued. Not constant, it was intermittent, but it was there, from one direction or another, reminding us that they were out there, those girls. At one point, Kyle told us not to listen to it, to just keep going. I honestly had no idea where we were going, no sense of direction, just away. We had to get away. Suddenly, "There!" Tyler pointed. Through the trees, there was a flashlight beam moving. "Help!" Josh screamed. The light changed direction, coming towards us now. A voice called out, "Who's out here?" Soon, a man stood before us holding a flashlight and a hunting rifle. He looked to be in his 60s, wearing a camouflage jacket. Behind him was a truck, parked on what looked like an old logging road. "Please," Tyler gasped. "Something's been chasing us, in the woods." The man lifted his flashlight and swept it over the trees. "Where?" We all turned to look. Nothing. Just dark forest. No movement, no wet dragging sounds, no girls, no singing. "There was something there," Josh said. "I swear to God something was following us." The man looked us over real good. 4 terrified teenagers covered in scratches, no camping gear except for what we were wearing. "You boys been camping out here? In Barlow Hollow?" We nodded. He sighed. "Damn fools, don't you know better than to camp here? Especially this time of year?" We didn't say anything, but the man didn't need an answer. He told us, "Just get in the truck. I'll drive you back to town." We did what he said. On the ride there, we discovered the man's name was Ray. We told him instead of town, he could drop us off at Tyler's place. He regaled us with stories about hunting. Nothing scary. I think he read the room. By the time we made it back to Tyler's place, it was like 4:30 a.m. Surprisingly, the lights were on inside. Melissa and Brad were still up, waiting on the porch. When Melissa saw us, she said, "You guys look like crap. Where have you been?" I could tell Tyler was startled to see that his sister cared and had paid enough attention to notice he was gone. I fell in the creek. We got turned around, maybe got lost a little." "Where's your camping stuff?" It's still out in the woods. I'll go get it tomorrow. Don't tell Mom or Dad." Melissa rolled her eyes but didn't press us. We trudged upstairs to Tyler's room and collapsed on the floor. Way better than some sleeping bags in the woods. "Did that really just happen?" Tyler asked. "Did we eat some bad food?" And for the first time in several hours, I laughed. We had all passed out from fear and exhaustion, and the next thing we knew, light was streaming through the window. It was morning. I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body aching and screaming. Tyler was still asleep on his bed, snoring. Josh was curled up on the floor near the door. I looked around. My heart skipped a beat. "Where's Kyle?" I asked. Josh stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. "What?" "Kyle! Where is Kyle?" We searched the room, the hallway, the bathroom. Kyle wasn't here. "Just calm down, guys. He probably went home," Tyler said. But my gut twisted. That wrong feeling I felt the entire night before came back. So we decided to call Kyle's house. We used Tyler's landline. It rang 4 times, and then his mom picked up. "Hello?" she said. "Hi, this is Ryan. Is Kyle home?" She answered. "Kyle? Honey, Kyle's in bed. He's been asleep since last night. Is everything okay?" I didn't expect to hear that. My first assumption was that Kyle had lied to his parents about the sleepover for some reason and had snuck back before he got caught. But that wasn't like Kyle. Kyle was a goody two-shoes, so to speak. Betraying his mother or father's trust was not like him. And what reason would he have to lie about the sleepover? I mean, Tyler was the one risking the punishment. He's there at your house?" "Yes, he's been home all night. He had a really bad asthma attack yesterday evening, so I told him he couldn't go to Tyler's sleepover. He was pretty upset about missing it, but he needed to rest." I froze up for a second. She was certain he had been there all night, but that defied everything I knew. "Ryan, are you there?" "Yeah, sorry. Can I talk to him?" "Sorry, he's still sleeping. It was a rough night. Can you call back later or come over sometime?" Sure. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye." I hung up. Tyler and Josh stared at me. "What'd she say?" "She says Kyle's been home all night. Said he had an asthma attack yesterday and couldn't come out." No. Someone's messing with us," Josh said. "He was with us all night. We all saw him and talked to him and hung out." "I know. Why would he lie about it?" Tyler asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Was he lying? Was his mom lying? What was going on? We all nearly jumped out of our skins when the phone rang. Tyler picked it up. Josh and I waited listening to Tyler go, "Yeah, cool, okay, see ya," and then hung up after a few minutes. He looked at us wide-eyed. "That was Kyle," Tyler said. "Well, what'd he say?" "Well, he begged his mom to be able to call us back after he knew that we called. But he told me he'd been home all night." Josh rubbed his head. "Oh, come on. Someone's messing with us. It's gotta be Kyle." I looked at him. "Yeah, could be, but why? Kyle has never pranked us before. He's not really like that." We decided we would grill him on it come Monday. We would see each other again at school, and take the rest of the weekend to just relax, try to forget what happened. Enough time to convince ourselves it was just a dream, or delirium caused by 4 friends pressuring each other into being scared. Or was it 3 friends? Come Monday at school, Kyle didn't show up. We went the whole school day, wondering what happened to Kyle. His asthma must have been pretty bad, maybe some sort of extended episode from the weekend. We'd have to get our answers later, we thought. That evening after school, I tried to call his house, but nobody would answer. I called Tyler and Josh separately, and both of them had been trying to get a hold of Kyle or his parents, but they got no response either. I learned the next evening that Kyle had died. Apparently, the night of the very day we called him, he just didn't wake up. Kyle passed away in his sleep, some sort of issue where he just stopped breathing. His parents were a wreck, and I couldn't blame them. Josh, Tyler, and I were never the same either. We weren't sure how to handle death in our lives, let alone the death of someone we loved and were so close to. We had just talked to him, really, and he sounded normal. He sounded healthy, but he was gone before we ever got to ask him about anything. The next time we saw Kyle again was in a casket. After that, the 3 of us made it a regular thing to go to his grave. We hung out, talking to him like he was still there, coping the way young teenagers would try to do. But what started as a weekly thing soon became monthly, then every other month, every other year, and life went on without Kyle. This story sounds crazy, and I can't tell you exactly what happened that night, but I will tell you that we never got answers. The 3 of us never figured out if Kyle had actually joined us, or if he hadn't. Was it the real Kyle out there? Or was it someone else? Or was Kyle lying in his last moments? If so, why would someone who had never done that to us before do that on his dying day? I just don't know. But this is my story, and I can't thank you enough for reading or listening to it. That's how the story ends. I'll leave it to you, as usual, to decide whether to believe or disbelieve. The forests of Appalachia overflow with mystery and even terror. Be careful where you tread. This story, while recording it, was one of the rare few where certain moments gave me chills, had me turning around in my computer chair to make sure I was still alone in my office. It's not often that a story comes my way quite like this one. Thank you for listening. This has been Unexplained Encounters. I'm Darkness Prevails. You can find this podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Before I go, I want to announce something exciting. I've teamed up with Coffee Ride of Boulder, Colorado, to create our very own morning brew coffee. Over weeks, the crew and I tested multiple flavors and mixes until we nailed the right taste that I think you all will love. The order page isn't ready just yet, but it will be soon. You'll be able to find it at eeriecast.store. I'll announce that very soon, so stay tuned. Until then, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. If you were out trick-or-treating and a person in a werewolf costume began to chase you down a wooded trail, what would you do? And how would you be certain it was just a costume? Welcome back to Unexplained Encounters. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails, and you can follow me on X at Dark Prevails, where I've been discussing balky and scary movies. Tonight's episode features monsters galore. Some you'll recognize and others you won't. But all of them will have you so scared, you may never want to sleep again. Enjoy. Remember, I want to narrate your scariest stories of the unexplained, so be sure to send them to me at darkstories.org. Also, catch my other podcasts, where I narrate various other scary stories. Just search for Tales from the Break Room or Camping Horrors on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. You can also just go to eeriecast.com. Now, let's begin. Warning: the following story contains depictions of self-harm and child abuse. My big sister's been replaced. From Anonymous. My big sister. She was everything every girl wanted to be. She was everything every boy liked, it seemed. She was everything everyone loved. My big sister was perfect in every way, or so one would think. She was a prodigy, insanely smart, skilled, talented, beautiful, kind. She was everything, and I was pretty much nothing. I was always the other daughter, but only people who couldn't see into the crap hole I called home would think I was jealous of her. I was glad I wasn't her. For the things she went through, I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. I've never seen her rest. Ever since I could remember, she took care of me while focusing on her studies and pleasing our parents. I felt bad. She was always more than a mother to me than a big sister. She would help me with homework, even though she was busy with her own. She would clean my room because I didn't feel like it. She would make me food. She would pick me up from school. Heck, she even went to all of my school events and parent-teacher meetings. She was amazing to me, and I was just an ungrateful little turd. I insulted her and called her names. I yelled at her. I would be so rude to her, and she just loved me. My sister was the only person who cared for me. Our parents never really bothered with me. They gave me more freedom than she could ever hope to receive. She was a prisoner in our own home, beaten until she was bruised and bloody for an imperfection in her work. When I was only 5, I remember her begging on her hands and knees. You see, she hadn't done too well in her physical education class, as she had twisted her ankle and it was left untreated. But our parents were seething. They slapped her. They told her to pack her bags because she was being put into an orphanage for being such a failure. She begged them to reconsider. She told me that day that love will always be earned, never given out for free. I remember her staying up all night doing homework and studying. Then she would cover up her unhealthy pallid skin and her dark eye bags with makeup, just so she could hide all her exhaustion, her bruises, her malnourishment. I remember reading her diary one time. She stared at me funny when I asked what SA meant. She was SA'd when she was 8 years old, then several times after that by her own mother. But now I know what it meant, and it makes me want to cry. The things she wrote in her diary were disgusting. I cried when I remembered what was written in it. I remember her reading to me and singing lullabies to me before bed. I remember when she showed me cool things she knew how to do. It was great entertainment, watching her ability to use both her right and left hands to do the same task equally well, like writing or drawing. I always loved when she did magic tricks for me. She was really good at card tricks, which I found very fun. I remember my sister asking our parents for the smallest things they would deny without a second thought. Nearly every girl has had a sleepover at some point, right? When her acquaintance from school asked her to come to one of her sleepovers, she asked our parents, and they said no. But she was also slapped when she tried to press the matter, trying to convince them to let her go. Forget sleepovers. My sister never even got to hang out with people. She had no social life, no life at all. She wanted to be a magician and an artist, dreams she would never get to chase, for she had to become a doctor according to my parents. She would just sit there, studying her life away. She was getting sick though. I could tell. I could see it. I would walk into the bathroom to her coughing up blood and washing it down the sink. I would see the scars on her ribs from the broken piece of glass she used to sink into her own flesh. I would hear her cry. She never cried in front of people, but sometimes you would hear a soft sniffle and a hiccup in the other room. I, on the other hand, I got to do whatever I wanted. I could go out with friends. I could dress however I wanted. Sleep in, be late, I could do anything. I was an awful person. I could see her suffering clear as day, and I wouldn't give a single crap. That was until my sister went missing. She came into my room one night. She kissed my forehead with her frigid lips, her soft, cold hands brushing against my shoulder as she fixed my blanket. She whispered something inaudible and left, but not before leaving her bracelet on my bedside table. It was the last thing I had left of her. I never saw her again after that. Now, you would think that everyone would absolutely lose their minds. She was the perfect prodigy of the small town we lived in. The town was so small, it didn't even make an indent in the map. Everyone knew everyone, so when the perfect daughter disappeared, you would assume that everyone would go searching for her, but nobody noticed. The next day, I woke up to a girl I've never seen in my life shaking me awake. My sister had silvery platinum blonde hair. Due to the lack of melanin, she had pallid cold skin and gray eyes. Yet this girl, she had medium blonde hair, blue eyes, and her skin looked like any normal Caucasian girl ever. Her voice was high-pitched, way too feminine to be the voice of my sister, who had a slightly deeper, yet quiet and feminine tone. I flinched as I saw this stranger above me. "Who are you?" I asked with annoyance. "Your big sister, silly. Come on, wake up. You're gonna be late for school." The girl grinned. Her face made me uncomfortable. Her blue eyes looked like the ones of a fish, almost, and her teeth were small. I don't know how to explain it, but she just looked so uncanny, so beautiful yet so repulsive. I got up and walked to the kitchen, where she served me a glass of orange juice and a plate of bacon and eggs. I stared at this girl. My sister knows I only like watered-down cranberry juice and her specialty strawberry pancakes. This was my second tell that this girl was not my sister. There was no way. Our parents walked into the room then with a smile. "Sweetie, you've got an exam tomorrow. Make sure you do your best," my mom said kindly to whoever this stranger was. My mom never spoke kindly. Sure, she had passive-aggressive moments, but those weren't kind. I went through my day watching everyone treat this girl as if she was my sister. Calling her by my sister's name, laughing with her, I knew it wasn't her. And I knew it knew that I knew. Its smile was like a mocking, wizened monkey grin every time it looked at me with its disgusting fish-like eyes. It's been 7 months since it came here. I checked every possible thing to see if I could explain that it wasn't my sister, but I simply couldn't find anything to explain it. The pictures, videos, and even memories seemed to have been replaced. On everything where my sister once was, it was taken over by a creature I could not begin to understand. I don't know what happened to my real sister, but this wasn't her. I don't understand why no one else can seem to tell. I swear I'm not going insane. Everything that has been linked to my big sister has slowly disappeared. Her clothes, her artwork, everything. She was just gone, gone with no trace. My sister's face is even slowly disappearing from my own memory. I can hardly remember what she looked like. I can only remember her voice, her soft weeping, her screams, but her voice is fading too now. It's replaced every trace of her existence. I don't know how to find my sister. I don't know what happened to her and what that vile thing is, but all I know is that it knows. It knows that I'm aware of its deceit, and it knows that I know that it isn't my sister. Trick or Treat, or Werewolf. From D and Ed. I don't think I'll ever look at Halloween the same way after what happened to me and my friends Amanda and Jacob one October night 8 years ago. It happened in our small town in Virginia. We were all just 13, excited to go trick-or-treating in our neighborhood like any other year. But our fun night of collecting candy took a terrifying turn after deciding to take a shortcut home through the woods. What we encountered out there in those dark trees ended up impacting me for years to come. It was Halloween night, really looking forward to going trick-or-treating with my friends. We'd been coordinating our costumes for weeks, until finally landing on this. I was going as a witch, Amanda as a black cat, and Jacob as a zombie football player. At around 6 p.m., Amanda and Jacob arrived at my house. "Whoa, love the costume," Amanda exclaimed. I smiled and thanked her, adjusting my pointy black hat. Jacob grunted, pretending to limp towards us like a stereotypical zombie. We laughed. After Mom took the obligatory photos, the three of us set out into the brisk October evening. Our neighborhood was filled with other kids and families, also out trick-or-treating. We went house to house, filling up our bags with candy, comparing who got the most chocolate bars so far. A couple of hours in, we decided to head towards the cul-de-sac at the end of the neighborhood, a place called Briarwood Circle. The houses there were huge, and we heard they gave out king-sized candy. As we walked, we started sharing scary stories, theories about what the best candy spots were, etc. I heard the Johnsons hand out full-size Snickers bars, Amanda said, excitedly, her black cat ears bouncing as she walked. "Yeah, but don't they always run out super early?" Jacob replied. "We'd have to get there fast." We quickened our pace, leaves crunching under our shoes. The full moon above provided an eerie glow to guide our way. As we turned onto Briarwood Circle, I felt a chill go up my spine. Something about this street always creeped me out, even though it looked similar to the rest of the neighborhood. Maybe it was the looming oak trees that cast ominous shadows, or the perfectly manicured lawns that seemed a little too perfect. Amanda and Jacob didn't seem to notice, as they compared candy hauls under a street lamp. I shook off the uneasy feeling and joined them. We continued trick-or-treating, oohing and awing over the generous treats handed out by the Briarwood residents. After hitting up the last few houses, we decided to cut through the small woods between Briarwood and my street to walk home. The worn dirt path was lit only by the moonlight. It was getting late, and a mist was starting to settle down between the bare branches. I hesitated before following Amanda and Jacob into the woods. "Guys," I said nervously, "maybe we should just walk back the regular way." "What's wrong? Scared?" Jacob chuckled. "No, it's just kinda creepy here," I replied, pushing some low-hanging branches out of the way. "Don't worry, it's not far," Amanda assured me. We continued on, leaves crunching under our feet. I couldn't shake the ominous feeling, like something was watching us from the dark. Then, we heard a twig snap from somewhere in the shadows. We all froze then. "What was that?" I whispered. Amanda and Jacob looked around cautiously. "It was probably just a squirrel or something," Jacob said, after a few silent, short moments. "Yeah, let's keep moving. We're almost there," Amanda added. We picked up pace, moving quickly through the woods. The full moon kept disappearing behind passing clouds, making it difficult to see the path. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Suddenly, another snap from a branch, this time louder, and much closer. "Okay, I definitely heard that," Jacob said nervously. We huddled together on the path, peering out into the dark. "Hello?" Amanda called out timidly. "Is anyone there?" Silence. But then, heavy, plodding footsteps. The sound of fallen leaves being crushed under something much larger. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't a squirrel. It wasn't even another person. "Run!" Amanda yelled. We took off down the path as fast as our legs could carry us. I could hear the footsteps behind us getting faster, gaining ground. I risked a glance back and screamed. Glowing eyes and the silhouette of a hulking creature barreled towards us. "Don't look back!" Jacob yelled. We broke through the tree line, sprinting across the open street. I was gasping for air by then, my lungs burning. We didn't stop until we reached my front door. We scrambled inside and slammed it shut, pressing our backs against it. Amanda and Jacob were wheezing, eyes wide with terror. "What the heck was that?" Jacob gasped. "I don't know. It was huge and fast," Amanda replied shakily. I peered out the front windows but didn't see any sign of it. My mind was reeling. Was it a rabid bear, a big dog, or something worse? I said something based on what I saw out there. "Guys, I think that was a werewolf." Jacob and Amanda looked at me incredulously. "Don't be ridiculous. Werewolves aren't real," Amanda said. "Then explain what that was," I shot back. "I saw it. It wasn't normal." Jacob ran his hands through his hair nervously. "I mean, it was pretty freaking huge, and I saw claws on it." Amanda shook her head. "No, it was probably just a big wolf then, or something, right?" She looked at us with pleading eyes. "Maybe," I replied half-heartedly. But deep down I knew we had narrowly escaped something straight out of a horror film that night. We all ended up sleeping at my place, too terrified to walk home, too scared to even go back outside. The next day, we returned to the path in the light of day, and we found giant paw prints in a few spots along the trail, much too big to be a regular wolf, and certainly not something a person would make. My friends desperately tried to come up with other rational explanations, but I knew. Every Halloween since, I get this uneasy feeling when night falls, and I'm terrified I'll catch a glimpse of glowing eyes watching me from the dark. School hostel haunted by a ghost from its past. From stressed university student. This was in 2019, my first year at my new high school, which was located 3 hours away from my hometown. This meant I lived in my school's hostel during the week, and I would go home on weekends. The school is over 100 years old, which meant it had its fair share of tales and rumors surrounding its history. I basically heard all of them my first week, from my roommates and friends. 2 of these stories, you could say, were proven. One story was that of a lady in white, haunting the school building itself. The other was a tale of a soldier that haunted the hostel. Supposedly, the school and its surrounding properties were used in the wars that took place in my country, as a base or a hospital. The soldier's spirit had allegedly been heard and seen by nearly all of my hostel friends, and one teacher even told her own story to us one night. I tried my best to brush off these stories, as I'm a firm believer in the supernatural and all that comes along with it, and I did not want to invite any sort of ghost to cross my path. Unfortunately, I did. One week during my school year, a public holiday fell on a Wednesday. I told my family it would be useless to come get me, as I would only be spending one day at home, and I would see them on the weekend. Our hostel was divided by grade. Each grade had their own hall where they slept. Our hall was in an E shape, with rooms varying in size. I was in a 2-sleeper room, and with my luck, my roommate had left for both nights, and the rest of the hall did too. So I was the only person left there. My room was right above the stairs that led to the dining hall, meaning I was in the middle of the lowest line of the E-shaped hall. After school, I settled into my room, saying goodbye to all my friends, and I did some homework as I waited for the bell to ring for dinner. Dinner then came and went, so I showered. The bathrooms were located just next to the stairs, so just above the middle line of the E. Afterwards, I climbed into bed for the night. Later on, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. They walked past my door towards the room located 3 doors from mine, the end of the last line of the E. At first, I thought it must have been one of the other students who were left in the hostel using the bathroom. But then I remembered I was alone here, so it would make no sense that students in other grades would use my hall's bathroom. I laid awake for a minute, listening as the footsteps slowly walked back down the hall and promptly stopped in front of my unlocked door. We weren't allowed to lock our doors. The footsteps then started running back to the other end of the hall. I tried to rationalize any explanation as to why some teacher or student would do such a thing. I rolled over to grab my phone, trying to see if it was already the early hours of the morning. But no, it was 1:32 a.m. Just as I unlocked my phone, the loud footsteps walked from the end of the hall. It sounded like heavy boots thundering against tiles. I ducked underneath the covers, like a child scared of the dark, thinking I was going to lose my life to some psycho who broke into the hostel. I was paralyzed with fear, too scared to unlock my phone, to call for help or anything. The footsteps grew louder and louder, then suddenly, right in front of my door, they stopped. The hall once again went dead silent. I held my breath, waiting for my door to creak open, praying to whoever was listening to save me. And once again, the footsteps started running back, echoing as they did. I lay in my bed for a minute, thinking about what I could possibly do to save myself. The thought of running to my hostel principal was a thought, but the heavens knew I was not fit, and no matter how fast my legs carried me, that thing in the hall would be faster. I kept on listening, figuring out its pattern. The thing would slowly walk from the other end of the hall to my door, then run back. This is important, as it influenced my next move. I made sure I wasn't just dreaming, pinching myself and almost dying when I realized it wasn't a dream. Any idea of sleep I had left had vanished by now. Those minutes felt like hours as I just kept listening, counting the seconds it took for the thing to run from my door to the end of the hall. Each time it seemed to be the exact same. 10 seconds. Hear me out. That hallway was not short. No human could cross it in that speed, so the thought of running away was gone. Tears gathered in my eyes as I realized it was do or die. Maybe I was being dramatic, but I was a 15-year-old girl who only had chopsticks to defend herself. So don't judge my actions here. I waited until those footsteps were as distant as possible, before I jumped up and then saw my school bag. My school bag was pretty large. My school did have lockers, but you had to rent them, and I would much rather keep all my books in my bag. It may have been a stupid idea, but I moved my school bag in front of the door as some sort of protection, as quietly as I could. But the moment the bag softly scraped against the hardwood floors, that thing began to run back down the hall towards me. I didn't know what to do. I slammed my bag against the door and dove into bed. I listened then to these footsteps for who knows how long. Not once did they run towards my door. No, they walked slowly. I muffled my tears with my blanket as the thing stopped in front of my door, and I thought it would just stand there for a second, then leave. But no, it stayed there. The world went silent, not like it did previously. No, this time it was like that silence was a warning. Then I heard it, breathing, shaky, heavy breathing, like the thing was in pain. Worse yet, it spoke. "Help me." The words rang through the air. It sounded like a man's voice, but not fully. The words were almost forced out, hollowed, slurred. It sounded like death, to be honest. Distant yet so clear, if that makes sense. But not human. Not at all. Then came the banging. The sound was deafening, the cries for help now turning into screams that made my ears ring. Help, it called out, over and over. That voice was filled with agony. It did its best mimicry of a human. I lifted my head from the covers, expecting to see my door open, but it was still closed. Not moving or budging at all, even though something outside continued to bang on it. Tears streamed down my face as I tried to scream, but nothing wanted to come out. And in a last-ditch effort, I whispered out, "Please leave me, please." My words were broken. And after that, everything went silent once more. I sat there in my bed, waiting for it to barge through my door, but nothing. Suddenly, the church bell, which was located on my school's property, rang once, then twice. 2 a.m. I couldn't for the life of me believe this all happened in half an hour. I sat there staring at that door until the sun rose, waiting and waiting, but nothing. At 7 a.m., the bell rang for breakfast, and you best believe I sprinted down that hallway, stopping the first teacher and telling her what the heck just happened. She, of course, wrote this all off, giving me permission to sleep in another grade's hall if I was so scared. "Gee, thanks," I mumbled as she walked away. I spent the rest of my day in the courtyard, swearing that that thing was watching me the whole time, sensing its eyes on me. I did end up sleeping in another hall that night, one that was the farthest from mine. And indeed, nothing happened, until I was awakened at 6 a.m. by that exact teacher telling me another student experienced the same thing. It soon became an entire ordeal. The hostel was searched in case someone was hiding somewhere, but that search led to nothing. I tried my best to just forget the night, as nothing further happened. But I did bring it up once with one of the women who worked in the kitchen at the hostel. She'd been working there for over 30 years, and by the look on her face, when I brought it up, that was enough to tell me what I needed to know. Don't ask, don't mention it, don't call it. I moved out of the hostel 2 months later as my father moved to the city, and I went to live with him. I was more than grateful. Up until moving, I did not sleep soundly in that place after nightfall. There were rumors in the 4 years I was still in high school that the paranormal activity in the hostel only got worse. It was so bad, they even called a priest. But my school kept those types of things very private. I'm not sure what I experienced that night. And I'm not going to try to find out, as I don't want to call it back to me. But I know 2 things for certain. That thing was not human, and I was not dreaming. I think the soldier who haunted the hostel made its presence known that night, and somebody called it back. Something on my family's ranch. From Cowpoke. I was 17 years old when this happened. I live on a ranch in West Texas. It was passed down to my family for generations. It mainly contains cows and horses. I grew up southern, living in the outdoors, learning how to be a rancher. Our ranch consists of a large acreage of woods surrounding the property. That's where I would spend most of my life. Country boy and cowboy. One day during the summer, my parents had gone off to France for a romantic vacation. They'd be gone for about a week. My dad left me in charge of being the man of the ranch. You might think it was crazy of them to leave me alone for a week, but I didn't mind, since I know how to do things around the ranch. Plus, my dad trusted me enough to look out for the place. One thing I need to mention is that I have 2 older siblings, my brother and sister, but they're grown up and went to live their own lives. Now, on day 1, nothing happened. I spent the day doing chores, milking the cows, grooming the horses, and whatnot. On day 2, it was the same thing, aside from my girlfriend coming over. Other than that, nothing happened. On day 3, that's when the encounters happened. I was sitting on the back porch on guard duty. I remember I was holding my dad's rifle in hand, listening to some country music. But over the music, I thought I heard something else. I turned the volume down, and I listened. But I didn't hear anything else. It was starting to get late by then, so I rounded up all the animals in the barn, double locking the doors. I then felt an uneasy feeling, like someone or something was watching me from the woods. I turned around then, and I spotted a dark figure peeking out from one of the trees. I couldn't see who or what it was, since it was from a distance, and it blended in with the shadows. After all, it was pitch black out. But what I could make out was an arm. My first thought was a trespasser. I had my rifle with me, so I kept my finger on the trigger, and I spoke aloud. "Hey there, this is private property and you're trespassing. Move along. Nobody needs to get hurt." But the figure didn't move. I'm not sure if it even understood me. I don't know if I blinked or if I was hallucinating, because the next thing I remember, the figure was gone. Like it just vanished into thin air. At the moment, I didn't care about it, but something later that night would happen. I was playing Red Dead Redemption 2 with the volume down. Around that time, I began to hear a commotion coming from the cows. I ran out to the barn, once again armed with my rifle. When I got there, the barn door was smashed open, and I saw one of the cows had been killed and partially eaten. I almost vomited at the sight of it. I didn't see a sign of the culprit or attacker. Whatever it was long gone by then. I walked over to the carcass and got a better look. I remember thinking, dang it, what am I going to tell my dad? I took care of the body, but I was mad at whatever had attacked our livestock. I wanted to go after it and kill it, prove to my dad that I could take care of things like this. Soon, an idea came to mind. I decided to take the carcass into the woods and use it as bait to draw it out. I was certain it was some kind of wild animal. The next day I got to work. I tied the remains of the cow to the end of my buggy, and I drove into the woods. I found a good spot to lay it as bait, and I also installed a hunting camera that can connect to my phone, so if it does show up, then I wanted to get it on camera. As I was installing it, I felt I was getting paranoid. It was like someone was about to pounce on me. Every sound around me made me more cautious. The woods where I thought I was safe had now turned into some sort of hunting ground. Once I was done, I headed back to the house and began to wait. While waiting, I remembered the dark figure I saw the other day. I began to think the 2 things were connected. That would also explain why we haven't seen a lot of deer and coyotes. I suddenly felt my phone vibrate. I checked it. Notifications from the hunting camera. I checked the images. All I could see was a silhouette, but there was definitely something out there. I had 2 choices. Go after whatever it was out there and kill it, or at least make it go away. Or let it be, but risk it destroying my family's ranch or harming my family. In the end, I decided to go after it, because it was out there right now, and there was no way I was letting this thing torment my home. I summoned up the courage and prayed to God to be with me and protect me. And so I made my way into the woods. I was scared, of course. I must have been out of my mind to want to kill this thing alone. But who am I going to call? Who's going to believe me? I was nervous with every step I took. All the noises of nature made me jump. I had my gun, but it didn't make me feel invincible. All of a sudden, it went quiet. The sounds of birds and insects left, and the wind died down. I then smelled a horrible stench, like rotting meat and death. I knew it was here. I then heard something behind me. A voice. It sounded like my mom, but I knew it wasn't. I gripped my gun and turned around. There was something standing there on two legs. Something taller than me. Much, much taller. Possibly around 8 feet. I stared at the thing, and it seemed to stare back. But then a voice came from it, a voice I'll never forget, because it sounded like my mother.
Run, honey.
This sent more than a shiver down my spine. I snapped out of my confusion, and I fired at it. The figure screeched, and I'd hoped I'd hit it. I kept firing at it until I felt it was enough. The thing ran away. I stood there for a minute, frozen. I guess I was processing what happened, but I felt proud knowing that I'd protected my home. And I didn't have to worry that what I fired at was a person, because I knew it wasn't. Because that figure, the one I mentioned was about 8 feet tall, also appeared to have antlers of some sort coming from its head. When my parents got back from vacation, I told my dad everything that happened. He was shocked, not sure what to say, but he said he was proud of me for fighting back. I never saw the thing again, but every time I go back into those woods, I bring a weapon with me, just in case it does come back. Always stay alert out there, especially when it comes to defending your home. Texas Skinwalker, from Emma Line. The memory of that dreadful night in the Texas wilderness still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. Jacob and I were always the adventurous couple, seeking thrills in the uncharted corners of our home state. But little did we know that one of our escapades would lead us to a nightmarish encounter with a malevolent being, something that we believed to be a skinwalker. It was a warm, moonlit evening when we decided to set up our campsite near a secluded creek. The rugged landscape was enchanting, with ancient mesquite trees and limestone cliffs adding an eerie beauty to our surroundings. As the night deepened, so did the strange noises echoing through the forest. At first, we dismissed them as typical wildlife sounds, but they soon grew unnerving. Whispers that seemed to twist and distort with the wind. With this unsettling feeling settling in, Jacob and I decided to take a short walk to shake off our unease. Little did we know, this decision would lead us deeper into the mysterious heart of the wilderness, away from the comforting glow of our campfire. As we ventured farther out, the moonlight cast eerie shadows on the landscape we thought we knew so well. It was then we saw it. Whatever it was, it stood among the trees, this grotesque figure with skin hanging loosely from its skeletal frame. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light that pierced through the darkness. Fear froze us in place as this creature shifted its form, a nightmarish dance of human and animal features. It whispered our names, and the voices it used resembled our loved ones, but with an added malevolence. Panic washed over us as we realized we were trapped in the presence of this wicked thing. Desperately, we tried to escape, but the forest itself seemed to conspire against us. Once familiar trees twisted, and I swear the creek nearby shifted its course, disorienting us at every turn. The skinwalker pursued us relentlessly, always just out of sight, but never far behind. We could hear it, every step of the way, time seemed to blur in this nightmare. Exhaustion weighed us down as we stumbled through this labyrinthine forest. Then a revelation struck. We had to fight back, or we may not make it. Hearts pounding, we summoned our courage and turned around. We called out loud to any spirits of the land that could protect us. Suddenly all went quiet, before just as abruptly the skinwalker let out a blood-curdling screech, contorting and convulsing before vanishing into the night. The forest around us settled back into its natural state, the eerie whispers fading into the distance. We finally made it back to our campsite, shaken and scarred by the harrowing encounter. We packed our belongings hastily and fled the Texas hill country, leaving behind the horrors of the night. We promised each other never to go back and never to speak of this experience. Even so, that entity's presence haunted our dreams for years to come. From that day forward, we knew that some mysteries were better left unexplored. They could stay in the depths of the Texas wilderness for all we cared. It was inches from me, from the Creator's Guardian. I think I've experienced many paranormal things and even unknown creature encounters. Some of them were as unfrightening as the unexplained movement of a lamp. In contrast, I have a story of when I believe I was attacked by a skinwalker. Rather than boring you to death about a stupid ghost lamp, let's talk about the latter story. When I was around 17 years old, I took a walk in the woods to productively blow off some steam. I wasn't doing too well in my rigorous high school studies. My dad had cut a small entrance into the woods behind our house, so I went in and started my walk. At the moment, I wasn't really caring about anything at all. I found some coyote tracks before long, and I wanted to improve my tracking skills, not for anyone in particular. Even so, I began to follow them with no goal in mind. It wasn't like I was going to find this thing. The tracks looked pretty old anyway. However, something was off about them. As I followed them, they changed from the dog-like prints of a coyote to the elongated human foot-like shape of a barefoot man. I chalked it up to a coyote beginning to run in the mud, so its feet slid, making the footsteps look longer. I was near a river at this point, so there was indeed some mud nearby. At about 7 p.m., I lost those tracks, and at the same time, the sun was beginning to set. I began to track my giant boot-clad footsteps back to my house until I saw a third pair of tracks. These were not the tracks of an animal I'd ever seen, and I didn't see them on my way down. Was this creature following me? I began to panic. What if some rabid animal was stalking me? What if I was being hunted? Logic stepped in, and I thought of real reasons why these tracks might be here. Perhaps I hadn't seen them before, I thought to myself. But then, I heard breathing behind me. It sounded wrong, as if the person was breathing through a pillow. I didn't take any chances. I assumed it was some murderer or serial killer, so I noped it out of there at high speed. As I ran, I could have swore I heard footsteps behind me, closing the distance. Soon I emerged from the tree line. My chest burned, but overall, I was fine. I did not look back at the woods as I walked up to our house. I entered, breathless, but I was safe. I changed my clothes and thought I had escaped a harrowing encounter with some psycho impersonator in the woods. But I was wrong. So wrong. I wish it had all stopped there. Fast forward a couple of days of undisturbed peace. I was growing angry at my pre-calculus homework once again, and in my anger I decided to take a walk in the woods. I didn't even tie my hiking boot laces before I went in. Believe me, this is important. I was stomping through the woods when I noticed a set of huge footprints. These were deer hoof prints, but they were huge. I'm talking massive. Right away, I thought there might be some huge trophy buck in the woods, I tracked the hoof prints and soon noticed that this deer was either a mutant or very talented because it was walking on 2 legs. 2 prints alternating from left to right and so on. This was odd, but my idiotic self thought nothing of it. At some point, a twig snapped, and I looked up to see 2 enormous yellow eyes staring back into mine. I gasped. I began to see its features. Patchy fur that seemed to be coming off. It was very lean and looked like it hadn't eaten anything ever. I could see its ribs quite clearly. I realized then it was stooping over very low to stare at me. I could very clearly sense this thing did not want me here. I remember thinking, sure thing, I'll leave, and I got the heck out of Dodge. However, it followed me lazily, as if making sure I was really leaving. As I ran, I saw a small rock, picked it up, and I threw it as hard as I could behind me. I think it connected, because whatever that thing was, roared. It sounded like a man, deer, and elk all at once, screaming together. I fell down and covered my ears. I then felt something hit me hard in the side, causing me to slam against a nearby tree. I howled in pain, as my ankle had been caught behind me and got sprained. I yelled in pain. I was on my back then, writhing, when through pained vision I saw the creature standing over me. It stooped even lower than before, getting right in my face and shrieking what sounded like, "Leave." I could smell something rancid on its breath. I thought that was the end, that I was dead meat. I was hurt and probably couldn't walk. I began to crawl away from it on my back. At the right distance, I struggled to get to my feet, and in a fit of hormone-filled anger, I screamed back, "I'm not dying today!" I ran, adrenaline-fueled, helping to block away the pain. This thing, what I believe was a skinwalker, shrieked again from somewhere behind me. I felt as if I ran forever, but finally I made it to our house and slammed the door shut. I limped painfully inside. I never did tell my family about this. In the end, I told my dad that some maniac had chased me through the woods. But my dad, being him, he knew I was lying about it. However, he didn't push or prod. I'm grateful for that. I think that if I hadn't run away from that skinwalker thing at that exact moment, it would have decided to finally kill its play toy. To this day, I believe a skinwalker lives in the woods behind our house, and I'll never be hiking back there again. Scariest night of my life. From the Creator's Guardian. I don't even know where to start. This event was so traumatizing. I didn't sleep for almost 8 days straight, and barely even 8. This event happened 5 weeks back as of writing this. I was in the heat of my first year in college. The assignments were piling up, and I was not in the best mental state to begin with before this occurred. It was about 6 p.m. After driving home to my parents' house, I walked out on our deck to chill for a while. We have 5 dogs, one of which is an English Mastiff named Winston. We'd had Winston since he was a puppy, so I was accustomed to his moods. At the time, he was lying by my chair on the deck. Our deck faces east, which is where a pretty large forest is located. This forest is beautiful during the day, but at night it's pretty creepy. I live in a humid area, so in the early morning, there is a dense layer of fog in the woods. At around 6:30, one of our neighbor's dogs began to bark like a maniac. So I yelled out, frustrated, into the dark forest, "Please be quiet." As if that would do anything, right? Of course, the dog paid no heed, but after about 4 minutes of howling and barking, an unearthly screech shook the woods. The forest went dead quiet afterwards, except for the dog. However, whatever made that noise forced the dog to be quiet, because soon after, I heard a final pained yelp followed by complete silence. It was then that I noticed in the trees there were these figures. They moved about at insane speed and made absolutely no noise as they did. During this, Winston was losing his mind, now growling with hackles raised. He barked then, and the figures seemed to retreat a little. If you have a mastiff, and you've heard a defensive bark from one, you know it can be intimidating. I felt a bit more safe with my giant 170-pound dog at my side. Then there was this screeching sound, the same sound as before when the neighbor's dog went deathly quiet. "What the heck?" I said, dumbfounded. Then, all at once, those dark figures in the woods burst from the trees at an alarming speed. They seemed to fly. I grabbed Winston by the collar and shoved him inside the house, the two of us racing off the deck back inside. I wish it stopped there, but it got much worse. As I watched from a window, one of the black figures made their way to the area of the deck where I had been moments ago. Then it stopped moving, and I mean completely stopped, like they were statues. Then, even through the window I was watching through, I felt a rumbling thud, thud, thud of massive feet. Something larger was coming through the woods, emerging from the woodline. From what I could estimate, it appeared to be 10 to 11 feet tall, but I couldn't see much of its features, save for parts of its face. What I could see was a long snout on a skull-like face. It had these dangling patches of rotted flesh that looked like they used to be ears. And the eyes, I'll never forget them. They glowed yellow within its skull. It stared at me, freezing me in place. The fear I felt in my chest was indescribable and almost painful physically. Then it screeched, the same screech I'd heard while on the deck. The black figures flew towards my windows, black clawed hands desperately trying to reach in. All of a sudden, the black things cleared, and just above the deck railing, the screecher, as I called it, peeked at me. It seemed almost curious. Then it turned around and walked back into the woods. It let out one final screech, and the black apparitions followed. I think they were that thing's minions. I know it sounds impossible, downright insane, but I know what I saw. If anyone knows what this screecher might be, what these black apparitions were, I'm all ears. The Scream, from Tiger Lily. This is a story told to me by my friend. I was 16 years old when she moved to my city. Not into the city, but to a nearby town, not too far. We became fast friends. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call my friend Maya. Maya lived in the woods, and once we became friends, she invited me down to stay the night at her parents' place. Nothing was out of the ordinary at her place. Her parents seemed to be regular, protective parents. We spent the day at a lake about a mile from the house. We snuck some malt beverages up there with us, relaxing and swimming. Looking back now, the silence in those woods was quite eerie. You'd expect to hear bugs or birds or anything, but it was just quiet that night. When it started getting too late, Maya and I packed up and left. Once we arrived back at the house, her parents were making dinner and chatting over wine. We ate with them, then headed back upstairs to Maya's room. The sunset cast an orange glow over everything, and it was that moment I realized I didn't have my purse. I swore I'd grabbed it when we left the lake, but we searched Maya's room high and low and found nothing. I was in tears because my phone and wallet and car keys were all in that bag, as well as the locket my grandmother had given me before she died. I was about to march right out the front door by myself to go and get my stuff when Maya stopped me. She pleaded with me to wait until morning, but I wasn't having it. The thought of someone else finding my things and having to explain to my parents the loss of those items was much too overwhelming at the age of 16. That's when Maya sighed and looked at her window woefully. "All right," she said, "but we have to wait until my parents go to bed in a little while. Then we have to go out the window, not the door." Time passed quickly enough, and soon we were climbing out the window, going down the trellis on the side of the house. The night was quickly becoming cool and crisp. I shivered, but continued on with Maya into those woods. Halfway to the lake, I felt as if someone was watching me. Just that paranoid feeling you get. I found myself looking around on occasion, but I didn't see anyone, even with my flashlight. Maya called for me to stay close to her, so I caught back up. The only sound I heard was branches cracking and the crunching of the ground under our feet. Down at the lake, we searched for my bag. It was so dark our flashlight seemed to be growing weaker. The chill in the air was also intensifying. I called over to Maya as the surrounding darkness became suffocating. Maya began whispering something, and I asked her to repeat herself since I couldn't yet understand. "What is that?" she asked. "What is what?" I replied. "That." She pointed behind me. I turned around and shone my flashlight in that direction. It was a pristine barn owl perched on a branch not too far above us. It stared at us for a moment before it opened its mouth and screeched. The first time wasn't that bad, but each time it screeched, it grew louder and louder until both Maya and I were covering our ears. There was something wrong. It could not be screaming that loud. It wasn't physically possible. I was terrified and began to run. I stopped running at some point to catch my breath, and I could still hear the screeching, growing in volume. The next thing I knew, I blinked, and it was morning. I was back at the lake, Maya next to me, both of us looking disoriented. We looked at each other then, but not a word was spoken. I didn't really care about my bag anymore at that point. When we made it back to Maya's house, crawling back into her room, we were both in agreement with how completely freaked out we were. Eventually, we concluded what we'd encountered was something supernatural, some sort of time loss event. Later in the day, we found my bag halfway smushed under her bed. It pains me to think about it, because either we just missed it and experienced something so terrifying for no reason, or someone had put it there. To this day, neither of us can account for the lost time out there in the woods, and neither of us have been back to that lake since. Thank you for listening to Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoy this show, think about supporting us. There are several ways you can. Search for EerieCast on your favorite podcast app and follow our other scary shows, especially the other two I host, Tales from the Break Room and Camping Horrors. Leave Unexplained Encounters a rating on Spotify and a review on Apple Podcasts. The more we get, the higher we climb in the charts. Get some cool merch at eeriecast.store, or unlock tons of cool extras like exclusive audiobooks and music tracks, ad-free access to all our shows, and a huge 20% discount on all our merch, all for less than $3 a month by signing up for EerieCast Plus at eeriecast.com/plus. Thank you. Until next time, send me your scariest stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org so I can narrate them in a future episode. And follow me on X, formerly Twitter, at darkprevails for plenty of screams and memes. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. A new species of insect is discovered every 90 minutes. Did you know that? The insect kingdom dwarfs our own. It's impossible to know what might lie underneath one rock or hide within a hollowed-out log, let alone what might awaken only once every several years. I received this creepy and very emotional story from someone named Locus Locale, which he has titled, "It Woke Up." In this story, we learn that in Missouri during the summer of 1998, allegedly some very bizarre killings occurred, which aligned perfectly with the awakening of cicadas. But it was not these insects who were behind it. Whatever it was, it wakes up every 17 years. If you're in Missouri in 2032, all I can say is you have been warned. Cicadas don't come out every year. They sleep underground for over a decade, then emerge all at once in what scientists call broods. Brood 4 woke up last month as of writing this. 17 years of silence, then suddenly they're everywhere again, screaming from every tree. This is what happened in Carthage, Missouri, in the summer of 1998. There were 5 of us: me, York Rager, Eric Navarro, Laramie Williams, and Marissa Delaney. We'd been friends since 3rd grade, when Laramie moved to town and got assigned the desk next to mine. By the summer before 8th grade, we were inseparable. Crazy how, when you're that young, friendship doesn't require maintenance or explanation. You just show up at someone's house, and you start hanging out, and nobody thinks anything of it. York was the one who got us into trouble, though. He was not the smartest kid in our group, not by a long shot, but he had a fearlessness to him that the rest of us lacked. He'd climb anything, jump off anything, and he would poke at anything with a stick. His mom called it bravery, and my mom called it a death wish. Either way, he was usually the first one through a door, and the rest of us followed, because someone had to make sure he didn't die. His house was the default hangout spot. His backyard was where we built the bike ramps, and his basement was where we watched movies on the big TV his dad had bought, but then never actually used. Eric was the biggest, almost as tall as York, but much broader. He looked like the kind of guy who should be playing football but wasn't interested. He was a quiet guy, and that made people underestimate him. He'd sit there while the rest of us talked, and you'd think he wasn't paying any attention, but then he'd say something that cut right to the heart of whatever we'd been circling around for 20 minutes. He was kind, too. Genuinely kind. He'd give you his last dollar and never mention it again. Laramie was like me. A dork, a shrimp. We were the 2 smallest kids in our grade, and we'd bonded over that shared indignity back when we first met. And he would laugh too loud when something really got to him. He read more than anyone I knew, mostly science fiction. I often saw him with these weird paperback books that had spaceships on the covers. I think he found most of them at garage sales, and he would devour them in a single afternoon. Marissa was the only girl, and she'd punch you if you made a big deal about it. She was a tomboy in the way she dressed and acted, wearing jeans and old t-shirts strictly, always racing with York to be the first one up a tree, or to catch a frog, or to be the first person to do something dumb. Whatever dumb thing we decided to do that day. And yet, there was something delicate about her too. She had smaller hands, and she would tuck her hair behind her ear when she thought. If you couldn't tell already, I had a crush on her, at least back then, and I never did tell anybody. I was the anxious little worrier in the group, the one who thought 3 steps ahead, constantly checking what time it was, when I needed to be back home for dinner. And it was me who owned the camcorder. Well, technically it was my dad's. A Sony Handycam he'd bought to film my sister's dance recitals, then forgot about it in the hall closet. I'd been borrowing it, without asking, since April. We were making a movie, a horror movie. We were 13-year-olds, and that's what 13-year-old boys, plus one girl, make. Though we didn't have a script, no real plot, no real plan, we just had the camera and some vague idea that we'd figure it out as we went. The cicadas came up in late May. Brood 4 is what they said on the news. A periodical cicada emergence that happens every 17 years. I did not know what that meant back then, but I did think they were incredibly loud. You can't really describe the sound to someone who hasn't experienced it before. This isn't your regular nighttime bug noise. It's a big wall. A physical pressure against your eardrums that starts at dawn and doesn't stop until after dark. That summer it was so loud, you had to shout to have a conversation outside. You'd go to bed with the drone still ringing in your ears, and you'd wake up to it already full blast. After a few weeks, you stopped noticing it, mostly. It just became what the world sounded like. We spent that June filming test footage and goofing around with the camera. York would narrate everything in his fake deep voice that he thought sounded like a movie trailer. Laramie and I took turns being the cameraman. We shot at the abandoned gas station on Route 71, or in the woods behind the middle school. A couple times we shot in York's basement with the lights off, trying to make it look all spooky, like a haunted house. None of it was very good, but we didn't care. We were making a movie. It was cool. It ended up being York's idea to find a better location than these. I remember how he explained it. "We need something real," he said. We were sitting in his backyard, passing around a 2-liter of Mountain Dew. "Something that actually looks scary, not my grandma's basement." "Isn't it your basement, Goober?" Marissa said. "And your grandma's dead." "Whatever, same thing. We need somewhere creepy, somewhere with what do they call it? Atmosphere?" "Like where?" York shrugged. "My brother told me about this old farm out past the county road. Says it's been empty for years. Nobody lives there anymore." I looked at Eric, who was sitting against the fence with his arms crossed, quiet as usual. He'd been quiet all afternoon. You know anything about it?" I asked him. He turned to look at me, then turned away. "The Hensley place," he said. "That's what he's talking about. Past Sugar Creek, out toward the edge of the county. My mom said a family used to live there, but something happened. Didn't say what." York was already on his feet. "So let's go check it out. What else are we gonna do today?" That was York for you. Decision was made, the consequences unconsidered. Time to go. We biked out there that afternoon. It took almost an hour, longer than any of us had thought, and by the time we got close, we were sweaty and tired and starting to regret the whole idea. The road turned to gravel and then to dirt. That dirt road ran between fields that hadn't been planted in years, overgrown with weeds and wild grass that came up to our handlebars. The cicadas were louder out here. I remember thinking that. Away from town, away from cars and air conditioners, and all the other sounds of humans, the drone was overwhelming. It felt like being inside a big, grinding machine. The Hensley place sat at the end of the road. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting. Something dramatic, maybe, like the haunted house at the end of the street that you see in movies. But this place, well, it just looked sad. A 2-story farmhouse with white paint peeling off in strips, and windows that stared out into nothing. There was a barn behind it that had partially collapsed, one wall leaning at an angle that made you nervous just looking at it. There was farm equipment scattered around the property, tractors and plows and things I didn't have names for, all of it rusted and overgrown. "Holy crap," York said. This is perfect." He was right, though. It was perfect. The afternoon light came through the trees at an angle that made everything look golden and rotten at the same time. The tall grass moved in the breeze. The cicadas screamed. If you were going to film a horror movie, you couldn't ask for a better location. We spent an hour exploring, filming everything. York narrated in that fake deep voice again while I held the camera, describing the abandoned death farm and the ghosts that walked these cursed fields. Marissa found a rusted scythe, too, which had been leaning against the barn. She posed with it like the Grim Reaper, while Laramie made spooky noises off camera. Eric wandered the perimeter real slow, looking at things, of course not saying much. We were filming the barn when I spotted a man. He walked right out of the farmhouse without making a sound. 1 second the porch was empty, and the next he was standing there, and he was watching us. He was an older man, about 60 or more, with gray hair hanging past his ears, and clothes that looked like he'd been wearing them for weeks. He didn't yell at us or move towards us. He stood there with his hands at his sides and watched us. "Crap," York said. "Someone does live here." I think we should go." I was moving towards my bike. "Come on." We rode back to town faster than we'd come, pedaling so hard it looked like something was chasing us. It wasn't until we were back on paved roads that we slowed down enough to catch our breath. "That guy was creepy as hell," Laramie said. His glasses had fogged up from the exertion. He was wiping them on his shirt. "He didn't do anything. He just looked at us," Eric said. "Yeah, well, looking at us was creepy enough. Did you see his face?" I had seen his face. That was the thing I couldn't stop thinking about. That man had not looked angry that we were trespassing on his property. He hadn't looked confused or annoyed either. He looked worried, even scared. Like he wasn't concerned about us being there, but concerned for us being there. We should have stayed away after that. Any sensible group of kids would have found somewhere else to film their stupid movie. Forgotten all about the old man on the creepy farm, but we were 13, and the location was perfect. York had made up his mind. He was talking about going back there before we ever got home. And the more we talked about it, the more we were convinced ourselves that we'd overreacted. He was just some hermit who didn't like visitors. We'd be more careful next time. We'd avoid the house, stick to the barn and the fields, and he would never even know we were there. We went back 4 days later. There was no hermit outside when we arrived, so we left our bikes in the tall grass near the road and crept onto the property, like we were spies infiltrating enemy territory. The afternoon was hot and still. The cicadas were so loud, they were vibrating my bones, it felt like. We filmed for about an hour. I got some good shots of the barn interior, dusty light coming through holes in the roof, old hay bales rotting in the corners. Marissa did a monologue as the ghost of a farmer's daughter that was actually pretty good, her voice going soft and eerie. Even Laramie applauded her when she finished. York found a rusted pitchfork and insisted on being filmed holding it like a weapon. Normal stuff. Kid stuff. It was Eric who first noticed it. "He's boarding up his windows," he said. We were taking a break in the shade of an old oak tree, passing around a water bottle which had gotten warm in Laramie's backpack. Eric was looking toward the farmhouse, real focused-like. He didn't make that face often, but when he did, it was when something didn't seem quite right to him. I looked too, and he was right. The windows on the first floor of the farmhouse, which had been dark but visible on our first visit, were now covered with boards nailed haphazardly over them from the inside. You could see the fresh yellow of new lumber against the gray weathered siding. "So, maybe he's fixing the place up," York said. You don't board up windows from the inside if you're just fixing a place up. You replace them, or you board them up from the outside so the boards are flush. Eric paused. You board them from the inside if you're trying to keep something out. Keep what out? Eric didn't answer yet. He kept staring at that farmhouse. Marissa moved closer to me. I could smell her shampoo, and for a second I forgot about the farmhouse entirely. This place gives me the creeps, she said quietly. But don't tell York I said that. I won't. We went back twice more over the next 2 weeks. Each time there were more changes, more boards on the windows, a trench dug behind the house that had not been there before, about 2 feet deep and 20 feet long, the dirt piled up beside it. The grass around the farmhouse had been cut short in a wide circle. It was like the man wanted clear sightlines in every direction, like he wanted to see something or someone coming. We stopped seeing him outside after that. But sometimes while we were filming, I would catch a glimpse of movement behind the gaps in the boarded windows, his shadow passing by, or his eye catching the light for just a second as he watched us. I was sure of it. He was watching and waiting and preparing, and I wasn't sure why. The other thing I noticed, the thing I didn't yet mention to the others, was the sound. You see, the cicadas near the Hensley place were beginning to sound different. There was something underneath the main drone, a lower frequency that you couldn't quite hear but could definitely feel. I guess I was the only one whose teeth ached from hearing it. It gave me a headache, but maybe it wasn't just me. All of us were growing more irritable and short-tempered. It didn't match the excitement we had when we filmed the movie. Sometimes we would snap at each other for no reason, then quickly apologize and forget about it, but then snap again 10 minutes later. And there was something else, a feeling I got when we were on that property, like being watched, but it had nothing to do with the old man in the farmhouse. It was bigger than that, older even. It's really hard to explain, but the feeling would hit me at random moments and I would freeze up with the camera in my hand and start rapidly scanning the tree line, looking for something that I didn't even know. After our third visit, I started to have dreams. Nothing I could describe clearly. Often I forgot what it was. But what I do remember were these dreams of darkness. I would see movement, and I would sense something large circling outside my field of vision. When I'd wake up, my heart would be pounding, and the cicada drone was already outside, and I would lie there until dawn trying to convince myself it was nothing at all. It wasn't nothing. I just didn't know it yet. I was still young enough to believe that bad feelings could be ignored, that nightmares didn't truly mean anything. To me, the world was basically safe. Nothing terrible could happen to a kid in a small town in Missouri in the summer of 1998. I was about to learn otherwise. The idea for a night shoot was York's. We were in the basement on a Thursday afternoon, watching the footage we'd collected so far. It wasn't bad, honestly. We had some genuinely creepy shots of the barn, and some pretty good acting from Marissa. Enough raw material to maybe edit into something that resembled a real movie. But there was something missing. The footage looked flat, like daytime flat. Nothing like the horror movies we were trying to imitate. "We have to go shoot at night," York said. "That's the problem here. Everything we've got looks like a home video because we're filming in the middle of the day. Real horror movies are shot at night. All the scary stuff happens in the dark." Laramie pushed his glasses up his nose. "How are we supposed to see anything? We don't have movie lights." "The camcorder has a night mode. That green stuff, like military footage. It'll look way creepier than this." I didn't love the idea. The Hensley place was unsettling enough in daylight. The thought of being out there after dark, with the boarded-up farmhouse and the watching hermit, and that low frequency underneath the cicadas, it made me nauseous. But York was jumping ahead, planning things. We would tell our parents we were sleeping at his house. Then we'd bike out after sunset, film for a few hours, then bike back before anyone knew we were gone. It would be an adventure, he said. It would make the movie actually good. And he wasn't wrong. Eric caught my eye across the basement. I could tell he had the same reservations I did. But neither of us spoke a word. That's how it worked with York. He charged ahead. We followed to make sure he did not die in some horrible way. We left around 9 o'clock on a Saturday night. The sun had been down for an hour, but the sky still held some light. A beautiful deep blue you get in late summer, when the days are longer and the darkness comes slow. We rode in single file down the county road, our bike lights cutting through the dark ahead. The cicadas were roaring in the fields around us. Marissa rode behind me. I was acutely aware of her presence, and I could hear her bike tires on the gravel. By the time we reached the Hensley property, the sky had gone fully black. There was no moon that night, just a sliver of one hidden behind clouds. Now the farmhouse was just a dark shape under the stars, lightless, those boarded windows invisible in the dark. The barn was creepy. It was just a void where the stars weren't, a black mass that seemed to absorb all light. This was a mistake, I said. Don't be a baby. York jumped off his bike, pulling the camcorder out of my backpack where I'd been carrying it. Could you turn on the night vision? We'll just get some footage and get out of here. I powered on the camera and switched it to night mode. The world turned green and grainy through the viewfinder, shapes emerging from the dark in a flat and ghostly way. There was the barn, the tall grass, Laramie making a face at the lens. We filmed for maybe an hour, creeping around the property and whispering commentary, constantly trying to scare each other. And for a while, it was actually fun. The fear I'd felt on the ride faded into something more like excitement, a jittery energy. We weren't supposed to be here this late, and there was some adrenaline to that, you know. York kept wandering too far ahead and having to be called back. Laramie and I stuck close together, the two shrimps watching each other's backs. Marissa wasn't scared, or if she was, she didn't want to show it. While Eric moved through the dark like he belonged there, silent and watchful. I was filming the tree line behind the barn, and suddenly, the cicada sound changed. At first, it was a normal wall of noise, the steady droning we'd been hearing all summer long. But this shift, it was like a frequency drop. The low hum I'd been feeling underneath the main sound became the main sound itself, and it wasn't a hum anymore. It was like a pulsing rhythm, and I swear every time it pulsed, my muscles would flex on their own, like they do when you flinch at something. I stopped moving then. I tried to lower the camera, but couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to turn my head, but I couldn't. My muscles were seizing up, and I was frozen there, the viewfinder pressed to my eye, staring at the green-tinged tree line while my heart slammed against my ribcage. In my peripheral vision, I could see the others. They were frozen too. York had his flashlight raised, and his mouth was open like he was about to say something. Marissa was reaching toward my arm, her hand stopped mid-motion. Laramie was mid-step, 1 foot off the ground, balanced impossibly like a statue. And there was Eric, standing like a stone, only his eyes moving. He seemed to be tracking something. Only my camera moved. My finger was still on the record button, and the tape was still rolling, capturing whatever was about to happen. Something moved at the edge of the trees. I saw it in the viewfinder, a shape separating from the shadows. Tall, at least 7 feet, if not more. It had these angular, long limbs, and it moved through the tall grass without making any sound, without even disturbing the stalks, like it was drifting instead of walking. It was heading towards the farmhouse. The front door opened. The old man stepped out onto the porch. He was carrying something in his arms, some bundled up thing wrapped in cloth, and he walked down the steps into the yard with stiff movements. He was terrified, but acted as if he had no choice in the matter. I wanted to scream at him to run. I wanted to close my eyes, but I could do no such things. The man walked maybe 30 feet from the house, then stopped. He set the bundle on the ground. It took me a moment to see what it was in the darkness. It glistened, though. It was meat. Raw meat, dark and wet. Maybe a whole animal's worth. But why? The shape in the grass changed direction. It had been moving toward the house, but it suddenly curved directly toward the man, toward his offering. The cicadas pulsed louder. The frequency made my head feel like it was going to burst. The man himself stood very still. I could see him murmuring something, his mouth moving, but I could not hear anything over the cicada noise. To me, it looked like he was either praying or pleading. Perhaps it was the same word, over and over again. The shape reached him. I saw it clearly, for just a second, when the moon passed through a gap in the clouds, and I caught it in the faint light. Limbs like a mantis, too many joints, a body that was almost human-shaped but distorted, and a head that had turned toward the man with movement that was sudden, precise, and mechanical. The man tried to run, but he got only 2 steps. What happened next took maybe 15 seconds. The shape unfolded around him. Those long limbs wrapped around the man's body and lifted him off the ground. Then it started to pull. Not tear, but pull, like it was disassembling him along seams. The man, he came apart in pieces, and each piece came apart somewhere into that mass of angles and joints. There was no blood or spray, but there was the wet sound of separation, and the man getting smaller and smaller until there was nothing left of him at all. When it was over, the shape stood in the grass where the man was. The ground underneath was now dark and wet, so there had been blood. The offering of meat, though, sat untouched a few feet away. The cicadas shifted back to their normal frequency. My body unlocked. I stumbled backward, dropping the camera, and I fell on my rear in the grass. Somewhere nearby, York was making a sound that wasn't quite crying, but wasn't yet screaming. Laramie was running toward the bikes. Eric grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet. "Move," he said, his voice steady but his hand trembling. "If we don't move, we die," he told me. Marissa was now beside me, her face pale. She didn't say a word. She grabbed my other arm and pulled. Together, we ran, grabbing our bikes, and we pedaled harder than I'd ever pedaled in my life, down the dirt road, onto the gravel, then onto pavement. We did not stop until we made it to the edge of town. By then, my lungs burned and my legs were jelly. My mind was somewhere else entirely, stuck on repeat, watching the shape reach the man over and over again. We ended up in York's backyard, collapsing on the grass behind his house. All of us were breathing hard and couldn't speak. But the cicadas were still going. They had not changed in town. Here, it was just the normal summer drone. The same sound we'd been hearing for weeks, and somehow that was comforting. It was like here, nothing had happened. Everything was fine. "What the hell?" Laramie kept saying. His glasses were crooked, but he didn't seem to care. "What the hell? What the hell?" "We have to tell someone," York said. His voice sounded like it was going to go hoarse. "We need to call the cops." York shut the hell up. It was Eric. He was sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead. "If you call the cops, the blame isn't going to go to some monster you tell them about. They're not gonna believe us. It's gonna go to us, the group of trespassing teenagers." "But we have it on video. The camera was recording, right?" York looked at me. "You got it on video, didn't you?" I realized then I didn't have the camcorder. I had dropped it when I fell. It was still out there, somewhere in the grass near the barn, probably recording nothing until the battery died. "I dropped it," I said. "I dropped it, and we left it." Marissa put her hand on my shoulder. I don't think she meant anything by it, probably just a gesture of comfort. But I felt it like electricity. Even in that moment, even with everything that had just happened, I noticed her touch. Nobody said anything for a while. We lay there in the dark behind York's house, listening to the cicadas, trying to understand or come to terms with everything. I kept expecting to wake up, that this was a dream, and I'd be in my bed with the morning light coming through the window and none of this would be real. But that moment didn't come. We moved into, then stayed in York's treehouse until dawn. We didn't sleep. We kept watch and listened. When the sun came up, we went inside and told his mom we'd been up late watching movies. She made us pancakes and didn't ask any questions. This could have been a normal, memorable morning. A good day in a normal world. 2 days later, I went back for the camera. I had to. My dad was going to notice it was missing eventually, and I could not think of any way to explain losing it without being severely punished. So I biked out there alone in the middle of the day, my hands a shaky mess the entire time. The Hensley property looked the same. The farmhouse, the barn, and all that rusted equipment. There was no sign of what happened. No body even. The blood was gone. No dark spot in the grass where the man had been standing. Just the empty farm and the cicada noise under a hot July sun. I found the camera in the grass near the barn where I'd dropped it. The battery was dead. I took it home and charged it and watched the footage with my finger hovering over the eject button, ready to stop the tape if it showed anything that I did not want to remember. It didn't. The night vision footage was blurry and green, mostly useless. You could make out the shapes of trees or the outline of the barn. There were glimpses of the others moving around. You could see me stumbling backward then fall. Then you could hear us running, our footsteps and our breathing, and Laramie saying "what the hell" over and over as we fled toward the bikes. But the thing itself, anything of importance really, wasn't shown. The movement I thought I caught of that thing emerging, it was all glitchy or blurry appearing now, either the result of dropping it or the device getting covered in morning dew, but probably both. The only evidence that anything had happened was the audio. I captured the pulse underneath the cicada drone, undeniably. Without a word, I put the tape in a box in my closet and tried to forget it existed. We were kids who witnessed something they shouldn't have, so we didn't feel like talking about it. Not directly, not to each other. Whenever we were together, which wasn't often in the week following, we would make eye contact but look away. Were we ashamed of something? Were we the ones in the wrong by witnessing what we'd witnessed? I kept expecting someone to find a body, to raise an alarm. But no one did. That old man had been living alone on that property for years. No family checking on him, no mail carrier wondering why he wasn't picking up his packages. The man was just gone, and the world absorbed his absence without flinching. 2 weeks later, after the night at the Hensley place, York showed up at my house unannounced. The guy looked tired and thinner than I remembered, even though it had only been about 14 days. He stood on my porch with his hands in his pockets and asked if I wanted to ride bikes with him. We ended up at the park near the elementary school, sitting on the swings, not swinging, not even looking at each other. The cicadas droned on. Somewhere nearby, some younger kids were playing on the jungle gym, shouting and laughing. Eventually, York said to me, "Man, I can't stop seeing it. Every time I close my eyes, it's just there." I know what you mean. Eric thinks we should just forget about it and move on. Pretend it never happened or something. Can we even do that? York shook his head slowly. I don't think so, but I don't know what else to do. I didn't either. We sat there on the swings for a while longer, listening to the cicadas and watching those younger kids as they played. Again, such a normal view, a normal moment. But underneath it, always, the knowledge of what we'd seen. What was out there in the dark at the edge of town? Had it been there all along, waiting for something? Maybe it's gone, York said. Maybe it was just there for him, for that family, or I don't know. Maybe that now he's dead, it'll leave. I wanted to believe that, and I told him that I did. But I didn't believe it, and I doubt he did either. Here's the thing about being 13 years old. You can see something that rewrites your entire understanding of the world. Something that could shatter you into pieces. And 3 weeks later, you're eating pizza and arguing about whether the Chicago Bulls could beat the Utah Jazz in a rematch. The human capacity for compartmentalization is strongest when you're young. The brain hasn't fully hardened yet. It can still flex around the impossible and keep functioning. By the first week of August, we were hanging out again. It happened gradually. York called me to see if I wanted to bike to the gas station for slushies. I said sure. We ran into Eric on the way and he tagged along. Laramie was sitting on his porch when we passed by, reading one of his sci-fi paperbacks, and York asked if he wanted to come. After a moment of hesitation, he did. And Marissa caught up with us on her bike near the edge of town, appearing out of nowhere the way she usually did. Just like that, 5 kids on bikes, same as it used to be, riding through the summer heat. But we still didn't talk about the Hensley place. It was forbidden as a topic. Though we didn't declare it, it was an unspoken agreement, a sealed subject, locked away so we didn't have to look or think about it. And that was fine with us. That was what we needed to do to move on, to go back to normal. And that camcorder, it sat in my closet for another week before Marissa asked about it. "Guys, we should finish the movie," she said. We were in York's basement, sprawled across the furniture, watching a rerun of The Simpsons. We got all that footage. It seems stupid to waste it. The thought of watching that footage, though, put a sort of pain in my stomach. But Marissa wasn't talking about the night shoot. She meant everything else, the daytime stuff, The scenes we'd filmed before everything went wrong. Honestly, I don't want to do horror anymore, I admitted. So we do something else, a comedy like a fake TV show or something. Marissa set up, warming to the idea. We make fun of local access or do stupid commercials, whatever. It'll be funny. It'll be something we can actually show to people. York was nodding along. Eric hadn't spoken yet, but he wasn't objecting either. Laramie was already grinning, his brain clearly spinning with ideas. And I realized, looking at them, that we all needed this. We had to replace what that camcorder had meant to us. We needed to use it for something good, something light, that could overwrite the memories of green-tinged night vision and shapes in the grass. Okay, I said. Okay, but I get final cut. The next 3 weeks were some of the best times of my life. I know how that sounds given everything that happened, but it's true. We threw ourselves into the new project with an energy that bordered on manic, filming every day, sometimes twice a day, generating hours of footage that was stupid and brilliant, and exactly what we needed. York created a character called Chuck Brubaker, a weatherman for a fake local station who was clearly losing his mind. He wasn't a natural actor, but that was part of what made it funny. Every segment he'd get a little more unhinged, predicting increasingly impossible weather events with this earnest intensity that made it impossible not to laugh. Tomorrow we're looking at partly cloudy skies with a high of 72, followed by the collapse of linear time itself. Back to you, Diane. Laramie and I did fake commercials together. Our masterpiece was a spot for a product called Beef Drink, which was exactly what it sounded like. Laramie played it completely straight, adjusting his glasses and talking about the refreshing taste and convenient packaging while holding a glass of what was actually chocolate milk mixed with food coloring. I was the skeptical customer who got converted. Marissa laughed so hard during filming that we had to do 8 takes. We filmed everywhere. York's backyard, the parking lot behind the grocery store, the elementary school playground after hours. Marissa did woman on the street interviews where she'd approach strangers and ask them absurd questions with complete sincerity. Most people thought we were weird. A few played along. One old woman gave a 5-minute answer to the question, "If you could be any type of cheese, which cheese would you be?" And we used every second of it. Eric was behind the camera for a lot of it. He had a good buy, better than mine honestly, and he seemed happier observing than being filmed. Sometimes I'd catch him smiling at something one of us did, a quiet smile that made his whole face soften up. He didn't talk a lot, but when he did, it mattered. The swimming hole became our regular spot that August. It was a wide bend in the creek, about a mile outside of town, with a rope swing hanging from a big oak tree and a rocky beach where you could set up towels. We'd bike out there in the afternoon heat, spending hours jumping off the swing and filming each other's dives. We'd float in the cool water while the cicadas screamed in the trees around us. One afternoon, we filmed a fake nature documentary. Eric was the narrator, doing his best David Attenborough, while York played a rare species of idiot in his natural habitat. "Here we observe the North American idiot," Eric narrated, as York pretended to drink from the creek like an animal, engaging in its primary survival behavior. York then broke character and splashed Eric. It devolved into a water fight, and none of us could breathe from laughing. Marissa sat next to me on the rocks during one of those water fights, both of us drying off in the sun while the others wrestled in the shallows. Her hair was wet and slicked back, and she looked different somehow. Older, I think. I wanted to say something to her, something that mattered, but I couldn't think of what. So I just sat there, aware of the inch of space between her arm and mine, feeling like that inch was the most important distance in the world. Those are the memories I try to focus on now. The ones I replay when I can't sleep at night. Just 5 kids in the water. The sun on our shoulders. The whole summer stretched out ahead of us, like it would never end. We had a sleepover at my house mid-August. Marissa couldn't come, because her parents wouldn't let her sleep over with a bunch of boys, which was probably fair. But the 4 of us stayed up until 4 in the morning watching movies, working through a stack of rentals from the video store. The Truman Show, which had just come out on video, Men in Black if I recall, and I'm sure that we watched half of Starship Troopers before we got bored and switched to something else. Somewhere around 2 in the morning, the conversation got really philosophical. We were on the floor of my living room, surrounded by empty chip bags and soda cans. The TV was playing the menu screen of whatever movie we'd just finished, but I can't remember which. "Do you think we're real?" Laramie asked. He was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, his glasses folded on his chest. "Like, really real? Or do you think we live in a simulation like Truman?" "Truman wasn't a simulation," York said. "It was a TV show. He was a real person in a fake place." "Same difference. How would you know if your whole life was fake?" "You wouldn't," Eric said. He was sitting by the couch, arms folded, that thoughtful look on his face. "That's the whole point. If the simulation is good enough, there's no way to tell from inside." "That's terrifying, guys," I said. "Is it?" Eric shrugged. "I don't know. If you can't tell the difference, does the difference matter? Your experiences are still your experiences. The people you care about are still real to you. But then they're not actually real. What does actually real mean, even? It's not like you can get outside your own perception to check." We stayed on that topic for almost an hour, going in circles, getting nowhere, but enjoying the conversation for its own sake. That's what being 13 was like for us. You could spend half the night debating questions that philosophers have argued for centuries and feel like you were discovering something new. Every thought felt fresh, every idea worth exploring. I remember looking around the room at some point during that conversation. York gestured while making a point that didn't quite make sense, while Laramie pushed his glasses up and launched into some theory he'd read in one of his books. Eric listened, waiting for his turn to speak. These were my best friends in the world, the people who understood me better than anyone else. I had no idea it was one of the last times we'd all be together like that. We fell asleep on the floor around dawn, and woke up in the early afternoon with stiff necks and bad breath, a vague sense that we'd figured out something important, but couldn't even remember it. The last week of August arrived faster than any of us expected. Suddenly, summer was almost over. School started in 10 days, then 8 days, then 5. The air had that late summer quality. It was still hot, but with an edge to it, a hint of the fall waiting just around the corner. The cicadas were still loud, but they'd peaked sometime in mid-August, and now they were starting to thin out, that drone losing some of its intensity. It was, of course, York who proposed the campout on a Tuesday. We were sitting in his backyard, not doing much of anything, and he brought it up. "One last thing before school starts," he said. "A proper send-off. We camp out in the back field and build a fire and stay up all night. Film the final episode of the show." The back field was the big open space behind York's house, about 10 acres of grass and wildflowers that ran down to a creek and a line of trees. His family owned it, but didn't do anything with it. We'd played there hundreds of times over the years. It felt safe. It felt like it was our place. "I'm in," Marissa said immediately. "Yeah, okay, sounds fun," I said. Laramie, though, was quiet for a second, but then he nodded and pushed his glasses up. "Sure, one last adventure. We picked Friday night. We set up tents and built a fire. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, filming the big finale of our fake TV show. Our parents all said yes. It was innocent enough. Just kids being kids, squeezing the last drops out of summer before real life started again. None of us talked about why we were staying close to York's house. None of us mentioned that the back field was the opposite direction from the Hensley place, as far from those overgrown fields and that empty farmhouse as we could get without leaving town entirely. We didn't have to say it. We all understood. Friday came. It was clear and warm. We hauled our gear out to the field around 6. 3 tents and sleeping bags and a cooler full of food and soda. York's dad helped us dig a fire pit, showing us how to stack the wood properly. Then he left us alone with a reminder to put the fire out completely before going to bed. We got the tents set up and the fire going just as the stars started coming out. The sky was huge out there, away from the streetlights, and you could see the Milky Way smeared across it like someone had spilled something beautiful. The cicadas were singing, but it was just the normal sound, the background noise of summer we'd been hearing for months. Nothing wrong at all. I set up the camcorder on a rock near the fire pit, angling it to catch all 5 of us in frame. We were going to film the final broadcast of our fake TV show. York had written a whole script for Chuck Brubaker's last weather report, increasingly unhinged predictions that ended with him announcing his retirement to become one with the storms. We did 3 takes. The first one fell apart because Laramie couldn't stop laughing. The second one was pretty good, but York forgot his lines near the end. But the third one was perfect. All of us playing our parts, building to a ridiculous climax, where Chuck Brubaker walked off into the field with his arms raised while the rest of us did fake crying. After that, we just hung out. Hot dogs, marshmallows, talking about nothing important, anxious about school starting up again soon. Which teachers we hoped to get. Marissa mentioned she was thinking about trying out for the volleyball team, and York said she'd make it easy. "You're the most coordinated person I know," he said. And Marissa rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was pleased. "What about you?" she asked me. "Any big plans for 8th grade?" I shrugged. "Survive, I guess." "Inspiring," Laramie said. Everybody laughed. I remember the firelight on their faces, the smell of wood smoke and those beef franks, the sound of Laramie laughing at something York said. A real laugh. Too loud. The kind of laugh that made you laugh just hearing it. Everything felt right and safe. Marissa was sitting next to me, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. At one point, she leaned over and whispered, "This was a good idea. The campout, I mean. I'm glad we did this." "Yeah, me too," I said. Around midnight, we did ghost stories for the camera. That had been York's idea, a way to get more footage. But we made a rule that nothing could be actually scary. Everything had to be stupid. So Laramie told a story about a ghost who haunted a specific toilet at Denny's, getting way into the details. I did one about a vampire who was allergic to blood and survived on tomato juice. Eric, deadpan and serious, delivered a 5-minute saga about a mummy who wasn't actually undead. Just a guy who'd gotten wrapped up in toilet paper and couldn't get out. The laughter went on. The fire was starting to get low, and the night was almost quiet, save for the cicadas. Around 2 a.m., Laramie stood up. "I gotta pee, guys," he said. "I'll be right back." He walked toward the tree line at the edge of the field, about 50 yards from where we sat. I watched him go without really thinking about it, just tracking his silhouette as it moved through the tall grass, getting smaller in the darkness. He looked so small out there. I mean, he was small. The two of us both were. He reached the edge of the trees and stopped. I assumed he was finding a good spot with some privacy. And that's when the cicadas changed. I knew immediately. The sound shifted and dropped. It became that pulse I'd heard at the Hensley place, the frequency that vibrated your skeleton, the one that meant something was coming. My body locked up. I couldn't move or speak or do anything but stare at Laramie's silhouette at the edge of the trees. Beside me, my friends had gone rigid too. I could see York at the very far side of my eye, frozen mid-reach for another marshmallow. I could feel Marissa's hand on my arm, gripping tight, but neither of us could move. Laramie turned around. I saw his face catch the faint glow from our dying firelight. He looked so confused, so very scared. His glasses reflected the fire, and he opened his mouth to say something, but I never figured out what it was, because something came out of the trees behind him. I couldn't see it clearly. It was too dark and too fast, and my eyes wouldn't focus on it properly. But there was an impression of height and wrong angles and limbs that bent too much. The same thing we'd seen at the Hensley place. The same shape that had taken the old man apart while we watched. It reached for Laramie. He didn't even scream. I don't really know if that makes it better. There was one quick, surprised sound. Then the shape folded around him and pulled him backward into the trees. There was a rustling, a cracking of branches. Then nothing at all. The cicadas shifted back to normal then. My body unlocked. I was on my feet before I knew I was moving, running toward that tree line and screaming Laramie's name. The others were on my tail. We crashed into the trees with flashlights, sweeping the beams everywhere, calling our friend's name over and over. There was nothing there, no sign of him, just dark woods and cicada noise. We searched until dawn, covering every inch of those woods down to the creek and along its banks, through the brush and into the neighboring fields. But we found nothing. York's parents called the police when we came back at sunrise, stumbling and hoarse, unable to explain what happened. We told them Laramie had gone to use the bathroom and never came back, that we had searched desperately all night. But we could not tell them about what we saw. The search went on for weeks. Police, volunteers, dogs, helicopters. They checked the creek for signs of drowning. They checked the roads for signs of abduction. They interviewed everyone we knew and plenty of people we didn't. And they interviewed each of us at least a dozen times. A theory was settled on, that Laramie had wandered off into the dark, gotten disoriented, and fell into the creek. His body had likely swept downstream and would probably never be recovered. A tragic accident. A senseless loss. A memorial service was held at the end of September. The entire town showed up. Laramie's parents sat in the front row and looked like people whose insides had been scooped out of them. His mom kept touching his school picture, the one they'd put on an easel next to the podium, as if she was trying to make sure this was real. I sat in the back with the others. We didn't talk. We didn't even look at each other. We sat there and listened to people say nice things about Laramie, about how he read more than anyone and laughed too loud. I kept the camcorder footage from that night. I'm not sure why I even did. The tape shows the fire and the ghost stories. Laramie doing his bit about the Denny's toilet ghost. You can see him in the background of some shots laughing and pushing his glasses up, looking happy and alive. But the last shot is blurry, and it's of him saying something about needing to pee. He walks out of frame, and the camera keeps recording the fire for another 40 minutes until the battery dies. You can hear us searching on the audio, calling his name, getting more desperate, more panicked. As the minutes pass and he doesn't answer, you can hear York start to cry around the 20-minute mark, and you can hear Marissa saying, "This isn't happening," over and over, like a prayer. But you can't hear what took him. I listened to it hundreds of times probably, trying to find some evidence that what I remember was real. But there's nothing there. Nothing but normal cicada noise. That was enough to destroy our friendships. There was no fight or falling out or anything, but we became objects of our own trauma. Looking at York or Eric or Marissa just reminded me of Laramie and that thing in the woods. York's family moved away the next year. Eric went quiet, and we lost touch entirely before graduation. Marissa and I almost stayed friends. We tried, but every time we were together, there was an absence between us. Probably the space where Laramie should have been. And eventually it was easier to just stop trying. I left Missouri the day after I graduated high school, and I've never been back. I went to college in Oregon and got a job. I'm married now, and I built a life as far from Carthage as I could get. I don't talk about the summer of '98. I left the tapes with my family a long time ago. I've spent 17 years trying to forget what happened. Most days I almost manage it. But I'm writing this in 2015, and Brood 4 emerged again last month. The first time in 17 years. And I can't stop thinking about Laramie. I never got to say goodbye. None of us did. He was there and gone so fast. Wherever he is now. Whatever happened to him after that shape pulled him into the dark. God, I hope it was quick. I hope he didn't suffer. I hope whatever he saw at the end wasn't as terrible as what I've imagined every night for 17 years. During my school years, I only acquired a single friend I could call a best friend, and it was well into my later days. I can't imagine the pain one might feel to see one of the closest friends in the world be ripped away from them by something that should be impossible. Good night. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. Get to know me personally on X at Dark Prevails, or on my show, Night Watchers, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, your favorite podcast app, or just search YouTube for Night Watchers. But if you want more scary story narrations from me, check out Tales from the Break Room, or Alone in the Woods. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there, and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.